Chapter 5. Composition and Principles. In considering such a movement as the IWW, declared the St. Louis Republic in 1912, there is no need to pause over its history, nor is it necessary to consider the philosophy. It has none. It is mere brute ferocity. The tiger which springs on the traveler in the jungle has no philosophy less than greater than NLY a thirst for blood. He cannot be reasoned with, he must be overcome. When we have already seen that the IWW had a history, we will now see that it also had a philosophy. After the Fourth Convention in 1908, it was possible for the IWW to begin organization again. The De Leon Group had formed its own organization, and the factional struggle that had torn the LWWAPM and held back organizational activities was laid to rest. This is not to say that doctrinal disputes had disappeared. For one thing, even in the relatively homogeneous LWW that emerged from the schism of 1908, there was a continuing conflict as to whether the organization should be a functioning labor union, combining the struggle for higher wages and better working conditions with a program for revolutionary socialism, or a revolutionary cadre concentrating only on leading the working class to the revolution. The national headquarters stressed the first, while many of the more anarchical members emphasized the second, arguing that there was a contradiction between the goals of revolution and unionism, and that to concentrate on the latter would blind the workers to the final aim. Indeed, these members felt that the IWW should abandon any pretense of being an economic organization and devote its energies exclusively to propaganda and agitation. Point 2. In addition, hostility between Eastern and Western members often prevented unified action. At every convention of our organization, the official LWW journal conceded in 19II, more or less rivalry or misunderstanding has been manifest between delegates from the East and West. Nevertheless, by 1909 the LWW, having defined itself as a revolutionary industrial union devoted to economic activity, was sufficiently united to move forward. Indeed, in the words of the official historian of the organization, the year 1909 can almost be regarded as the launching of the IWW. 8. Composition of the 1WW. Joining the LWW was easy and the cost was the very minimum. The only requirements for membership were that candidates be bona fide workers in any one industry or in several industries, and that they answer affirmatively 2 questions. Do you agree to abide by the Constitution and regulations of this organization? And, will you diligently study its principles and make yourself acquainted with its purposes? Prospective members applied to the secretary of an IWW union in their locality. If there was none, they wrote to the General Secretary at Chicago headquarters and were enrolled by mail. Or, if there were several of them, they could charter their own local merely by sending a chapter application with the signature of at least 20 wage workers, none of whom needed to be IWWs, to the General Secretary, along with a $10 charter fee. Supplies, constitution and instruction will then be sent to you and you can proceed to organize the local. The founding convention of the IWW set a constitutional limit of 50 cents a month on dues, and of $5 ranging down to $1.50 on initiation fees, the exact sum to be set by each industrial union. These limits were never exceeded in the period under study, and were often lowered. When workers joined in large groups, there was rarely an initiation fee. 25 cents a month dues and initiation fees of $1 were fairly common, and even these were sometimes forgotten during an organizational drive. These simple requirements were especially suited to meet the needs of specific groups of workers. One important group were the Western migratory workers, the seasonal laborers of logging camps and lumber mills, mines and construction projects, orchards and agricultural fields, who, after 1908, were the majority of the IWW members in the West and made up the core and backbone of the organization in that section. It was quite popular, even in socialist circles, to deride the hobo as the scum of the working class, but the IWW made constant efforts to distinguish between the hobos and the sedentary and derelict bums or non-working tramps. The hobo is the leaven of the revolutionary industrial union movement in the West, declared the Industrial Union Bulletin shortly after the 1908 convention, and his absence in proportionate numbers from the East, accounts in large measure for the slowness of the Eastern workers to awaken from their lethargy. Later, the WW developed this theme even more fully. Jesus Christ was a hobo, as were the most important figures throughout history. One writer declared, in an article entitled, "The Hobo's Vindication," the miserable dirty hobos are the brains of the nation. The hobo camps have given to the world a Jack London, a Mark Twain, a Joaquin Miller, a Maxim Gorky, greater than Lee. Not all hobos, of course, were of this heroic mold. There were those who were inveterate drunkards and dope fiends, the Skid Row type to be exact. But the main point, apart from all the romanticism, is that a dispossessed, homeless proletariat, the migratory worker, had been created throughout the West. It was a roaming army of several millions, who were not attached to any particular locality or to any special line of industry. These transients made possible the operation of the lumber, railroad construction, mining and agricultural industries of the West. Young, the typical age being under 25, wifeless, homeless, semi-skilled or unskilled, they moved about from job to job in empty boxcars or side-door coaches, as the freight cars were called by the migratory workers. They followed seasonal occupations, in the main, harvesting wheat, logging, maintaining the grades for the great transcontinental railroads, or mining silver, lead, copper and tin in the Rocky Mountain mining region. 6. Some of the migratory workers worked the entire year round. They usually worked in the lumber camps in the fall. Leaving the camps in the winter, they would head for the fruit groves of California, then Arizona and Texas. Spring would find them threading their way up through Kansas and Nebraska, Minnesota and the Dakotas, where they took part in the planting and early harvesting. From there, they made the jump, over the hump, back into the logging camps of the Pacific Northwest. The majority of the itinerant workers, however, did not work during the winter months. By the end of the fall or working season, they had accumulated as little as $30 in their states, and with this in their pockets to see them through the cold months of idleness, they drifted into the cities Portland, Spokane, San Francisco, Seattle, Chicago, and Minneapolis, wintering in their slums until the time came for them to hit the road again, following the jobs around the country. These men had built and were building America's railroads and highways, had taken the timber out of the forests, plowed its lands, threshed its crops, husked its corn, and picked its apples. But their reward was to be treated as scum when employed, and as dangerous parasites when they lacked visible means of support. While they were doing their work, they were, as we shall see, forced to live under unspeakable unsanitary conditions in the jungles and labor camps, and to receive extremely low pay for sunup to sundown labor. Samuel Gompers was correct when he said a few years before the First World War, the lot of the migratory worker in the United States today is in some points worse than slavery. 7. But the A.F.L. had made only a pass at organizing these workers and then abandoned them to the slave conditions. In 19U, Andrew Forsyth, president of the International Seamen's Union of America, submitted a plan to Gompers for the organization of the migratory workers. He urged that the first thing was to gain their confidence and friendship, and conceded that the AFL was regarded by the migratory workers as indifferent to their needs. Nothing came of the proposal. The migrants were impossible to organize, the Federation concluded. They weren't stable. It was too expensive to keep track of them, etc., etc. On the surface, this appeared to be a realistic approach. The problem of organizing thousands of workers who were continually traveling, never remaining for long in one place, seemed insurmountable organizationally. Then again, although the majority of the migratory workers were Native Americans, foreign-born workers made up an important part of the group, and employers mixed up several nationalities in order to make the task of organizers more difficult. As one IWW organizer wrote in describing the problems involved in organizing the railroad section men in Oregon, not only are there 6 different nationalities to deal with: Austrians, Italians, Greeks, Japanese, Chinese, and English-speaking workers, but the employers thoroughly understand the scientific distribution of these different nationalities to the different sections of the country, which makes it nearly impossible for us to get to them. It is necessary for 6 organizers, speaking 6 different languages, to travel together, and cover a vast amount of territory in order to do the preparatory necessary work for the establishment of an industrial organization among the railroad workers. 8. The AFL had declared that these conditions rendered it impossible to organize. But not the IWW. Its policy and its tactics were designed to overcome these obstacles. The refusal of the IWW to differentiate between workers because of race, color, nationality or religion appealed to the migratory workers who, in their own travels on the boxcars, mingled freely, regardless of racial, nationality and religious differences. Low initiation fees and dues was ideal for a group of workers with meager incomes. Interchangeable membership cards permitted them to remain in the organization even when making frequent changes in jobs. The policy of rank and file rule appealed to them because of their hatred of centralized authority, so evident in the company towns and camps, and the rejection of political action appealed to them because they could not vote. The policy of organizing industrially and admitting all wage earners, no matter what their occupation, had, of course, a great appeal to the less skilled, often unemployed, migratory workers. Moreover, wherever the migratory worker turned he found the IWW on the freight trains, in the jails, in the bunkhouses, in the jungles. Its gospel spread by fervent converts who were workers themselves and followed the transients on and off the job. Many of the active IWWs felt sufficiently at home with the workers of the industries towards which the migrants gravitated to be able to organize among any of them. Walter T. Neff was in rapid succession a shovel man on a Portland, Oregon, construction job, a sawmill worker in Oregon, and organizer of lumber workers in the Duluth Superior logging camps, all during the extent of 1 year, 1910. George Speed, who was 50 years old when the WW was founded and had already had a long career in the labor and socialist movements, worked and organized in West Coast sawmills, the Louisiana Timber Belt, and North Dakota wheat fields. John Pankner was a miner who participated in the IWW's first successful strike at Goldfield, Nev. In 1906, and thereafter for several years worked and organized in logging camps and sawmills in California, Oregon, and Washington. Thomas Whitehead worked on railroad construction jobs in British Columbia and in the Louisiana timber areas. E. F. Dorse, one of the most experienced WW organizers, worked among harvest workers in Walla Walla, Wash. In 1910, among lumberjacks in Northern California in 1911, making speeches in Italian, among the Louisiana timber workers in 1912, and the next year successfully organizing lumber workers of northern Michigan and northern Minnesota. 9. Any WW member could become a jawsmith or organizer while pursuing the regular routine of a transitory worker. He supplied himself with membership cards, dues books and a notebook, and samples of IWW literature, and carried the gospel with him on his job. The industrial worker in solidarity carried information under job notes, informing Wobblies where they could find work, organizing migratory workers who needed to be organized. The job delegate recruited members, collected dues, kept records, and established an IWW headquarters wherever he happened to be working. He was, in short, an official whose headquarters was where he hung his hat. 10. This system spread the message of the IWW insistently into towns, camps, and work gangs, bringing the organization directly to the migratory workers. The delegate, who was himself a worker, acted not only as an agent for the IWW conducting business meetings in the jungle, but also as the spokesman in any grievances the men had. The job delegate could be fired by camp foreman, but as long as there were IWW members in the area, new delegates could quickly take their places. The traveling delegate 0RG-inizers of the IWW, supplied with membership cards and dues stamps, met the workers in the fields, in the jungles, and on freight cars and induced them to line up. They practiced boxcar recruiting, and made the red card, or IWW membership card, a necessary ticket for all who traveled on the freight cars. Anti-union workers, called scissor bills by the IWW, risked being thrown off the train. For migrants, IWW affiliation served a number of purposes which were of the utmost importance. Fraudulent employment agencies who received money for jobs which were hundreds of miles away and which were often non-existent or not of the character described, bootleggers, boxcar robbers, gamblers, hijackers, and train crews which preyed upon migrants were reduced to a minimum by IWW mutual protection associations. A paid-up dues card. The IWW usually provided admission to the blind baggage of freights carrying migrants from job to job, and even hostile brakemen learned to respect the IWW cards. The IWW served as a bond of groping friendship among the uprooted. The IWW, William D. Big Bill Haywood correctly noted, form in groups and establish what may be called community life in the jungles. When a crowd of members of this organization leave a train near the station, they go to the outskirts of the town or the bank of a stream if convenient. There a meeting is called, a camp committee is elected, the formation of which is to see the camp is kept clean and sanitary. A job committee is selected to rustle the town for work. Such pay as is received for work by any member of the group goes into a common fund. A treasurer is elected and an itemized account is kept of all receipts and expenses. These accounts are audited every night. A cook and assistants are appointed, who in addition to preparing the food, furnish the cans in which to cook it. Usually empty standard oil cans, vegetable cans, etc. are found and scoured and used for cooking utensils, plates and cups. A Spud and Gump Committee forage around the farms for vegetables and other eatables, while the buying committee visit the town to purchase such supplies as are necessary and the camp treasury can afford. Every man is expected to do some work around the camp, though there are some of parasitic nature who accept service without giving service. These are called jungle buzzards. But they are not tolerated for long by the IWW. Gamblers and stick-ups infest all harvest gangs. Hut in the WW camps. The rule, no gambling, is strictly observed. 11. Most importantly, the LWW's militant philosophy gave outlet, meaning, and dignity to a group of workers who roamed rootless and poverty-stricken in a land of plenty, despised and exploited by society and unwanted by any other labor organization. The man who was considered a bum by most members of society was elevated by the IWW into the finest specimens of American manhood. The leaven of the Revolute. The epithet cisorbill was also applied to any worker lacking class consciousness or just plain common sense. In other words, a worker who cuts off his nose to spite his face, hence, cisorbill. T-spud is hobo argot for potato and gump for hen or poultry in general. Pioneering labor movement, around whom would be built a militant nucleus for revolutionary industrial unionism. In the WW, the migratory worker was accepted, respected, and even glorified as a real proletarian, without whom the farms would not be cultivated, the logs cutter the mine's mind, and who would soon lead the rest of the working class toward the establishment of the inevitable cooperative commonwealth. The nomadic worker of the West embodies the very spirit of the IWW, a writer proclaimed in solidarity. His cheerful cynicism, his frank and outspoken contempt for most of the conventions of bourgeois society make him an admirable exemplar of the iconoclastic doctrines of revolutionary unionism. His anomalous position, half industrial slave, half vagabond adventurer, leaves him infinitely less servile than his fellow worker in the East. Unlike the factory slave of the Atlantic seaboard and the Central States, he is most emphatically not afraid of his job. No wife and family cumber him. The worker of the East, oppressed by the fear of want for wife and babies, dare not venture much. Even the migrant's mode of travel was a point in his favor. He has to travel on the freight trains, and there is absolutely no shame or crime in this, declared the industrial worker. If he did not move this way, the wheat would not be harvested. Haywood went even further, stating flatly, to understand the class struggle, you must ride on the top of the boxcars or underneath the boxcars. 12. E.T. Booth, who worked as a harvest hand on the Pacific coast, made this keen observation. One found oneself working with men whose single hope of rehabilitation and human dignity lay in the revolutionary program of the IWW. Out of the heavy fatigue, the fetid torpor of the bunkhouse, at the end of the day's labor, the only influence that could stir the sullen hulks who lounged in the bunks was the zeal of the agitator tirelessly and astutely instructing the harvest stiff in the strategy of class warfare. 13. As the IWW organizer talked, the cold and stench of the jungle, the hunger, the long hours of labor all fell into place. They were the results of a vicious system that thought in terms of profits, not of human beings, the capitalist system. The migratory workers, like 100 million others, were slaves, chained to this system. But now they could do something about it and end their needless misery. They knew their enemy, and they could fight him. Most important of all, they could fight not as downtrodden individuals, but as members of a militant organization which welcomed them and promised to improve their conditions and completely liberate them from slavery in the near future. In short, the WW explained the hardships which were the lot of the migratory workers, provided a course of action to follow, and in IWW speech, stiff, was commonly applied to all casual or migratory workers in the West and particularly to IWW members. A bindle stiff was a Western hobo who carried his blankets in a roll or a bindle. Promise of deliverance. Is it any wonder that these workers flocked into the IWW? There was probably hardly a single migratory worker who did not become a member of the organization at one time or another during his career. 14. Much the same reasons account for the attraction of the WW to the unskilled and semi-skilled immigrant workers in the East and Midwest. The Home Guard, as the IWW called the sedentary worker attached to home and a single job and with some sort of family responsibility. There were, of course, basic differences between the rebels of the West and members in the factories of the East. Indeed, some felt that these differences produced two IWWs, one in the West and the other in the East. On the average, the representative Western member of the IWW was younger than the Eastern member. He was likely to be unmarried, or at least, without binding family ties. The Western members were mainly Native Americans, although there were quite a few foreign-born members of the IWW in the West, while the Eastern members were mostly foreign-born, and even when the Westerner was of foreign birth he was less likely to have preserved old country ties and characteristics. The Westerners were mainly men, while women were an important element among the semi-skilled and unskilled factory workers of the East. But the similarities were greater than the differences. Like the migratory workers, the unskilled factory workers had turned to the AFL. Only to find the Federation was interested solely in the skilled craftsmen and had no desire to organize the unskilled, foreign-born workers in the mass production industries. Like the migrants, immigrant workers found the WW a congenial organization. The policy of low initiation fees, small dues and rank and file rule appealed to these workers as much as it did to the transients. The WW opposition to political action appealed, too, to the foreign-born immigrant workers, many of whom were not yet naturalized. And, of course, like the migratory workers, the immigrant industrial workers whose foreign birth became a vehicle for ridicule in the commercial press where they were called hunks, bohunks, and dagos, found dignity and status in the WW. While the AFL was clamoring for restrictive legislation to keep out European, especially Southern and Southeastern European, workers, the IWW declared, "Meet the new arrival at the immigration dock. Introduce him to his fellow workers in one big union of the working class, and help him fight for a higher standard of living against those masters who would quickly transform his energy and vitality into profits." For a discussion of the attitude of the AFL toward the foreign-born, unskilled, women and Negro workers, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, Volume 3, The Policies and Practices of the American Federation of Labor, 1 Gu 1909, New York, 1G 64, pp. 21G 307. All immigrant workers could be taken care of by cutting down the hours of labor. The IWW took pride in its appeal to immigrant workers. An extensive foreign language press was organized specifically to attract the foreign-born into the organization. WW organizers and soapboxers who could speak foreign languages were constantly sought to work in centers of immigrant workers. Solidarity and the Industrial Worker contained frequent articles about the outlook of the immigrant worker, suggesting ways in which he should and should not be approached by WW organizers and warning them never to regard the foreign-born worker as inferior to the American worker because he could not understand English. 16. Most WW organizers took such advice to heart. The result was that the WW speedily won a reputation filming the foreign-born as their spokesman, and they came, often without being asked, to join. The following news item in the Industrial Worker of April 18, 1912, was duplicated many times. Our hall was surprised yesterday morning when 200 discontented slaves, of 7 different nationalities, swarmed in quietly and arranged themselves for a meeting. When asked the purpose of their visit, they answered in chorus, "We want to join the WW." 2 secretaries were kept busy the rest of the day making out the red cards. Although most often the different nationalities were organized in one local or branch, as was the group just mentioned, where there was a large contingent of one nationality in M area or in an industry, separate branches, composed of members of that nationality, were organized. In addition, there were a few units of foreign propaganda leagues, particularly the Italian and Finnish. In chartering these foreign language locals or leagues, the WW appealed to immigrants by offering them the inducement of associating with the organization on the basis of their own cultural similarities. They did not, in short, need to feel that they were strangers in the Union. The commercial press conceded that the WW had great influence among the foreign-born workers, but attributed this entirely to the low state of intelligence of the immigrants rather than to the conditions that bred discontent and caused these workers to look for a champion. This country has an obligation to these strangers who furnish so much of its labor force, piously editorialized one paper after describing the foreign-born as, like children. It owes them the duty of protection against such an organization like the LWW. They should not be permitted to impose their machinations on the most ignorant, the most helpless and the least able of our population. The LWW agreed that the country did owe these workers an obligation. It was its obligation to reward them for the wealth these workers produced so that they could enjoy the decencies of life rather than being forced to live in dire poverty. It was its obligation to protect these workers when they revolted against unbearable conditions, and not assist their exploiters to defeat their struggles and kill and imprison their leaders. 16. In Jenner, T.L., then, the IWW after 1908 operated chiefly among the workers whom the AFL would not and did not reach the migratory workers of the West and the unskilled industrial workers of the East, the most poorly paid and ill-treated. At a time when $8 per year was considered the minimum necessary to ties a family in a semblance of decency, approximately one-fourth of the adult fathers earned less than $400 per year and one-half earned less than $6 per year. To these members of the American working class, the promise of American life must have seemed dim indeed. It was to these workers that the IWW held out a new promise. As one contemporary journalist correctly put it, the IWW's deepest strength lies in the fact that it extends the red hand of fellowship to the lowliest of the workers, that it has made itself the special champion of those who are paid the least and work the hardest. 17. Labor solidarity. The basic creed of the IWW demanded that all workingmen be considered equal and united in a common cause. There was only one qualification to become a member. Are you a wage worker, exploited by a capitalist master? If so, then you are welcome, regardless of color, creed, nationality, sex or politics. In contrast to almost every other labor organization up to this time in American history, the IWW made an active effort to organize the Chinese, Japanese, and Mexican workers, and never attacked these workers either officially or unofficially. When civic leaders of Reading, Caliph, came to the IWW to seek support in driving Chinese workers out of town, they were told bluntly, "If you want to raise the wages of the Chinese, we'll help, but we won't kick anybody off their job because of color." Likewise, when the Porters' Union in Spokane asked for cooperation to eradicate the brown men from competition, the industrial worker informed the organization that if it were but half as class-conscious as the average Japanese worker, there would be better conditions for the porter than the wretched ones they are now forced to submit to. It concluded the lecture with the flat statement, "It must be understood that the IWW will turn down any effort to discriminate against our Japanese fellow workers." 18. The IWW scoffed at the idea of a yellow peril, especially criticizing the socialists of the Pacific Coast for swallowing the capitalist bait that the Japanese and Chinese were an inferior people whose presence in America would drag down standards of living. All workers can be organized regardless of race or color, as soon as their minds are cleared of the patriotic notion that there is any reason of being proud of having been born of a certain shade of skin or in an arbitrarily fenced-off portion of the earth. There was a yellow peril, but it did not come from Japanese and Chinese workers. If the American workers need fear any yellow peril, it is from the yellow socialists. The industrial worker had only scorn for socialist candidates in California who advocated Asian exclusion while continuing to wear their socialist buttons showing clasped hands and inscribed, "Workers of the world, unite." When Karl Marx penned this slogan, he did not mean all workers except the Chinese and Japanese. He included the Negroes, the Hindus, and the Asiatics in the revolutionary call. 19. It is impossible to determine the Asian membership of the IWW, but a considerable number of short news items in the wobbly press specifically boasting of the inclusion of Japanese, Chinese, and Filipinos in IWW locals, 20 testify to the fact that the IWW practiced what it preached. The Negro has no chance in the old line trade unions, an IWW leaflet argued. They do not want him. They admit him only under compulsion and treat him with contempt. There was only one labor organization in the United States that admits the colored worker on a footing of absolute equality with the white, the industrial workers of the world. In the IWW, the colored worker, man or woman, is on an equal footing with every other worker. He has the same voice in determining the policies of the organization, and his interests are protected as zealously as those of any other member. 21. This view was substantiated by Mary White Ovington, a wealthy white New Yorker who was one of the founders of the NAACP, in her article, The Status of the Negro in the United States, published in 1913. There are two organizations in this country, she wrote, that have shown they do care about full rights for the Negro. The first is the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. The second organization that attacks Negro segregation is the Industrial Workers of the World. The IWW has stood with the Negro. 22. The Negro, the IWW emphasized, was subject to discrimination, first, because of his color, and, second, because, for the most part, the Negro still belongs in the category of the unskilled. This state of affairs could not be wiped out by appeals to sentiment alone. It could only be altered by the organization of the Negro in a union which educated its members to recognize all workers as equal regardless of color, and which organized the unskilled by the only method through which they could be organized, industrial unionism. Such a union was the IWW.2 All IWW journals participated actively in this educational campaign, including The Voice of the People, the southern organ of the IWW, published at New Orleans. In an article entitled, Down with Race, Prejudice, Phineas Eastman asked his fellow workers of the South if they wish real good feeling to exist between the two races, and each is necessary to the other's success, to please stop calling the colored man nigger, the tonesome use as an insult, much less the word. Call him Negro if you must refer to his race, but fellow worker is the only form of salutation a rebel should use. 24 members of the IWW were constantly reminded that the organization of the Negro was an economic bread and butter issue. Leaving the Negro outside of your union makes him a potential, if not an actual scab, dangerous to the organized workers, to say nothing of his own interests as a worker. Race prejudice on the job could only have one result, keeping the workers fighting each other, while the boss gets the benefit. The idea fostered by the capitalists that the white worker was superior was part of the same game. Actually, he is only superior if he shows that he can produce more wealth for the boss than his colored brother can. In an appeal to Southern white workers, the IWW asked, if one of you were to fall in a river and could not swim, and a Negro came along who could swim, would you drown rather than accept his offer of aid? Hardly. That is the IWW position. Labor organized on race lines will drown. Only organized on class lines will it swim. Don't let them sidetrack you from the main line, which is, shall we be freemen or slaves? 211. The IWW and its leaders, including its Negro leader, Ben Fletcher, Philadelphia longshoreman, condemned all manifestations of Jim Crowism. It denounced the lynching of Negroes as savagery, pointing out that it was usually resorted to when Negroes are demanding more of their product. 1211. In a leaflet entitled, To Colored Workingmen and Women, the IWW pointed out, if you are a wage worker, you are welcome in the LWW halls, no matter what your color. By this you may see that the IWW is not a white man's union, not a black man's union, not a red or yellow man's union, but a working man's union. All of the Working When Solidarity, in its issue of November 25, 19N, carried in a letter to the editor the word nigger. It was sharply criticized for using the opprobrious term on a par with sheeny, mick, guinea, dago, and other insulting terms used by arrogant and ignorant people. Usually they are both. Dec. G. 19N. Although Solidarity lamely tried to defend itself, it never again published the obnoxious word. Sometimes the IWW press capitalized Negro, and at other times, printed the word without capitalizing it. I have reprinted it as it appeared in a particular article or editorial. The obnoxious word, nigger, is also reprinted as it appeared in the original. Class in one big union. The LWW practiced what it preached, even in the deepest South, where it raised the banner of no race, no creed, number, color, and united Negro and white workers in a common struggle. In the heart of the South, as we shall see, the Brotherhood of Timber Workers, when it affiliated with the LWW, organized Negro workers into the same union as the white members. In 1910 the Industrial Workers' Union of South Africa, a branch of the IWW, conducted a vigorous campaign to convince the rank and file of the white workers that their real enemy is not the colored laborer, and that it is only by combining and cooperating irrespective of color that the standard of life of the whites can be maintained and improved. The union led the strike of the trainwaymen of Johannesburg, in which Negro and whites for the first time united in struggle. The Voice of Labor, the union's organ, asserted that while the strike was not successful, it had taught the white and black workers of South Africa some much-needed lessons. 27. The Philadelphia longshoremen, with Ben Fletcher as their leader, constituting one of the largest and most effective LWW units when it was first organized in 1913, was made up primarily but not entirely of Negroes. For years prior to 1913, organization on the docks of Philadelphia had been frustrated by the employer's policy of pitting Negroes and white against each other, threatening that if one group complained about conditions, their jobs would be given to the other. The IWW entered the picture with the appeal that whether white and Negro liked each other or not, their only hope was to organize into one union. Within a few months the Marine Transport Workers Local 3 had been organized, the majority of its members Negroes, and struck for recognition on May 13, 1913. After a strike of 2 weeks, the dock workers won recognition of their union and the right to bargain collectively. The union's membership by the end of 1913 was close to 3,000 and strikes in 1915 and 1916 completed its control of the docks. In keeping with its belief in equality of Negro and white, the local had a rotating system of chairmen. 1 month a Negro was the chairman, the next month, a white member. 28. No statistics are available which indicate Negro membership in the IWW. Sterling D. Sparrow and Abram L. Harris estimate that of the 1 million membership cards issued by the IWW, during the active part, the IWW had branches in England, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa, and connections with labor organizations in France, Italy, Spain, Russia, Scandinavia, Mexico, Argentina and other South American countries, and Canada. Outside of the United States, the IWW's greatest strength lay in Australia. In 1914 there were 4 locals: Adelaide, Sydney, Broken Hill, and Fort Peary. Early that year, the IWW began publishing a weekly newspaper, Direct Action, which reached a circulation of 14,000. Justice Ebert, The WW in Theory and Practice. Chicago, 1920, p. 33, E. W. Campbell, History of the Australian Labour Movement. Sydney, 1945, pp. 64-74. Of its life, about cc 100 of these cards were issued to Negroes. This estimate is based, they note, on statements made on the authority of Benjamin Fletcher, a Negro IWW official. Actually, no IWW publication ever made such a sweeping claim, and one student contends that the absence of claims by the IWW of a substantial Negro membership suggests that not many Negroes were attracted to the industrial workers of the world. 29. Whatever the exact Negro membership, the IWW stood squarely for the organization of the Negro workers on the basis of complete equality. The industrial worker summed up the IWW's attitude. In this country every 10th person is of acknowledged NCGRO descent and a large percentage of these 10 millions of people are wage workers. There may be for the whole society of America a Negro problem, but with the entrance of the industrial workers of the world into the industrial arena there was no further need for the labor problem to be complicated with a racial problem. The IWW accepts the Negro wage worker, asking of him the same initiation fees and dues as his white brother, and giving to him the same membership privileges as are the common property of all who join. The fight of the Negro wage slave is the fight of the white wage slave, and the two must rise or fall together. Their economic interests are identical and an injury to one is an injury to the other. To the IWW, then, there was CCNO race problem. There is only a class problem. The economic interests of all workers, be they white, black, brown or yellow, are identical, and all are included in the program of the IWW. It has one program for the entire working class, THC abolition of the wage system, 30. For the Negro facing discrimination, segregation, deprivation of civil and political rights and violence, the IWW had no real program. The truth is that for the Negro people there was a race problem, and it was no answer for them to be told that in the abolition of the wage system lay the Negro's salvation. Despite its advanced position against race prejudice and its opposition to segregation in the labor movement, the failure of the IWW to concern itself with the Negro's demand and struggle for civil and political rights restricted its appeal to the Negro masses. The IWW repeatedly pointed out that women were in industry to stay. They cannot be driven back to the home. They are part of the, recognizing that the vast majority of the Negro workers were still in the South. The 8th IWW Convention, September 1913, urged that a permanent colored organizer should be employed in the South to organize the colored workers into one big union. All locals should assist the general organization to carry out this program. International Socialist Review, Volume 14, November 1913, page 275. There is no evidence that this proposal was ever carried out. Army of Labor. There was only one thing to be done. Organize them with the men, just as they work with the men. And organize them into the only type of unions to which women, most of whom were unskilled, could belong: industrial unions. The IWW opposed women's trade union leagues, arguing that they only increased the separation of men and women workers. It conceded that there were special problems in organizing women workers, but rejected the old craft union cry that women won't organize and strike. This was merely an excuse for doing nothing or a justification for barring women from the labor movement. The answer was to encourage them wherever possible by granting them equal opportunities, duties and privileges, even to the holding of executive office. 81 Wobbly papers paid special attention to any news of the activity of girl workers, and reports of leading IWW strikes, as we shall see, always pointed up the role played by the women either as strikers or supporters of the men on the picket lines. The Industrial Worker of August 19, 1916, proudly noted that one result of the activity of the Domestic Workers' Industrial Union of Denver, organized and led by Jane Street, the plucky Denver housemaid, was that the men in the city were becoming imbued with the IWW spirit and had organized a local of their own. The new local, however, will have to go some to equal the fighting spirit permeating the Denver working women. The exact number of women who became members of the IWW during the pre-World War I period is impossible to determine accurately. But it is clear that the organization was more successful in attracting women in the East, especially the operatives in the textile factories, than it was in the West, where so many of the members were men who tended to live in a predominantly male society in the lumber and construction camps and in the jungles. Joe Hill, the great Swedish-born Wobbly songwriter, wrote in Solidarity of December 19, 1914, that in the West, the IWW had created a kind of one-legged, freakish animal of a union, because of its predominantly male membership. He recommended that the IWW's female organizers, like Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, be used exclusively for building up of a strong organization among the female. From 1905 to 1913, the industrial workers of the world were labeled by friend and foe, IWW and its members. IWWs. The three terms most frequently used by members to describe themselves were rebel, fellow worker, and slave. The term wobbly circulated orally until August 1913, when Herman D. Sir, organizer of the hop pickers' strike on the Durst brothers' farm at Wheeland, California, wired the IWW headquarters at Sacramento, "Send all speakers and wobblies as quick as possible." The telegram appeared in Solidarity in its November 1, 1913 issue, but the attention it received when introduced in the court trial following the events at the Durst Farm Ranch, which we will discuss below, helped bring the word wobbly to national attention. By 1914, the word wobbly was in current usage, the term wobs being used interchangeably with wobblies. We will use it as a name for members of the IWW. Workers. 32 Although the WW Press featured Hill's suggestion, little was done to put it into effect. However, the WW did realize its objective of giving those women it organized equal opportunities, duties and privileges, even to the holding of executive office. Some of the top IWW organizers were women, and Elizabeth Gurley Flynn could be considered Miss IWW. The Class Struggle. In an article in the Industrial Worker celebrating the centennial birthday of Karl Marx, a writer declared, "The WW clearly adheres to the bedrock economic facts enunciated by Karl Marx, while its tactics and methods are born from the everyday experience of the toilers." While there was some disagreement among the Wobblies as to how much of Marx's doctrines to accept, all IWW theorizers agreed with the scientific teachings of Karl Marx, which explained, the history of all hitherto existing society was the history of the class struggle. The IWW believed implicitly that the class struggle was inherent in the very nature of capitalist society. The economic laws of capitalism, the IWW pointed out, operated the same in America as in the rest of the world, and American society, like all society, was divided into two classes: the exploiters and the exploited, the capitalists and the workers. The middle class was dismissed as belonging basically to the capitalist class, even though it might profess a certain amount of sympathy with the working class when conditions are particularly unbearable. The Wobblies emphasized that the class struggle in American society had intensified since the closing of the frontier, and with it the lessening of opportunities for workers to move west. 33. The IWW accepted completely Marx's labor theory of value and doctrine of surplus value, and held that since all value was produced by labor, the capitalists who contributed nothing to industry except capital were pure and simple parasites. Their only function was to expel the workers. Since the capitalists took almost everything and contributed no essential value, there could be no identity of interest between the two classes, and the workers must rid themselves of capitalist rule. Every segment of life was viewed by the WW as reflecting the conflict of the two classes. Ads appeared in the Industrial Worker for Big Class War Picnic. Obituaries of dead Wobblies spoke of them as an indefatigable warrior in the class war, and usually closed, "Our duty is not to mourn, but to go on where fellow worker left off, determined to show the ruling class that his work has not been in vain." H. In the eyes of the WW, the capitalist class was the ruling class and the government was its tool. Existing laws and institutions were the creation of the owning class. The army, the police, and the militia were all allied with the capitalist class against the workers. So was the church. Lawyers were a lot of parasites who fed out of the workers' money. The courts were merely the agencies of the capitalists, and many wobbly defendants showed complete disdain for the courts by conducting a silent defense, refusing to defend themselves. Any wobbly sent to jail for his views or acts was considered a class war prisoner. I glory in going to jail. It's for the cause. An IWW member sent to prison for contempt of court in Sacramento was quoted as having told the judge, "It's an honor to be arrested on this kind of a charge," the judge was told by Leo Stark, a Jewish WW leader arrested in Duluth for violating a ban against free speech, for Jesus himself was a persecuted Jew. The headline in the following day's Duluth News Tribune read, "A jailed WW calls it honor." Class-conscious workers had to accept the fact that they would go to jail. Indeed, as more workers went to jail, its terror would disappear. Hence workers, in most cases, should not pay fines. To pay fines rather than go to jail, in case of labor troubles, unless in the most unusual and peculiar circumstances, is an act of downright scabbery on the revolutionary working class. 35. The jail was to be used as an educational center. In the city jail, went a report in the Seattle Post-Intelligencer of February 26, 1913, all the IWWs are placed in one large cell. Regular service is in continual session. The solidarity of man, the Russian Brotherhood, the capitalist class and the working man are subjects of preachment and discussion. That all may be given a chance to be converted to their belief, every opportunity is taken by the prisoners. When the city jailer opens the outer wooden door to admit more of the organization who have just arrived, the barred interior door is filled with faces of IWWs from top to bottom, shouting short sermons on what will happen when the organization comes to its own. Most wobblies would have agreed with Jack London's comment, "Some of us have learned our socialism at a jumbie going to jail. That's the way I got my socialism. And I tell you these conditions are great educators for socialism." 36. UN favor of BLC court decisions against the wobblies were taken more or less for granted. After all, what can an WW expect in a capitalist court? Asked a wobbly in Solidarity of July 17, 1915. The only time we can expect anything favorable is when we are able to bring about economic pressure. However, the courtroom should be used to expose the capitalists and their agents, and, in speeches before the courts at the time of sentencing, the wobblies did exactly that. The following excerpts from a speech by a wobbly is typical. "I have seen you, judge and others of your kind, send them, the workers, to prison because they dared to infringe upon the sacred rights of property. You have become blind and deaf to the rights of man to pursue life and happiness, and you have crushed these rights so that the sacred rights of property should be preserved. Then you tell me to respect the law. I don't. I did violate every one of your laws and still come before you and say, to hell with the courts, because I believe that my right to live is far more sacred than the sacred right of property that you and your kind so ably defend." 37. Religion, patriotism, and morality. The LWW emphasized that its membership included workers of all religious faiths. The followers of the carpenter of Nazareth today he would be a member of the Building Constructors Industrial Union, followers of Muhammad, and followers of Confucius. It insisted, however, that its position was not affected by the religious ideas of any of its members. The church was a tool of the exploiting class. Although wobblies occasionally paid tribute to a clergyman who supported labor's cause, they generally viewed the majority of the long-haired preachers as betrayers of the workers' fight against the capitalists by inculcating a slavish acceptance of the status quo. One of the chief LWW criticisms of the AF was that it was unduly influenced by the Catholic Church. T had denounced the fact that Catholic priests attended AF conventions, some as fraternal delegates. The WW, on the other hand, was fortunate in being free of domination by both craft unionism and Catholicism. Each is equally opposed to the interests of the toilers, whose hope lies in an organization built upon a proletarian basis along the lines of industry. 3. The wobblies had a flag, a red one, and they urged the workers to live and die beneath the scarlet standard high. What could the flag of the United States mean to the workers when it was a country for the benefit of the capitalists? Solidarity declared that The workers have no country except as they make one, and that, the intelligent worker knows no such thing as, my country, and sheds his, native land, every time he takes a wash. Love of country, asked the industrial worker speaking for the Wobblies. They have no country. Love of flag? None floats for them. Love of birthplace? No one loves the slums. Love of the spot where they were reared? Not when it is a mill and necessity cries ever, move on. Love of mother tongue? They know but the slave driver's jargon whose every word spells wearisome toil followed by enforced idleness. The American flag, declared solidarity, has always a calm, fellow worker Christ, was used with frequency in the IWW press, and the clergy were advised to turn to history and be reminded that the hobo agitator of Nazareth and his outcast and tramp followers were a menace to the Roman Empire and to its civilization, to its religion and its patriotism. Solidarity, August 14, 1915. T for a discussion of the role of the Catholic Church in the AFL, c. Foner, Op. DT, Volume 3, pp. 2u16. Painted institutions of oppression against the workers. It had floated, over the industrial battlefields, of Homestead, Coeur d'Alene and Cripple Creek and other labor struggles, and just as long as the stars in Stripes arc used for such purposes as an emblem of oppression, just so long will red-blooded workers, socialists and others, refuse to accord it their respect. In an editorial entitled, The Glorious Fourth, Solidarity urge. Let us celebrate, not the Battle of Bunker Hill, but the Battle of Homestead, the first great labor war in the modern industrial CRA, 311. A special anti-patriotic issue of the Industrial Worker was published on March 28, 1912. It contains several articles devoted to the theme that patriotism was but one of several devices, whereby the employing class protect their stolen booty and enslave the workers for further exploitation. One article was devoted to the Boy Scout movement, a frequent target of the IWW. The growth of the movement was regarded as fraught with danger to the revolutionists, since it filled the minds of the children of the workers with capitalist rubbish. The IWW's anti-patriotic fervor was heightened by a shameful incident in Seattle in the summer of 1913. On the night of July 18, a mob of soldiers and sailors from the Pacific Reserve Fleet raided the headquarters of the IWW and the Socialist Party. With the Seattle police giving it smiles of approval, the mob, aided by civilians, sacked both headquarters, smashed the windows and doors, piled the furniture in the streets, and burned it in a huge bonfire. As it burned, an American flag was waved. The Seattle Post-Intelligencer reported with pride. Admiral Reynolds' sole comment on the disgraceful riot was to express relief that there had been no casualties. 40. A migratory worker summed up the IWW position on patriotism. You ask me why the IWW is not patriotic to the United States. If you were a bum without a blanket, if you had left your wife and kids when you went west for a job, and had never located them since, if you slept in a lousy, sour bunkhouse, and ate food just as rotten as they could give you and get by with it, if every person who represented law and order in the nation beat you up, railroaded you to jail, and the good Christian people cheered and told them to go to it, how the hell do you expect a man to be patriotic? 41. The IWW also rejected conventional notions of morality and preached the need for a new, proletarian morality. Vincent Street. John stated the theme bluntly, the question of right and wrong docs not concern us. This bare declaration evidently did not satisfy all members of the IWW, for the wobbly press found it necessary to discuss Street John's meaning in great detail. Out of the discussion emerged the following concept. According to the IWW, a proletarian and bourgeois morality existed side by side. The former was natural, the latter artificial, and existed solely for the purpose of keeping the proletariat in subjugation. Reality of the bourgeoisie had prevailed, but the IWW called for a new morality. New concepts of right and wrong must generate and permeate the workers. We must look on conduct and actions that advance the social and economic position of the working class as right ethically, legally, religiously, socially, and by every other measurement. That conduct and those actions which aid, helps to maintain and gives comfort to the capitalist class, we must consider wrong by every standard. Solely, Darity wound up the discussion with the terse comment, whatever advances working class interests is always right and whatever retards working class interests is always wrong, and that is the end of it. But how was the new, proletarian morality to be established? Joseph J. Etter gave the official answer. But, if history teaches right, we know this much: right and wrong are relative terms and it all resolves into a question of power. Cold, unsentimental power. 42. The one big union. The primary example of working-class power was the Revolutionary Industrial Union. Local industrial unions were combined into national indus. Trial unions and thence into industrial departments of related industries, which departments, taken together, composed the general organization, the one big union. In the eyes of many commentators, the one big union was synonymous with the IWW. This was certainly the case with many wobblies who were fond of signing letters, yours for the OBU. In 1905, when the IWW was launched, elaborate plans were laid for 13 industrial departments, but later revisions reduced the number to 6. A form of geographic division was also present through the creation of district industrial councils made up of representatives from all local industrial unions within a given area. These councils provided a direct link with the general organization and had the function of assuring complete industrial solidarity among all the workers of each industry. 48. In many areas of the country, however, the membership was not sufficiently large to permit the creation of locals formed on strictly industrial lines. Here, mixed locals, composed of members from different locals, were chartered. Originally, the mixed locals were viewed as merely temporary bodies to retain membership until sufficient numbers of people could be recruited to form a local on a purely industrial basis, after which it would go out of existence. But in actual practice in the West, the mixed local tended to become more and more the standard form of organization. This is hardly surprising. The Western wobbly was usually a migrant whose connection with any particular industry was likely to be a transient one. In a single year, his varied jobs might involve him in logging, construction, agriculture, and in mining. Except in a few industries, such as mining and lumbering, it proved to be impossible to recruit sufficient members to justify the creation of industrial locals, thus tending to give permanence to the mixed locals. 44. The mixed local thus came to consist of a number of permanent members who lived in a town known as Hall Cats, and groups of footloose rebels who drifted from job to job. The group was united not by links to any particular job, shop or industry, but rather by their common interest in the IWW. Somewhat akin to the mixed locals were the propaganda leagues. These too functioned mainly in the West. But whereas only wage workers could belong to the mixed locals, membership in the propaganda leagues was open to anyone, including non-wage workers, housewives, the self-employed and small businessmen. Plus members of other unions who worked where there were no IWW unions could also belong, as could members of the Socialist Party. In short, the propaganda leagues were like auxiliaries to the IWW and functioned solely for propaganda purposes. Soap boxing, for the principles of industrial unionism, vending IWW papers and literature, and supporting strikes. IWW or otherwise, which the members felt warranted their backing. 45. Despite its loose and haphazard structure, especially as exemplified by the mixed locals and the propaganda leagues, the OBU, the Revolutionary Industrial Union, in the eyes of the IWW, was, unlike craft unionism, in conformity with that of capitalist production, and scientifically in accord with changes in production methods wrought by the Industrial Revolution. The trust is the natural development of industrial progress, declared the industrial worker. So was its labor counterpart, the OBU. It was more than a form of labor organization embracing all workers, regardless of skill or tools, divided into separate departments. To the IWW it embodied a philosophy of the present, a vision of the future. It was revolutionary industrial unionism, providing the means by which the unity of the workers would be solidified to the end of furthering and ending the class struggle. 46 inches direct action, strike tactics, immediate demands. The primary method of struggle in class warfare, in the eyes of the IWW, was direct action, but the concept of direct action in the IWW was often so broad as to confuse members, and letters to the wobbly press complained, "It's about time that the mouthpieces of the IWW give a concise explanation of what the IWW means by direct." Brissenden lists 8 propaganda leagues in existence in 1914, all but 2 in the West. Op. Cit. Appendix V, pp. 358-63. There were a few others referred to in the IWW press and not listed by Brissenden, but as a whole the number 0 pounds. Propaganda leagues was not large. Because the leagues were not labor unions, they had no voting representation at WW conventions, nor could their members vote for organization-wide officers. Action. The industrial worker offered the following simple statement as the best definition. direct action, is any effort made directly for the purpose of getting more of the goods from the boss. Solidarity went into greater detail, explaining that direct action, contrasted with parliamentary action, either by begging capitalist lawmakers to put such laws on the statute books, or by electing their own representatives to legislative bodies. It then offered the following definition: direct action means dealing directly with the boss through your labor union. The strike in its different forms is the best known example of direct action. 47. Although the IWW occasionally used the boycott, the strike was considered the best example of labor's economic power. Conversely, strike breaking, scabbing on union members during a strike, was considered the worst crime a worker could commit and was the main cause of expulsion from the IWW. TDL. WW strike tactics are difficult to list in their entirety, for the Wobblies had a genius for improvising new tactics during the course of a struggle, thus continually setting new fashions in strike tactics. Indeed, apart from its free speech fights, the IWW became most famous for its strike tactics. The Wobblies rejected the idea that a strike should be a passive siege, in which workers stayed in their homes or hung about street corners until, after a period of weeks or months, the strike was declared either lost or won. Instead, the IWW introduced the idea of mass picketing, mass parades, and demonstrations. The theory was that unless each striker was given something to do, the workers could easily become demoralized. Through mass activity, however, the strikers draw courage from one another, feel their common interest, and realize the necessity of solidarity. 48. IWW strike tactics were designed to educate the workers, through experience, to the realities of the class struggle. "We learn to fight by fighting," wrote Mary Marcy in a pamphlet published by the IWW. The industrial worker, however, gave the official position. The industrial workers of the world always has one fundamental aim in view when going on strike. Other aims and purposes may be at times, in fact generally are the most widely advertised and better known. Decent camp conditions, shorter work days, larger wages, the release of class war prisoners and other things may be put to the front as the main. The IWW sometimes advised members and sympathizers to boycott an entire community during strikes and free speech fights. Boycotts against specific companies were very rare. One was projected during a strike against the Universal Motion Picture Film Company in June 1914. The WW Strike Committee announced, "We are going to boycott every theater owned by the Universal or showing Universal films in the United States." Solidarity, June 27, 1914. This did not apply only to IWW strikes. Among men listed in the IWW press as expelled for strikebreaking were those found guilty of crossing picket lines set up by non-1 WW unions. The WW docs not stand for mutual scabbing or reprisals, the General Secretary-Treasurer explained. Industrial Worker, Dec. 8, 1910. Cause of the strike. But back of them all and vastly overshadowing them all in importance is the fundamental thing for which we strike, raising the standard of consciousness and aggressiveness of the working class. 49. In this sense, of course, no strike was lost no matter what the outcome. "Strike when you like and wherever you like" was a key slogan of the IWW. But definitely not as long as you like. The strike, in the eyes of the IWW, was the main weapon of the working masses, but the superior economic power concentrated in the hands of the capitalist class made long fights impractical. The IWW never had and usually did not believe in large treasuries. Solidarity claimed that the IWW did not object to creating a war chest in strikes, but believed that many craft unions were wrong in stressing that, by a big treasury alone a union can wage a successful battle against their more powerfully organized and more financially resourceful employers. The key to victory lay in the solidarity of the workers and not in any war chest. The industrial worker was more forthright. "Being a fighting organization, we place but little faith in well-filled treasuries. They invariably lead the workers to rely upon the money rather than their own efforts, and demoralization results." The most conservative unions are always those with the largest treasuries. Hence the IWW usually paid no strike, out of work, sickness or death benefits practices which were summarily rejected as coffin unionism. James P. Thompson, a leading IWW organizer, explained how the IWW financed its strikes. An appeal for funds is sent to all friends of labor. Lectures are organized in which the hat is passed around in aid of the strikers. A relief committee is appointed for the IWW. Does not pay cash strike benefits. Relief committees receive applications from destitute working men for food, clothing and shelter and investigate the cases. All unmarried strikers are served free meals at soup kitchens. Married strikers receive orders for food supplies, greater than one. Under these circumstances, long, drawn-out battles with the employers could not be readily supported. "We want a strike that is short and sweet," was a typical remark by an IWW organizer. Or as an LWW committee in California put it, "We want no long drawn-out starvation strike. If we should fail to win our demands in a few days, let us go back to the job and get wages while we strike on the job." 2. The strike on the job would usually come when the formal strike seemed lost. Then the Wobblies returned to work, abruptly ending their formal strike. Announcing that they were taking the strike to the job, they continued to harry the employers and to restrict production. They would follow foreman's orders to ludicrous, work stoppage extremes or stand idle when minor decisions were required. Fired for these dilatory tactics, the Wobblies moved to other jobs and repeated their tactics. Reprinting this statement, the Toledo union leader called it "Soup House." Unionism, an elaborate system of beggary, September 20, 1912. The IWW claimed many advantages for the strike on the job. Authorities could no longer arrest strikers and pickets because every worker had ostensibly returned to work. The IWW had no longer to think of ways of dealing with scabs, because even the strikers worked. The IWW also rid itself of financial responsibility because, much against their will, the companies were forced to run the commissary department of the strike. 53. Since there was obviously no community of interest between workers and employers, the WW stressed that it was necessary to struggle continually against the latter. When you join the IWW, solidarity reminded the workers, you are enlisting for a war. A bitter war. The war waged by the WW against the capitalists could result neither in victory nor defeat until the final triumph of the workers, nor could it be settled. If the workers' demands were accepted, work was resumed, but this was neither a triumph nor a settlement. It was only the closing of one more phase of the class struggle. IWW members did not consider themselves bound by the employer's consent to their demands. 114 Most often, new demands were already underway before the strikers returned to their jobs. At a time when many unions were fighting tenaciously for union recognition on the ground that without it the workers could not protect themselves adequately since employers would repudiate every concession made in a strike unless they were bound by a written agreement, the IWW rejected the whole concept of a labor management contract. No contracts, no agreements, no compacts, Haywood declared. These are unholy alliances, and must be damned as treason when entered into with the capitalist class. In 1912, an LWW local in Great Falls, Montana, signed a contract with employers. This horrified the leaders of the IWW and the charter of the local was immediately revoked by the GEB. By its action, the members were informed, the GEB saved the IWW itself from dishonor, disgrace and so forth that would necessarily have occurred had this local remained in the IWW with a contract with the employing class. The Philadelphia Marine Transport Workers. Local 3 was pointed to as an example of an IWW union which maintained permanent organization without a contract by requiring all to wear monthly work buttons. 511. In the eyes of the IWW, labor management contracts, or holy alliances, were typical of job or business unionism and revealed a lack of confidence in the ability of the rank and file to keep and maintain the union. In any case, the employers paid no attention to union contracts unless the union was strong enough to enforce them, and when the advantage of business conditions that might offer a good chance for reinforcing their demands. The workers, in any event, were indispensable. The plants could not operate without them, contract or no contract. Moreover, Conter 1.CTS bred the feeling that once the strike was over, the class struggle on the job was ended. But as St. John put it, in justifying the stand against contracts, no terms with an employer are final. All peace so long as the wage system lasts is but an armed truce. At any favorable opportunity the struggle for more control of industry is renewed. 56. The protocol, a regularized system of airing grievances, was also condemned by the WW. It allowed the employers and the leaders of the union to act together against the workers, the former are interested in peace for profit's sake, the others for the sake of assuring a steady income of dues without taking any of the risk involved in the class struggle. The checkoff, under which the employer deducted the union dues from the workers' wages, was also condemned. Where, asked the Wobblies, under such an arrangement, was there any solidarity of the workers, any dedication to the revolutionary cause? The wobbly answer was that there was none. 117 inches a labor organization to correctly represent the workers, declared in IWW pamphlet, must have two things in view. First, it had to combine the wage workers in such a way that it can most successfully fight the battles and protect the interests of the workers of today in their struggles for fewer hours of toil, more wages and better conditions. Second, it had to offer a final solution of the labor problem and emancipation from strikes, injunctions, bullpens, and scabbing against one another. Such an organization, it made it clear, was the WW. Solidarity explained why in one sentence, the WW is organizing for pork chops in the present and for a new social system. Criticizing Wobblies who argued that it was a waste of time and energy to fight for higher wages and shorter hours and that everything should be geared to achieving the whole cooperative commonwealth at once, it cited Karl Marx to support its view that the struggle for such demands was a necessary step on the path leading to the new society. With every strike for higher wages and shorter hours, the workers were being drilled in the class struggle and prepared for the final abolition of the wage system and labor getting the full product of its toil when capitalism shall have been overthrown. To be sure, the WW had to make it clear that it fought for higher wages and shorter hours, merely as a palliative but by no means as a cure. But the experience of past labor organizations had proved that it was impossible to get the workers organized by telling them about the industrial republic we are going to have maybe 100 years from now. But get better conditions now, and we will be able to get more radical dope into THCM. 58. But some Wobblies charged that the WW was betraying the workers. Would immediately raise the price of goods to equal the rise in wages, so that the wage gains earned by some workers would come out of the pockets of other workers. And 2. A strike for higher wages distracted the working class from the real task, the overthrow of capitalism, and bred illusions among the workers that it was really impossible to improve their conditions under capitalism. Many of the replies to these critics based their answers on Marx's value, price and profit, pointing out that he had already demolished the specific objections to the struggle for higher wages, and had admonished the workers not to abandon this struggle because, by cowardly giving way in their everyday conflict with capital, the workers would certainly disqualify themselves for the initiating of any larger movement. But a more direct answer was, higher wages is what we want now, and if the rise in wages didn't really mean anything to the working class, would the bosses kick so against it? 159. In 19N the IWW initiated a drive to line up the working class in a national demonstration for the 8-hour day to take place in a year, on May 1, 1912 May Day. The Portland, Oregon, locals, in cooperation with the Socialist Party of the city, launched the campaign in January 19N, and asked the help of the Socialist Press, the Socialist Party, all locals of the AFL, and all other organizations interested in the welfare of the working class. Industrial Worker endorsed the call, and began carrying as its top banner headline on every issue the slogan, "Fight for the 8-hour day." By July 19th an 8-hour day conferences and 8-hour leagues, under the sponsorship and leadership of the IWW, were formed in a number of cities, and 8-hour stickers were printed and distributed which read, "I won't work more than 8 hours. After May 1st, 1912. How about you, 60? But at the 6th IWW convention, held in Chicago in September 1911, James P. Thompson recommended that the designated date for the 8-hour strike be dropped, emphasizing the futility of trying to carry this agitation to a successful culmination in such a short time. The May Day was celebrated annually by the IWW. Labor Day was for the labor fakers and other lackeys of capitalism. It has no significance as a protest, carries with it no promise, and is not borne up by any ideals. Let us boycott it. Solidarity. May 1st, 1915. Vention, heeding this advice, voted to strike out the date of May 1st, 191, as the 8-hour action day. Thompson recommended a systematic course of action to be carried on for 8 hours by stickers and otherwise, and when the time is advantageous to set a date for its conquest. E1. While the IWW did not again attempt to proclaim one particular day for the inauguration of shorter hours, it never dropped the issue from its demands. The general strike in the new society. IWW strikes were fought to improve the economic welfare of the workers. Strike issues were higher wages, shorter hours, and better working conditions. But every one of these strikes was a school in which the workers trained themselves. This training is most necessary to prepare the masses for the final catastrophe, the federal strike, which will complete the expropriation of the employers. 6. The idea of a general strike did not, of course, originate with the IWW. It appeared in England as early as 1817, although William Benbow of Manchester is generally credited with originating the idea, in about 1832, and it became a feature of the Chartist movement. The idea was debated by the Congresses of the First International and then faded away. It came to birth again in France in the 188 O's as part of the system of syndicalism. 63 in the IWW. The general strike was first mentioned at the founding convention, where it was advocated by Lucy E. Parsons, widow of Albert R. Parsons, one of the Haymarket martyrs, and the Industrial Workers Club of Chicago. But the majority of the delegates were not prepared to endorse a general strike, and the proposals died for lack of support. 64 by 1910, and more especially in 1911, advocacy of the general strike began to appear quite regularly in the IWW press. It was urged 1. As a tactic in labor's guerrilla warfare with capitalism, especially to force favorable court decisions, and 2. As the means of achieving final emancipation. LWW publications and speakers seldom went into great detail in describing the various theoretical aspects of the general strike, especially as advanced and developed by European theoreticians. In a speech in 19N, Haywood, who was the author of the IWW publication, The General Strike, confessed, "I must admit to you that I am not well posted on the." As early as February 5, 1910, the industrial worker listed 4 types of strikes in the armory of the WW. We have the partial strike, the highway strike, the irritant strike, and the general strike, less than greater than nay continual series of skirmishes with the enemy. The passive strike was defined by Solidarity as one in which the workers do not leave the shop, but temporarily suspend work pending the adjustment of some grievance. July 2, 1910. For all its talk of the general strike, it was unions affiliated with the AFL and not the IWW which conducted the only general strike of this period. This was the general strike in Philadelphia in 1910, which will be discussed in the next volume. Theories advanced by J.R.'s, Vandervelde, Kautsky and others who write and speak about the general strike. But I am not here to theorize, not here to talk in the abstract, but to get down to the concrete subject, whether or not the general strike is an effective weapon for the working class. TT 111. Haywood then went on to develop the thesis that American experience alone proved that the general strike was an effective weapon. The IWW's notion about the general strike was extremely simple. When a sufficient number of workers had been organized and trained, through strikes for immediate demands, it would be possible to achieve the seizure of industry in a single blow. Instead of walking out on strike, the workers would stay on the job and conduct a sit-down strike in all industry. We fold our arms. The mills close. Industry is at a standstill. We then make our proposition to our former masters. It is this: we, the workers, have labored long enough to support idlers. From now on, he who would not toil, neither shall he eat. We tear down to build up, say. But there were those who asked what would prevent the capitalists from using their state power and calling in the military to crush the workers. Charles E. Ruthenberg, Cleveland socialist and later secretary of the Communist Party, put it concisely: the trouble with the IWW theorizing is that it overlooks entirely the fact that in the very process of organizing industrial unions and carrying on their strikes, they run into opposition to the organized power of capitalism as embodied in the state. It is an illusion to think that the capitalists will fail to use their state power to check the development of these unions and defeat them in their strikes. But the IWW dismissed such arguments with the contention that the workers, through their economic power alone, could paralyze the capitalists' state power. As for the use of the military to crush the general strike, the IWW had a ready, if hardly convincing, answer. With the same power industrial control that the workers take over the industries, they can cut off the supplies and transportation facilities of the army. 67. Not all IWW leaders believed in the general strike as the means for emancipation. Vincent Street. John, Secretary-Treasurer from 1908 to 1914, does not even mention it in his official The LWW, Its History, Structure and Methods, published in 1913. Those who did believe in it were never very clear on what the workers would do after the strike. The industrial worker was at least frank when it conceded that it did not know. To try to settle the question of just what we will do on the day after the general strike is like a man with black hair trying to foretell just when his hair will turn gray. Time alone will tell. Meanwhile, it urged Wobblies to educate themselves with technical and managerial knowledge, so as to be prepared to operate industry after the general strike. 68. What exactly the new society, in the post-revolution world variously called the Workers' Commonwealth, the Industrial Commonwealth, the Cooperative commonwealth, industrial democracy, industrial communism would be like was also not made very clear. 1 Wobbly, in justifying the IWW refusal to draw up detailed blueprints of the future, wrote, "Of course, we can't give a full and detailed plan of the whole structure. It must be sufficient to mark the tendency of production carried on by the unions. We dare go no further if we want to avoid landing in utopia." Solidarity added that, "The details must depend upon the future development of society." 69. Within these limitations, IWW writers did attempt to speculate on the structure of the new social order. From the time of the Fourth Convention, 1908, the preamble to the IWW's constitution had concluded with the statement, "By organizing industrially we are forming the structure of the new society within the shell of the old." Basing themselves on this principle, the wobbly theoreticians emphasized that the foundation of the new society was already being laid by the IWW. The industrial union furnishes a means of carrying on industry when capitalism is overthrown, and predicates the disappearance of the state. Present political geographical divisions will die out under an industrially managed form of society. Thus the state would vanish. Industrial divisions alone will remain. In the new society, everyone would have to be a useful producer, or as one wobbly put it more picturesquely, "He who works not, neither shall he stick his feet under the table when the dinner bell ringeth." Each would be organized into an appropriate industrial union and all would be members of the industrial workers of the world. Representation would be by the method of voting for delegates from one's industrial union. In this way a functional democracy would be preserved. By means of the industrial franchise, which gives the vote to all useful workers in their productive capacity, by means of industrial representation, which gives us expert public servants from every line of human activity, and by means of the resulting industrial administration, we propose to anchor all power for all times to come with the deep layers of the people who do the useful work with hand and brain, so that it cannot possibly slip away from them and give rise to another system of class rule. 70. All this added up to industrial democracy. This government will have for its legislative halls the mills, the workshops and factories. Its legislators will be the men in the mills, the workshops and factories. Its legislative enactments will be those pertaining to the welfare of the workers. The entire structure would be managed by the workers who would also determine the amount of production and its distribution. 71. While wobblies differed among themselves as to the exact nature of the structure and operation of the new society, there was complete agreement as to the superiority of this society over capitalism. No more prostitutes. Girls will no longer sell their bodies when they can get for themselves the full product of their labor. Crime will disappear as the incentive for it is taken away. Poverty cannot exist where all are workers and none are shirkers. Children instead of working in the mills will be in the schools. Mothers will no longer dread the ordeal of motherhood from economic reasons. We will grow physically, intellectually and morally. A new race will result, a race that will live for the joy of living. A race that will look with horror upon the pages of history that will tell of our present-day society. There would be community dining rooms, theaters, shops, factories and services, art galleries and libraries, all owned and managed by industrial unions. The workrooms will be superior to any ever conceived. Your work chairs will be Morris chairs, so that when you become fatigued you may relax in comfort. In addition to improved working conditions, the inventive genius of the human race can be enabled to blossom forth as never before in the history of mankind. Art and literature would also flourish, for talents would no longer be held in check by a master class. Greater leisure, too, would allow for a more widespread development of latent creative talents. The dread problems of sickness and old age would be eliminated. 72. This vision of a new society suddenly brought within reach shared more of the charismatic dreams of Edward Bellamy than the theories of Marx and Engels. In his novels Looking Backward and Equality, Bellamy also envisaged a new society owned and managed by industrial armies, whose guilds were to run America. But both Marx and Engels emphasized again and again that to achieve communism the proletariat must take political power. Through the dictatorship of the proletariat, the transition would be achieved from capitalism to the abolition of all classes and to a classless society. 73. This Marxian stress on the necessity of political action by the proletariat to gain control of the state apparatus and of the dictatorship of the proletariat for the achievement of communism was completely absent in the thinking of the IWW. The Wobblies, of course, rejected political action, had no conception of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and regarded industrial unions as the means of achieving the future classless society and the apparatus for operating it once achieved. To all who criticized the program as utopian, the WW had a ready answer. These things are to be. No force can stop them. Armies will be of no avail. Capitalist governments may issue their mandates in vain. The power of the workers industrially organized is the only power on earth worth considering. Once they realize that power, classes will disappear, and in their place will be the only useful members of society, the workers. It was all so very simple. But then, as Haywood put it, socialism is so plain, so clear, so simple that when a person becomes intellectual he doesn't understand socialism. 74. Concept of leadership. The manifesto calling the 1905 constituent meeting of the IWW declared that in the new organization, all power should rest in a collective membership. 711. This doctrine was largely ignored in the early years of the IWW. But after the removal of Daniel de Leon, the theory that emerged was that leadership must not be based on any one or several individuals but must be a collective leadership. That the leadership must arise from the workers and remain, at the same time, with the workers. A Kansas City wobbly put it succinctly in defending himself in court on a street-speaking charge. Every man in our organization has as much power and as much right as any other member. We have no Samuel Gompers. We follow no Moses out of the bulrushes. It has been said, Haywood once wrote, that every institution is but the lengthening shadow of a single man. This is not true when speaking of the industrial workers of the world. 76. To be sure, for many years the figure of Big Bill so dominated the public image of the IWW that he was even called Mr. IWW, but Haywood always insisted, we are all leaders. 77. Basically, the LWW slogan, we are all leaders, was designed to eliminate the faultiness of constitutional provisions that invest the AF of L officialdom with practically arbitrary power, and to ensure that union officials are regarded as servants rather than rulers of the organized workers. But as one student has correctly noted, it led to a contempt for honest, courageous leadership, to confusion among the membership and to an individualistic approach to the problems and tactics of the union. 78. Suspicion of any authority in the hands of leadership became a fixed characteristic of many wobblies. Leaders of the IWW had to expect regular attacks from within the ranks. Some of the examples of suspicion of leadership are so ridiculous as to be almost unbelievable. Fred Hesselwood, editor of The Industrial Worker, came under attack because he owned his own home, and a secretary of the Spokane IWW barely survived a recall vote because he wore a diamond ring, which he explained was left him by his mother as a keepsake in memento. 79. One of the arguments for low fees and dues was that it would keep the IWW officials from fattening their wallets. Another manifestation of suspicion of leadership was illustrated in the demand to set severe constitutional limits to offices' terms. Yearly elections of officers were provided for in the original Constitution, but this was not enough to satisfy. Some commentators believed that the title, Mr. IWW, belonged more properly to Vincent Street John, on the ground that it was he who really led the movement when the IWW reached the crest of its power and directed most of its operations. The man who built the IWW was Vincent Street John, writes a former wobbly in his memoirs, Thomas J. Bogard, My Memories of the IWW, unpublished manuscript in possession of the author, page 146. The anti-leadership elements. In 1902, a series of resolutions from several locals called for restrictions on the number of terms an officer could serve. One resolution, from Kansas City, demanding a 2-term limit, was accompanied by the explanation that the IWW advertised itself as having no leaders, yet, some of our officers have become professional officials of the revolution. This, according to the local, was dangerous because re-election of officers led to lazy members, dependent upon their officials instead of themselves. 80. Before 1919, when a 1-year maximum term provision was finally adopted for the full organization, this demand did not get very far. But the whole controversy diverted energies needed for building the organization into endless squabbles over the limitations to be placed on leadership. Yet the demand for a limitation on the term of officers was mild compared with the program of the decentralizers, the most vehement and noisiest of the anti-leadership element, a particularly influential force on the Pacific Coast, especially in California. Not only did they favor term limits to officers' tenure, but a number of them wanted to do away with all officers in the general administration, abolish the General Executive Board and the post of General Organizer and replace them with a stenographer who would handle correspondence between locals. What have they, GEB members and the General Organizer, accomplished besides sign charters with rubber stamps, draw salary and mileage? Why have them? Another demand was for abolition of the annual convention and substitution for it of the initiative and referendum. The convention was defined as class government. A working-class union which elects representatives to such conventions, thereby vests its economic power in a political sovereign. Therefore the local union no longer has power, but has surrendered its power to its representatives. Representative government is in its structure class government. The position of the decentralizers was accurately summed up by John Penkner in opposing their demands. No executive board, no headquarters, no dues, no cards, no secretaries, no convention, and no organization. 81. Almost every issue of the Industrial Worker contained at least one article or resolution demanding decentralization of the national administration and greater autonomy for the Pacific Coast locals. In February 1910, a Pacific Coast Conference was held at Portland to set up a regional organization for the purpose of gaining a greater degree of autonomy from the tyranny of the General Executive Board. A Pacific Coast District organization was established at the conference, which planned to put 3 organizers and 1 secretary in the field working out of a Western office. 82. Nothing came of the PCDO, as the regional organization was called in WW circles, but at the 8th National Convention in 1913, the Western delegates set up a clamor against bureaucratic control by the national organization. They proposed to abolish the General Executive Board, to cut down the financial support of the General Office, to abolish the convention and substitute for it the initiative and referendum, to place agitators under the direct control of the rank and file, and to make the general officers mere clerical assistants. But the majority of the delegates rejected this anarchistic philosophy of organization. Except for securing a provision for initiative and referendum, the movement came to nothing. Nevertheless, the GEB warned. We find a situation in the West that if continued means the complete disruption of the only industrial organization in the world. In time of strike the decentralized ECRS, sit around the hall talking of what ought to be done or devising means to do away with the general headquarters. It is impossible, however, to get them out on the picket line to fight the boss. They will talk of sabotage and direct action but leave it to the boss to use on the few who take up the fight. If this condition continues, the IWW will die of dry rot. 83. The decentralization issue remained to haunt the LWW well into the 20s. But in the years before the First World War, it was overshadowed by the organizational work conducted by the IWW. In these activities the Wobblies shelved their disagreements over leadership and presented a united front to the class enemy. In the Journal of Social History, Spring, 1971, page 299, labor historian Joseph G. Rayback contends that the IWW was not conscious of nationality or race unless the race was Asiatic. It rejected Asians. That prejudice would lead me to conclude that the IWW would have rejected Negroes if any appreciable number of Negroes had worked in the textile centers of the East or in the fields, forests, and camps of the West. A more unjustified conclusion can hardly be imagined. The information in the pages above and in pages 232 to 57, 260, 272 alone should reveal how unjustified is Dr. Rayback's statement about Asian workers and his conclusion regarding the LWW's position on black workers. Since this chapter was written, I have developed further the discussion of the IWW and black workers, and my article, The IWW and the Black Worker, Journal of Negro History, Volume LV, January, 1970. Chapter 6, Ideology and Tactics. Judged in the light of reason, a union whose dues-paying membership in 1912 for the whole of the IWW, according to Vincent Street John, was only 25,000, could not be viewed as becoming the agency for the transformation of American society. But the Congressional Commission on Industrial Relations correctly observed that although the IWW's membership was small, as a spirit and a vocabulary, it permeates to a large extent enormous masses of workers, particularly among the unskilled and migratory laborers. In its own eyes the IWW represented the militant minority, whose activity made the small organization a force out of all proportion to its actual membership. The militant minority, it thought, was the real driving force in the labor movement of every country, and in the United States, it would prove to be the force to mobilize the American workers both for short-term struggles and for the ultimate battle for a new social system. We are the revolution, Haywood wrote in 1912, in an article entitled, The Fighting IWW. 1. Education. The duty of the militant minority was to promote class consciousness and solidarity among the workers, fostering in them a revolutionary spirit. This could be accomplished in 2 ways, education in theory and education in class warfare. In this way, the workers would become conscious of their power, would learn the class nature of the capitalist state, gain greater insight into the nature of the class struggle, and increase their solidarity. Such an education, the IWW believed, was essential before the doctrine of the militant minority was a leading feature of European anarcho-syndicalism. Not all IWW members favored the doctrine, believing that the idea of a revolutionary elite went counter to the principle of democratic trade unionism. However, Haywood and most of the other leaders of the IWW endorsed the principle of the militant minority. C.W. D. Haywood, The General Strike. Chicago, 1911, pp. U12, 147. It could achieve its ultimate purpose, complete surrender of industry to the organized workers, and necessary, too, for the effective operation of the new society. It will be the educated industrial unionists who will be at the posts when capitalism is abolished, and the industrial organization will be the administrating government of the working class. 2. The model IWW member was one who understood that one cannot be economically free unless he is intellectually free. This did not mean he was to be confused with the intellectual who is generally in the employ of the capitalist class, or with those who have always been long on theories and short on a knowledge of practical action. The workers had no need of assistance from such intellectuals. Only a worker could understand the workers and lead them, but to fulfill this role he had to be an educated worker. Point 3. IWW publications use the term intellectuals in two different ways. Intellectuals in general were regarded as servants of the capitalist class, and as such there was no room for them in the IWW. On the other hand, there was the working class intellectual who studied to serve the interests of the working class, to lead the revolution and to rule the cooperative commonwealth. IWW papers took delight in publishing reports of the amazement shown by college professors who heard wobbly speakers deliver talks upon a wide variety of subjects and reveal a remarkable understanding of complex economic and social questions. Intellectuals, so-called educators, professors and even scientists, were depicted as being afraid to debate with IWW speakers once they heard the wobblies speak. They ask, "Where did that fellow come from?" and shake their heads when told that he is but one of the many taken from the ranks. Carlton Parker of the University of California testified to the general accuracy of the wobbly speakers' use of statistics relating to the conditions of American workers. Presumably they were better acquainted with American social statistics than the academic class. However, IWW speakers were warned in the wobbly press against speaking over the head of the crowd. The most successful speaker is without doubt the man who uses the knowledge of economics in connection with current events, conditions on the job, strikes and incidents of the everyday worker's life, also uses the plainest and simplest language and sometimes goes so far as to tell a funny story to emphasize his point. 5. The IWW organized propaganda leagues and industrial education clubs for the purpose of education. It published hundreds of thousands of leaflets, many illustrated with simple but effective cartoons. It distributed pamphlets and stickers. The latter, printed with gummed backs, were sold by the thousand, $1 a thousand, usually by national headquarters and by locals and branches for general distribution to members, and advertised in the wobbly press with the slogan, "Stick 'em up everywhere." They were pasted on bunkhouses, boxcars, employment offices, shovel handles, etc. Some carried brief messages such as, "Sit down and watch your pay go up." Others summed up the IWW philosophy in a few short words such as, "Solidarity takes the whole works. Join the one big union.ne." IWW cartoons showed a worker striding up a path labeled, "Solidar ity," towards a sunrise labeled, "Cooperative Commonwealth," or a fat-jowled man with a silk top hat labeled, "Big Business," sitting on a pile of money labeled, "Product of the worker's sweat and toil." IWW newspapers featured a comic strip by Ernest Reeb of Minneapolis that depicted the stupidity of Mr. Block, a square-headed worker who tenaciously clung to the conviction that he and his employer shared economic interests in spite of his regular disillusionments. A pamphlet entitled Mr. Block, consisting of 24 cartoons, was distributed by the IWW. It was described as showing the different adventures of the average worker who has capitalist ideas. Just the thing to knock the scales off the eyes of the would-be scabs. The IWW staged hundreds of Sunday educational meetings and open forums, held classes, toured speakers who addressed street corner meetings and indoor mass meetings all over the country, opened union halls where workers could get their latest wobbly literature, held bull sessions on such subjects as improved machinery, a 1.1D unemployment, direct action, industrial versus craft unionism, the general strike, etc. Solidarity of April 17, 1915, announced a lecture tour by Elizabeth Gurley Flynn in the Midwest which included talks on small Families of Proletarian Necessity, Violence and the Labor Movement. Solidarity, Labor's Road to Freedom. The lectures were to take place in union and public halls and the admission ranged from 10 to 25 cents. On November 25, 1911, Solidarity reported that the IWW published 6 newspapers in 5 different languages throughout the country. By the end of 1912, the number had increased to 13: English, French, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, Russian, Polish, Slavic, Lithuanian, Hungarian, Swedish, Jewish, and Japanese. Most of these papers were short-lived, many never going beyond Volume 1, Number 1. The 2 principal and longest-lasting weeklies were Solidarity and the Industrial Worker. Solidarity, whose first issue appeared on December 18, 1909, and the last on March 18, 1917, was published by the local unions of the IWW at Newcastle, PA, and then by those in Cleveland and Chicago. It was, the IWW, of course, never bothered to reveal how many of these would-be scabs actually became scabs or why every worker with capitalist ideas was a would-be scab. The official LWW paper. The Industrial Worker, which began publication on March 18, 1909, and lasted until September 4, 1913. It started again in April, 1916, and is now the only English-language paper of the IWW. Was not then an official LWW paper. Published weekly in Spokane and Seattle in the years before World War I, it was described as a red-hot fearless working-class paper, which represents the spirit of the West, and was the organ of the Western one. WW. The logotype of both Solidarity and the Industrial Worker, as it was of most IWW papers, contained a symbol of the Northern Hemisphere over which were 3 stars labeled Emancipation, Education, and Organization. Above was the motto, "An injury to one is an injury to Ali." Solidarity rarely published its circulation figures. It claimed that it had printed and sold 12,000 copies of its special Lawrence Strike edition of March 2, 1912, but on August 7, 1915, stated that 75,000 copies had been sold of that issue. With such varying claims being fairly typical, it is hard even to guess at its circulation figures. The Industrial Worker, which published circulation figures, had a circulation in L92 of between 3,000 to 5,000 an issue. Its special 8-page issue of July 25, 1912, in connection with the Eder Giovannitti trial, ran to 75,000 copies and led the editor to boast that the printing breaks the world's record for a revolutionary wage workers' paper. By April 1917, the Industrial Worker was printing a regular issue of U to I2, U copies. 7L. WW pamphlets were on a high intellectual level. Their analyses of the histories and technological progress of the various industries were incisive and complete. Those dealing with evils within specific AF of L unions were well documented. One concluded, "Why, if horses were organized like the AF of L, we'd never get anywhere. One horse would be pulling forward with all his might, like a good labor leader, but one of the horses would be trying to go off to the side and another would be going backward. The fourth would probably jump right up in the driver's lap and help drive the other 3. The federation type of organization is vital to the bosses. Trade and craft unionism is doomed and will, through the inevitable laws of necessity, be supplanted by industrial unionism." 8. The most widely circulated IWW pamphlets were Sabotage, 3 different versions of the subject, Direct Action, William E. Troutman's Why Strikes Are Lost, How to Win, and Tactics or Methods, a copy of the last being given to every member of the organization. Greater Than and Is There, by Official Organ, was meant a paper issued and regularly financed by the General Executive Board and whose editor and business manager was elected by the entire IWW membership or hired by the GEB. The Industrial Worker simply announced that it was published by the GEB, however, it was financed by the General Organization in December 1910. Titles indicate, these pamphlets dealt primarily with tactics in the class struggle, and while they did not neglect theory entirely, they were essentially calls to action. Thanks to the members of the IWW who were migratory workers, LWW literature was disseminated all over the West. Thousands of books, pamphlets and papers are purchased by these workers, read and distributed by them wherever they go. An IWW paper boasted .10 as early as 1910. W.I. Fisher, an organizer, recommended that a library be set up in every wobbly hall to be composed of books, articles, and magazines on such subjects as improved machinery and methods of production, discoveries and application of science, general scientific knowledge, discussions on economics and public questions. A working-class movement based upon the knowledge of the workers' interest is invincible. 11. This advice was followed. Libraries were set up in many wobbly halls. The typical hall, especially in the West, usually contained dog-eared copies of Marx, Darwin, Spencer, Voltaire, Tom Paine, Jack London, and a wide variety of government documents. The list of books recommended for the libraries in the halls reveals a wide interest in economic and social subjects. Indeed, the compiler of a list of books, from among which can be selected a good collection for any camp for the workers to read after working hours, apologized for some of the less serious selections, writing, "Several arc fiction, but good never the LCSS." 12. Jack London's The Iron Heel was an exception, and was always popular among the wobblies. Entering a wobbly hall in the evening, wrote one commentator, one might sex several shabbily dressed young men reading books taken from the shelves of the library in the room. Others crouched over a makeshift stove brewing a mulligan stew, its ambitious odor permeating the hall. While they tended their supper, they argued some point in economics or religion. 1a. Many fellow workers put public libraries to extensive use. Wobblies in the West often spent their winters of idleness in the public libraries, and, although often lacking in formal education, became acquainted in this way with the works of Marx and Engels, Herbert Spencer, Charles Darwin, Lewis Henry Morgan, Frederick Jackson Turner, and other writings in economics, philosophy, and science. C.141. W. Songs. Joe Hill. To many wobblies the best educational material published by the IWW was the Little Red Songbook. There are 38 songs in the IWW Songbook. A wobbly organizer wrote in 1912, and out of that number 24 are educational, and I can truthfully say that every one of them is almost a lecture in itself. Some wobblies even went so far as to recommend that the IWW cease publishing pamphlets and other literature of an economic nature and concentrate solely on the songbook. During 1902 and 1912 the IWW press was filled with letters discussing the subject, song vs. education. Critics of the wide use of songs argued that an effective industrial union movement could not be built by going out in the streets and telling a few funny stories and singing ragtime songs a la Salvation Army. This brought the reply that songs inspired the workers and made them go into action, while the intellectuals were left in our halls, chewing the volumes of Karl Marx. Joe Hill, the great wobbly songwriter, argued that, if a person can put a few old, common-sense facts into a song and dress them, the facts up in a cloak of humor to take the dryness out of them, he will succeed in reaching a great number of workers who are too unintelligent or too indifferent to read a pamphlet or an editorial on economic science. 111. In May 1908, the Industrial Union Bulletin carried an article entitled, "The Value of Music in IWW Meetings," written F. I. Y. James Wilson. Local number 22, Spokane, Washington. Here in Spokane, he wrote, "For the last 2 or 3 months at our agitational meetings, we have had a few songs by some of the fellow workers. It is really surprising how soon a crowd will form in the street to hear a song in the interest of the working class, familiar as they are with the maudlin sentimental music of the various religionists. 16 in 1909, 4 songs, Hallelujah, I'm a Bum, and 3 parodies of the Salvation Army's gospel hymns when the roll is called up yonder, where the silver Colorado wends its way, and Where is my wandering boy tonight?" were printed in an XO-cent leaflet which grew into the famous Wobbly's Bible, the Little Red Song Book, with the subhead on the cover, "To Fan the Flames of Discontent." Published once a year, and sometimes more frequently, it soon proved to be a tremendous aid to organizational work. Here, the workers were informed, were songs of the miseries that are, songs of the happiness to be, songs that strip capitalism bare, show the shams of civilization, mock at the master's morals, scorn the smug respectability of the satisfied class, and drown in one glad burst of passion the profit patriotism of the plunderbond. 17 From 1909 to the present, the Wobbly songbooks have always printed, in addition to songs, poems, cartoons, and aphorisms, the IWW Preamble. Some of the poems in the LWW songbooks were never written with the idea of their being sung, but were just written as poems. Most of the Wobbly songs were set to popular song hits of the XGU. The latest edition of the IWW songbook is the 29th. It was issued in 1956 in commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the organization. A very full collection of the words and some of the music of the IWW songs appears in Rebel Voices, and WW Anthology, edited, with introductions, by Joyce L. Kornblue, Ann Arbor, Michigan, 1G64. The book also has an excellent section entitled, Language of the Migratory Worker, pp. 405-08. 1915 period, or to familiar gospel and revival hymns. Often musically illiterate, wobbly songwriters usually obtained their melodies orally. They had learned most of the hymns at street missions and from their contacts with the Salvation Army, the organization with which they often had to compete on street corners. Since the melodies of the hymns were frequently moving and melodic, the wobbly songmaker, hunting for a melody to fit a set of lyrics, simply acquired the tune. The IWW's most accomplished, most famous most prolific songwriter was Joe Hill. Born in Sweden, October 7, 1879, and christened Joel Haglund, he came to the United States in 1902 at the age of 23. For 10 years he worked at many jobs, during which time he changed his name to Joseph Hillstrom and became popularly known as Joe Hill. Meanwhile, he wrote poems, songs, bits of verse, all kinds of things. In 1910, Joe Hill joined the WW Local in San Pedro, Calif. A year later, while working as a dock walloper in San Pedro, he wrote his first known song, Casey Jones' The Union Scab, a parody of the original Casey Jones song which had appeared 2 years before. Written to assist the workers on strike on the South Pacific Line who were faced with defeat by the importation of scabs, the famous narrative ballad dealt with a scab who got a wooden medal for being good and faithful on the SP line. It told of the IWW's sabotage of Casey Jones' engine, his trip to heaven where he even went scabbing on the angels, his descent into hell, and the ignominious tasks assigned him there. Casey F1s, the devil said, oh fine. Casey phones, get busy shoveling sulfur. That's what you get for scabbing on the SP line. The song was an immediate success. Printed on colored cards which were sold to help the strike fund, the song assisted in keeping the strike alive. Within a few months it was being sung by workers in many parts of the country as migratory laborers carried it across the land. Casey Jones is the classic American song on the scab, and it is as widely known today as in the period when it was written. During the next 3 years, Joe Hill became one of the leading contributors to the Little Red Songbook, and by 1913 he was the most popular of the little band of poets and songwriters Richard Brazier, Ralph Chaplin, Laura Payne Emerson, Covington Hal Tilda James Connell, author of The Red Flag, composed during the London Dock Strike of 1889, and Charles Ashley whose works appeared in the pages of the songbook. The Preacher and the Slave, Where the River Fraser Flows, John Golden and the Lawrence Strike, Mr. Block, Scissor Bill, What We Want, The Tramp, There's Power in a Union, The Rebel Girl, inspired by Elizabeth Gurley Flynn and which Joe Hill hoped will help to line up the women workers in the OBU. Should I Ever Be a Soldier were some of the songs of Joe Hill which became famous as soon as they were published. As their titles reveal, Joe Hill's songs emerged out of actual conditions and struggles of the workers, were consciously written to be used as weapons in their struggles, and were sung on numerous picket lines during the heyday of the IWW. In her tribute to Joe Hill as a songwriter of the American labor movement, published in the May 22, 1915, issue of Solidarity, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn wrote, Joe writes songs that sing, that lilt and laugh and sparkle, that kindle the fires of revolt in the most crushed spirit and quicken the desire for fuller life in the most humble slave. He has crystallized the organization's spirit into imperishable forms, songs of the people, folk songs. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn's article was written just after she had visited Joe Hill in prison at Salt Lake City where he was awaiting execution. He had been convicted of the slaying on January 10, 1914, of John G. Morrison, a Salt Lake City grocer. The conviction was based on the flimsiest of evidence, all circumstantial, after a trial conducted in an atmosphere of hatred for the IWW organizer and troubadour. Joe Hill's lawyers summed up the situation aptly when they wrote in Solidarity of May 23, 1914, the main thing the state has against Hill is that he is in IWW and therefore sure to be guilty. Although the campaign to defend Joe Hill started as an IWW movement, it soon attracted wider support. Thousands of Americans and other thousands abroad were convinced that Joe Hill told the truth when he affirmed that he had nothing to do with the murder and that he was the victim of a frame up. So they joined in an international defense movement urging that the conviction be reversed or that Joe Hill be granted a new trial. At its 1915 convention, the AFL unanimously adopted a resolution which pointed out that Joseph Hillstrom, a working man of the state of Utah, and active in the cause of labor, had been sentenced to be shot. the grounds for this conviction and sentence appear to be utterly inadequate and that the rights of said Joseph Hillstrom did not have a fair and impartial trial. The resolution, in the name of the A.F.L., urged the governor of Utah to exercise his prerogative of clemency in this case, and to stop the execution of the said Joe Hillstrom, and that he be given a new and fair trial. By the spring and summer of 1915, the defense movement had grown to such proportions that President Woodrow Wilson twice asked Governor William Spry for justice and a thorough reconsideration of the case of Joseph Hillstrom. But the state authorities of Utah, fearing the rising militancy and organization of the workers for whom Joe Hill was an inspiring spokesman, decided that he had to die. On November 19, 1915, Joe Hill was executed, shot with 4 dum-dum bullets. At Joe Hill's funeral procession in Chicago, 30,000 people marched, and a news reporter asked, "What kind of man is this whose death is celebrated with songs of revolt and who has at his bier more mourners than any prince or potentate?" Joe Hill's songs answer this question. Several were written during his imprisonment, and these, like all of his other songs, show him as a class-conscious worker who concerned himself first and foremost with the problems confronting the American working class in its struggles against hunger and want. 18. The greatest importance of the Wobbly Songbook was the vehicle for conveying the basic sentiments and program of the IWW. Nothing, for example, expressed the IWW principle of solidarity better than the greatest song yet produced by American labor, Solidarity Forever, written to the tune of John Brown's Body by Ralph Chaplin, the artist, poet, workingman leader of the Chicago section of the IWW, and right-hand man to Big Bill Haywood. Even today one hears the stirring words at union meetings and on picket lines. It is we who plowed the prairies, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the work shops, endless miles of railroad laid. Now we stand outcast and starving, mid the wonders we have made. But the Union _S is strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union _S is strong. The IWW songwriters did their writing on their own time, during lunch hours, at night and often in jails. They paid for their own paper, ink and music sheets. They earned no royalties. Their sole reward was to help the struggle and the knowledge that their songs were being sung to advance it. And they were sung. The songs were heard everywhere at mass meetings, in the jungles, on the picket lines, during the Joe Hill's letters written while he was in prison also answer this question. C. Philip S. Foner, editor, The Letters of Joe Hill, New York, 1965. For a detailed study of the arrest, trial, imprisonment and execution of Joe Hill, as well as the great defense campaign in his behalf, see Philip S. Foner, The Case of Faux Hill, New York, 1965. Solidarity Forever, was published for the first time in Solidarity, January 9, 1915. It was originally known as Wage Workers Come Join the Union, Ralph H. Chaplin was imprisoned in 1918, sentenced to a 20 years term in Leavenworth under the Espionage Act. He emerged from prison a disillusioned man, regretting his earlier militant activities. This is reflected in his autobiography, Wobbly, published in 1948. Free Speech Fights. They were sung in the jails. Their steady, surging rhythms, their lilting melodies taken usually from familiar hymns or songs already well known to many workers, and their inspiring words, repeated over and over again, generated a fervor that was almost religious in its intensity. Even the least articulate of workers could join in these group songs and respond to them fully. By providing an outlet for the highly charged emotions during bitter struggles that might otherwise explode into individual acts of retaliation or anger, the songs lent firm support to the IWW's strategy of passive resistance. They gave the workers on the picket lines or at the corner meetings the collective courage to withstand the inevitable abuses heaped upon them by the police, the deputies, the militia, and the vigilantes. They welded individuals some with doubts and terrors and weaknesses into a dynamic and inexorable striking force. Like many IWW speakers and writers, Wobbly songwriters had a great gift for humor. They could even poke fun at themselves and their movement. Using bitter satire, ridicule and exaggeration, humorous and ribald parodies, they exposed the exploitation of the workers, the evils of the loan sharks, the hypocrisy of many clergymen, the smugness of charity societies, and the viciousness of the police, jailers, deputy sheriffs, and vigilantes. And in their elegies written for fallen comrades, they poured out their deep feeling for those who had fought valiantly for the cause. As one contemporary journalist observed of the IWW songs, crude though they may be in form, they nevertheless showed that the IWW movement was developing the poetry of the proletariat. They expressed with vigor the new spirit of revolt, and they spread economic ideas and social conceptions and inspirations that could not fail to reach and influence the feelings of large masses. 19. So highly did the IWW regard its songs that it viewed them as marking a real distinction between itself and the AF of L. The AF of L, with its over 2 million members, has no songs, no great poetry and prose, the Industrial Worker Observer on May 27, 1916. The IWW has a vast wealth of both, rising out of the toil and anguish of the disinherited. Only those who feel strongly and greatly break ip.to song. Only, the following item in the Duluth News Tribune of July 27, 1916, could be quoted almost word for word from scores of newspapers throughout the country. As the accused men were taken to their cells last night, they were in a merry mood and singing IWW melodies. Wobbly humor could make a small book by itself, for the IWW has been one of the few revolutionary groups noted for its sense of humor. Here is one example that could go into such a book. It is a brief editorial squib on the death of J. P. Morgan, entitled, "Out, Damn Spot." It read, "A wireless dispatch from Heaven states that Soul Scrubbers Union No. 1 is on strike in resentment against the impossible task of removing the many foul spots on Morgan's soul. Industrial. Worked. R. May 15, 1913. Great movements marking turning points in the history of humanity have produced great songs, appealing to the masses because they voice the inarticulate feelings and aspirations of the masses. The WW songs were not written by sideline poets. They were written by men and women who understood the problems and hardships of the workers because they themselves were workers. They gave poetic and musical voice to thousands of other workers, and left behind one of the great heritages of the American labor movement: syndicalism, sabotage, violence. Probably no organization in America was so feared and hated by the respectable elements in society as the WW before and during the First World War, and the degree of fear and hatred which it enkindled in the employers amounted almost to insanity. Against us, wrote the Industrial Worker on July 1916, were hurled the poisoned darts of ridicule, misstatement, abuse and slander. The initials, WW, were derisively translated into, "I won't work, I want whiskey," irresponsible wholesale wreckers. The press made frequent use of these epithets, heaped vitriol on the Wobblies, lampooned them as the "I won't work clan," and denounced them as bums, saboteurs, revolutionaries, wandering Bedouin of crime. AF of L leaders joined in the campaign of slander. John Keene, president of the Pacific District of the International Longshoremen's Association, sent a letter to 50 of his locals in 1912 in which he warned them against the IWW, which to my mind stands for irresponsible wholesale wreckers. 2 degrees. Many of the attacks on the WW were local in nature, applying only in certain specific situations and used to inflame a particular area or community against the organization. But 2 charges were repeated and again from one end of the country to the other. The first of these emphasized the foreign origins of the IWW's ideas. Its teachings and aims are derived from the syndicalists and anarchists of France, and it holds the German Karl Marx as its idol and guide. The second charge accused the Wobblies of being dedicated primarily to the use of violence to gain their ends. Violence is the only stock in trade of the IWW. 21 The 2 main accusations were frequently buttressed with quotations from IWW publications which appeared to give them a certain basis in fact. But, in reality, they were distortions of the true ideas and motives of the organization. Tion of Things by Unionized Labor. As we have seen, French syndicalism did influence several of the men who played a leading role in shaping the early IWW. Yet there were important differences between the IWW and the French syndicalists. A basic difference was in the attitude to dual unionism. The French revolutionists believed in working within the structure of the unions in the General Confederation of Labor or CGT. The Wobblies, on the other hand, constituted themselves as a rival union to the AF of L, refusing to have anything to do with the unions affiliated with the Federation and rejecting the doctrine of boring from within. Tom Mann, English syndicalist leader, declared in 1912 that the IWW's antagonism to existing trade unions disqualified it as a syndicalist organization. William Z. Foster, who advocated the policy of boring from within, as a member of the IWW, and when this doctrine was rejected, became the founder of the Syndicalist League of North America, called the IWW, industrial socialism, as distinct from syndicalism, and agreed with Mann that the utilization of the existing unions was essential to syndicalism. Moreover, while the IWW, except in the case of the mixed locals, organized only on industrial union lines, French syndicalism incorporated craft unionism. 23. It is clear, therefore, that there is no basis to the charge that the French syndicalist movement was the father of the IWW and that after 1908 the Wahhabis and the French syndicalists were closely interrelated. Nevertheless, it would be equally incorrect to ignore the intellectual kinship that did exist between the IWW and the European, particularly the French syndicalists. For one thing, the official journals of the IWW featured news of the French syndicalist movement, along with events of the syndicalist movement in other countries, and frequently headed these reports with the statement, "Le syndicalisme in France is industrialism in America." Its principles are substantially those of the IWW in America. Industrial unionism was often defined in the IWW press as syndicalism. Several of the IWW leader tilde especially Street, John Troutman, and Haywood repeatedly emphasized that it is along the lines of the French syndicalists that the industrial workers of the world proposes to organize, and that the IWW represents in even more advanced forms and in tactics the principles as espoused by T.Ly syndicalists of France. 23. These leaders certainly helped to permeate the IWW with the syndicalist philosophy that the trade unions, in contrast to political organizations, would be the instrument by which the workers would take control of the means of production through the general strike. To be sure, most members of the LWW were not attracted to the organization primarily because of the syndicalist philosophy. The appeal of the IWW to its adherents lay basically in its readiness to do something about immediate injustices and in the solutions it offered to existing conditions in the American scene. Nevertheless, the members did learn of the doctrines of syndicalism once they were in the organization, and, in the main, they accepted them. The influence of French syndicalism on the IWW increased noticeably after Haywood's European visit late in 1910 as a Socialist Party delegate to the Labour and Socialist Congress of the Second International at Copenhagen. In the course of his sojourn in Europe, he conferred with Tom Mann and with leading French syndicalists of the CGT. It was after this visit that the pamphlet Sabotage by Tildemile Pouget, editor of the official organ of the French Confederation of Labour, was translated and distributed by the IWW. About the same time, the IWW distributed among its members copies of Sorel's Reflections on Violence. In 1911 and 1912, the Industrial Worker and Solidarity carried numerous articles on French syndicalism and discussions by IWW leaders and members on direct action, sabotage, and the general strike. Early in 1913, Solidarity carried, in several issues, an English translation of French Syndicalism by Leon Jouot, secretary of the CGT 24. One thing is definite. The basic nature of the IWW was that of a syndicalist organization. This is true even though there were fundamental differences on major issues between the French syndicalists and the IWW, and even though the IWW often went out of its way to make it clear that industrialism is not syndicalism, though they have much in common, and that the IWW form of organization was superior to and preferable to syndicalism. 211 Basically there was no difference on most fundamental issues between the syndicalists and the industrial unionists. Both agreed that capitalism must be destroyed and with it the political state must be overthrown, that these ends could only be accomplished by the working class itself, that these goals could not be obtained through political action but only as a result of the direct action of the workers, that society was to be reconstructed by the workers and economic exploitation thereby abolished, and that in the new society, the unions of the workers would own and manage all industries, regulate consumption, and administer the general social interests. There was to be no other form of government. 26 On only 2 counts did the IWW differ significantly from their syndicalist brothers, in their promotion of industrial unions as opposed to craft unionism, and their refusal to work within the existing craft unions. But essentially, students of the IWW, like Paul F. Brissenden, John Graham Brooks, André Triton, and David. However, many Italian members of the IWW had a fairly wide acquaintance with syndicalist ideas in Italy before they had emigrated to the United States. Edwin Fenton, Immigrants and Unions, a Case Study, Italians and American Labor, 1870 to 1920, unpublished Ph.D. thesis, Harvard University, 1937, pp. 18J85. Solidarity, April 29, 19U, November R, 1913. J. Sapis were correct in referring to the industrial workers of the world as American syndicalists. Is the WW European? Solidarity asked in 1912, and it answered. The IWW, whatever it may have in common with European labor movements, is a distinct product of America and American conditions. Whatever terms or phrases we may borrow from the French or other languages to denote our methods cut no figure, the methods conform to American conditions in relation to our aim. 27. To understand the WW, then, it is necessary to realize that its revolutionary philosophy, rooted in American soil, was deepened by its contacts with syndicalist organizations throughout the world and particularly those of France. Those who shouted, "foreign origin," naturally pointed to the influence ~e of French syndicalism on the WW as proof. But actually it was proof only of the international solidarity of the working class. One doctrine which the WW borrowed directly from the French endicalists and which was to create the most difficulty for the organization was the advocacy of sabotage. The early WW denied that it believed in sabotage as a weapon in the class struggle. It believes rather, declared the Industrial Union Bulletin on June 27, 1907, in the efficacy of education and organization to bring it the power to take and hold all the essential means of life. This swiftly changed after the 1908 convention. By 1910, sabotage was included in lists of tactics to be used by Wobblies in the class war. The value of sabotage was given impetus when news came to the United States of its effective use by the French railroad workers whose strike had been broken when the strikers were drafted in the army. A front-page article in the Industrial Worker announced, "Sabotage means in a general way, going on strike without striking, and has been proven by our fellow workers in France to be very effective." The wobbly press urged American workers to emulate their brothers in France. 28. In 1912, propaganda for sabotage began to appear regularly in the wobbly press. It displayed in cartoons the familiar emblem of sabotage, the sab cat, a black cat and a wooden shoe. Beginning in January 1913 and continuing into April of that year, Walker C. Smith, then editor of the Industrial Worker, wrote a series of 13 editorials on sabotage in which he praised it as a method of carrying the class war right back to the capitalists and declared that it was beneficial because it removed the lethargy of the workers and incited them to battle. 29. In 1913, 2. The word appeared first in Solidarity of June 4, 1910, in a description of a strike of Chicago clothing workers. Most wobblies incorrectly used the wooden shoe symbol as signifying the origin of the word sabotage, in the act of a French workman in throwing his wooden shoe sabot into the machinery. The original meaning of the French word sabotage was to work clumsily, carelessly, slowly, or without thought or skill, as if by blows of a wooden shoe, a coup de sabots. Los Angeles wobbly factional locals began publishing the wooden shoe, using such boxed mottos as, "A kick in time saves 9, kick your way out of wage slavery, the foot in the wooden shoe will rock the world, a kick on the job is worth 10 at the ballot box." In 1912, while lodged in the Essex County Jail in Massachusetts, awaiting trial in connection with the murder of a striker during the Lawrence strike, Arturo Giovannitti, one of the IWW leaders of the strike, wrote an introduction to Mille Puget's Sabotage, a work that he had translated from the French. The book was published by Charles H. Kerr Co. in 1913. Though not an official IWW publication, it was hailed by the Industrial Worker as the best thing yet issued on the subject, and widely circulated by the organization. About 1913, the IWW issued 2 of its own works on the subject of sabotage, a pamphlet by Walker C. Smith, composed of the 13 editorials he wrote in the Industrial Worker, and another by Elizabeth Gurley Flynn. The latter particularly was widely distributed by the IWW Publishing Bureau. 30. Yet for all the material on sabotage issued by the IWW Press and Publishing Bureau, the organization itself was still reluctant to recommend it officially as a legitimate weapon in the class war. Indeed, while individual wobblies endorsed sabotage earlier, it was not until 1914 that any official IWW body did so. In September of that year, the 9th IWW convention passed a motion, unanimously and without discussion, that all speakers be instructed to recommend to the workers the necessity of curtailing production by means of slowing down and sabotage. All rush work should be done in a wrong manner. 31 Thus the IWW became the first and only labor group in American history to officially advocate sabotage. The fact that the only type of sabotage specifically recommended by the convention was that all rush work should be done in a wrong manner indicates that, at least officially, the IWW did not equate sabotage with destruction of property. Most of the time, the IWW insisted that sabotage meant nothing more than the withdrawal of the worker's efficiency, nothing more criminal than soldiering on the job, and even when it was used to disable machinery, it was intended not to destroy it or permanently render it defective, but only to temporarily disable it and put it out of running condition in order to make impossible the work of scabs and thus to secure the real stoppage of work during a strike. In any case, sabotage was directed against property and most emphatically not against people. 32. At the same time that the IWW was explaining that its advocacy of sabotage was not designed to destroy property and that it would, when used, only disable machinery temporarily, there would appear the following in the Industrial Worker: sabotage. Emery dust will cause bearings to heat, but sand, grounded up glass, brick dust or any other gutty substance is just as good. The best way to distribute emery dust is to put it in the oil can or the oil barrel or let the oiler or engineer put it in the bearings. 33 Would this destroy the machinery or merely temporarily disable it? The wobbly press did not bother to answer. The truth is it was exceedingly difficult to determine exactly what the IWW meant by sabotage. Haywood did not clarify matters in his famous statement to a mass meeting in New York's Cooper Union in 1912. I don't know of anything that will bring as much satisfaction to you, as much anguish to the boss as a little sabotage in the right place at the right time. Find out what it means. It won't hurt you, and it will cripple the boss. 3 But it was not easy to find out just what it means when IWW publications declared that sabotage ranges all the way from passive resistance at one extreme to violent destruction of property at the other, and then claimed that it meant no more than reducing efficiency on the job and merely temporarily disabling machinery and other forms of property. 311 This was further complicated by the fact that individual Wobblies openly advocated sabotage in such a fantastic manner that even Walker C. Smith, himself an advocate, had to announce in the Industrial Worker, "We quite agree with some of our critics that the soapbox sabotage expounded by freelancers is a weird and wonderful thing. Certainly the IWW cannot be held responsible for all the views of those who claim membership." As Fred Thompson notes, soapboxers found that talk of sabotage gave their audience a thrill. The more lurid the form advocated, the bigger the thrill. While there were certainly differences within the LWW over the precise meaning of sabotage, there was none on the justification of its use. 4 main arguments were advanced. First, sabotage was justifiable because its purpose was to cut into capitalist profits, and hence was an attack on the evil system of capitalism itself. It was also justifiable because capitalists, too, were guilty of sabotage: adulterated foods and clothing material, builders cheating on material specifications, manufacturers mixing tin and lead solutions into silks to make the product weigh more and look more valuable than it really was, railroads run into the ground to depreciate stock and capture ownership and control, faulty dams bursting and causing disastrous floods. Thirdly, it was the only weapon a worker could use in expressing his resentment against inhuman exploitation. It was, in the words of Solidarity, the blind. To counteract forms of capitalist sabotage, the IWW developed a form of sabotage by workers called open mouth sabotage. Waitresses and sales clerks were urged to inform restaurant patrons and merchandise customers what was really in the stew and how the cloth was actually manufactured and tailored. Since adulterated food and shoddy clothing were sold to the working class, it was perfectly justifiable to tell the customers the true facts. Open mouth sabotage was thus an act of solidarity. Industrial Worker, Dec. 19, 1912, Jan. 23, April 24 greater than 1913. Vengeance of the underdog upon society. The ragged men who are harried wherever they go, who are criticized for roaming and who are driven out of a town by the law the moment they try to stop roaming, these men are like any underdogs. They bite back blindly, viciously, and the name of the bite is sabotage. 137 Finally, it was justifiable as a most practicable form of striking. Workers who struck by walking off the job were at a heavy disadvantage in conflict with employers. Not only was pay lost during the strike, but jobs might also be lost to strikebreakers. Therefore, striking on the job, by using sabotage was a means of redressing the economic imbalance between capitalist and worker. It is easy to be carried away by slogans, songs and stories of sabotage, and it is extremely difficult to separate rhetoric from practice. Certainly, the Wobblies flaunted their slogans in the face of the world with sufficient bravado to make many people think that they did practice sabotage with great enthusiasm. The picture of the roughly dressed, unkempt IWW agitator, bomb in hand, dynamite in hip pockets, standing on a soapbox labeled sabotage, was common. So, too, were pictures of burning buildings, forest fires, railroad wrecks, broken machines, destroyed crops, and many other forms of willful destruction of property and the endangering of human life, all bearing the caption, IWW. Sabotage. But whether the IWW actually committed sabotage is a question that has been disputed by historians and sociologists to this day and has never been satisfactorily answered. One view is that the Wobblies talked big but did little. Although the IWW in California was charged with hundreds of crimes involving sabotage, not one single case of sabotage was proved in the courtroom. 38 during a trial in Washington. E.F. Blaine informed the court that, after extensive investigations into the possible use of sabotage by the IWW, we found no evidence on which we could found a charge. 139 scholar, after an intensive study of the files of the industrial worker, points out that he could find only 2 writers who, specifically claimed to have practiced sabotage, and their tales are scarcely lurid. 140 another, who probed the question perhaps more than any other, concludes, although there are contradictory opinions as to whether the L.W.W. practiced sabotage or not, it is interesting to note that no case of an L.W.W. saboteur caught practicing sabotage or convicted of its practice is available. 1. Most students of the IWW agree that the organization's reputation for practicing sabotage was a creation of public hysteria. 42 Still, it is true that this hysteria was encouraged by big-talking Wobblies who spoke so. Actually, only one historian flatly states that the IWW did practice sabotage. This is Louis Adamic, but his conclusion is largely based on conjecture and hearsay. Dynamite, The Story of Class Violin ~E in a Mary. A. Reverend ed. New York, 1935, Chapter 32. Casually about the use of the wooden shoe, and adorned their publications with pictures of a hunched black cat showing its claws. To lessen the influence of this Clement, Solidarity occasionally pointed out that sabotage is not a principle of the WW, it is a tactic the value of which will be determined by the workers who may use it. It also featured an article entitled, Some Limitations on Sabotage, in which it pointed to the danger of using sabotage en masse. It would destroy the entire machinery we want to take over. It also interferes with Organize M since it makes the belief widespread that all that is needed is sabotage. It could have added that the idea that a few broken saws, a few burnt threshing machines and a few slow-ups in logging camps would lead to a reconstruction of society was both romantic and fantastic. Although sabotage was sanctioned by the WW, it was usually accomplished with the caution to workers to avoid as far as possible the use of violence. Actually, although much has been said about the violence of the IWW, and although violence accompanied most of its strikes, the fact is that the organization hoped to gain its ends through methods other than violence. The General Executive Board officially opposed violence as a weapon in the class struggle, pointing out that the WW does not now and never has believed in or advocated either destruction or violence as a means of accomplishing industrial reform. First, because no principle was ever settled by such methods. Second, because industrial history has taught us that when strikers resort to violence and unlawful methods, all the resources of government are immediately arrayed against them and they lose their cause. Third, because such methods destroy the constructive impulse which it is the purpose of this organization to foster and develop in order that the workers may fit themselves to assume their places in the new society. 4. But like sabotage, violence was the subject of endless discussion and debate in WW circles. This debate reached its height in the fall of 1913 and the spring and summer of 1914. During these months many statements by WW officials on the subject of violence appeared in the press, and a battle royal was on. Jovanity, Adolf Lessig, Street. John, and Gurley Flynn took the position that while the WW did not favor violence, it would resort to it if necessary to accomplish the social revolution. Haywood and Eder opposed this stand, emphasizing that general strike for the overthrow of capitalism is the only kind of force we are in favor of, and that this might even be accomplished peacefully. The WW Press, in an effort to iron out these contradictions, simply stated that there was no official position on violence, and suggested that the discussion be brought to a close. Now that the WW has heard both sides of the violence controversy, suppose it proceeds to organize the working class. More than one organization has died settling tactics. 411. All who participated in the discussion agreed on one point: it was impossible to expect the class struggle to be free of violence, for the master class and its agents, as Marx had predicted, would always use force and violence to defeat the workers' struggles. The question was how to best meet the violence unleashed by the capitalist class. One school favored sole reliance on passive resistance. This meant that the Wobblies would not meet force with force but would go to jail if arrested without offering the slightest physical resistance. This would expose the inner workings and purposes of the capitalist mind, and prove that it was the capitalists and their henchmen who were guilty of violence. At the same time, it would reveal the fortitude, the courage, the inherent sense of order of the worker's mind. And it was bound to bring results. As long as the workers keep their hands in their pockets, Joe Eder proclaimed, the capitalists cannot put theirs there. With passive resistance, with the workers absolutely refusing to move, laying absolutely silent, they are more powerful than all the weapons and instruments that the other side have for protection and attack. 46. A number of newspapers pictured the IWW as favoring only passive resistance as a weapon in the class struggle. One peculiarity of the industrial workers of the world, declared the Kansas City Star of October 24, 1911, is that they believe in strikes, lockouts, boycotts and other means of obtaining their rights, but only in the shape of passive resistance. Violence is denounced, but this was far from the case. Many Wobblies made it clear that in opposing violence they meant only unprovoked violence. Violence provoked by the capitalists had to be met by violence on the part of the working class. Vincent Street. John made this clear in his testimony before the U.S. Commission on Industrial Relations. I don't mean to say that we advocate violence, but we won't tell our members to allow themselves to be shot down and beaten up like cattle. Violence as a general rule is forced on us. Inevitably, then, incidents would arise in which the WW would be engaged in violent activities. They are unavoidable in the class struggle, but it would be the opponents of the WW that fomented violence and was the violent element, not the one. W.4701 should join the WW unless he understood that the ruling class would resort to violence against the organization. The only men who have any active place in the real labor movement of today, declared solidarity on March 26, 1910, are men with iron in their blood. Those who think that it is something of a picnic to go up with bare knuckles against the all-powerful trusts and corporations of the present day had better go home and get a rubber ring. The WW frequently, and, as we shall see, justifiably pointed out that employers and newspapers who accused the Wobblies of introducing violence as soon as they entered upon the scene of a working-class struggle, were actually fortunate to have the Wobblies present. Otherwise, the enraged workers would have wreaked a cruel vengeance upon their enemies. Under the leadership of the IWW, they had been welded into a disciplined army of strikers instead of an undisciplined mob. If the IWW had not been in control, declared a Wobbly leader during a strike, the strikers would have gone on a rampage that would have meant the destruction of much life and property. Fours the IWW often kept the strikers from taking reprisal against the hired gunmen and other agents of the employers. I know of no movement in recent history, wrote Roger Baldwin in 1930, which so withstood the temptation to violent reprisal as did the IWW. 49. Although the IWW confessed to borrowing from the anarchists some useful tactics and vital principles, it made a special effort to distinguish itself from the anarchists, emphasizing repeatedly that the two had entirely different organizations and concepts of solving the social problem. The IWW did not, as did many, if not all, anarchists, advocate propaganda of the deed, and recognized that bomb-throwing, killing of capitalists and public officials would not end the capitalist system. 110 in a signed editorial. B. H. Williams, editor of Solidarity, attacked the gun idea as a substitute for industrial organization. It leads the slave to the notion that he can improve conditions or emancipate himself with a Springfield or a Mauser. I grant that such hardware is handy to have around at times, and should not be overlooked, but the gun as a substitute for industrial organization is a fatal illusion. The gun idea is equally fallacious with the ballot idea. 151 other distinctions emphasized were that anarchism is individualism, but that the IWW stands for economic socialism, i.e., the collective ownership of the means of production and distribution by the working class. That anarchism denies the class struggle, while the IWW teaches it. That anarchism is non-evolutionary while the IWW follows the line of industrial development, and that anarchism sees decentralization where none exists, while the IWW recognizes the fact of centralization. 152. We may conclude then that while violence was not entirely excluded as an IWW method, it was not regarded as the primary method, nor even the one that would most surely lead to success. Victory would be gained through the organization of labor power. Mass action is far more. Years later, however, Richard Brazier, a one-time member of the GEB, wrote, "There was a strong anarchist element among the IWW that refused to accept majority rule and were strong for local autonomy." Richard Brazier to T. J. Bogard, N. D. T. J. Bogard Collection, Washington State Historical Society, Tacoma, Wash. However, IWW publicists always insisted that this Clement did not represent the majority view in the IWW. One criticism of Paul F. Brissenden's book, The WW, A Study of American Syndicalism in IWW Circles, was that it placed too much emphasis upon anarchist and anarch-zero syndicalist trends in the organization. The use of these terms, a wobbly reviewer wrote when Brissenden's book was first published, are very misleading as they are bound to give the wrong impression to the reader of the industrial workers of the world. Irving Freeman in One Big Union Monthly, Volume I, 1919, page 473. Up-to-date than personal or physical violence, declared Gurley Flynn. Mass action means that the workers withdraw their labor power and paralyze the wealth production of the city, cut off the means of life, the breath of life of the employers. Violence may mean just weakness on the part of those workers. The same mass action would achieve a nonviolent transition to the new society. It will be a revolution, but it will be a bloodless revolution, Haywood prophesied. 33. Political action. In 1895, V. I. Lenin wrote, "The workers cannot wage the struggle for their emancipation without striving to influence the affairs of state, to influence the administration of the state, the passing of laws." 54. Had the IWW recognized the truth of this statement, many of its most serious mistakes could have been avoided. But after 1908, the anti-political action viewpoint was dominant in the WW. This was justified on the following grounds. 1. The question of political action had been a chief bone of contention in the WW from its formation in 1905 to 1908, had paralyzed the organization, split locals apart and prevented effective propaganda and organizational work for the One Big Union. Only by freeing itself from the incubus of political sectarianism was the WW able to extend its influence, and only by remaining aloof from political activities and concentrating on direct action through industrial organization would the Wobblies be able to unite the working class under the broad banner of the industrial workers of the world. 05. 2. Even though the working class, according to one WW spokesman, made up 75% of the country, revolutionary change through political institutions was impossible. Vast numbers of workers could not participate in political action even if they wished to do so. Political action was meaningless to non-voters. The millions of women employed in the factories are denied the vote. The children employed will be deprived until they reach their majority. The millions of black men of the South have never been permitted freely to use their franchise. Though a great part of the country's work is done by foreigners, many are the limitations put upon them politically. They must be residents of the country for a period of 5 years. The lack of education is made a ban. The belief in certain ideas is a restriction, and the sovereign-born citizens are deprived of the right to vote by being compelled to move from place to place during periods of industrial depressions, or are forced to violate their political conscience at the dictates of their employer who controls their job. Together with other restrictions such as the poll tax and residence requirements which, owing to their nomadic existence, many workers could not fulfill, a situation had arisen in America in which the number of voters unable to vote will soon exceed the number of those actually voting. Under these conditions, a substantial section of the American working class had no reasons to look to political action for self-help. However much it exposed the restrictions upon the right to vote as justifying its theory that political action was futile, the WW did not advocate that the workers devote themselves to altering this situation. It did not actively support the Negro struggle to achieve the right to vote, supposedly guaranteed by the Constitution, and while it did not formally oppose the woman suffrage movement, it regarded it as of no importance to working-class women who were reminded that the vote will not free women, and were advised to find their power at the point of production where they work. The woman suffrage movement, the WW charge tilde, was dominated by rich faddists, and working-class girls were being made the tail of a suffrage kite in the hands of women of the very class driving the girls to lives of misery and shame. 117*3, labor legislation. WW publications and speakers always referred to it as so-called labor legislation, was of no material benefit to the working class. For one thing, these laws were rarely if ever enforced, and, indeed, could only be enforced when the workers enforced them through organized power. Then again, reliance on laws tended to develop the waiting habit on the part of the workers and to cause them to look to the government for relief instead of organizing their forces on the job and learning to depend upon their own efforts for improved conditions. This position was strikingly similar to the one adopted by Gompers and other AFL leaders toward political action. Finally, all legislation to remedy evils within the capitalist system was simply devised and used by the capitalist class to keep the workers from revolt. Give to the worker the full product of his toil and his pension is assured, wrote Haywood in opposing old age pension legislation. The same went for all social legislation proposed by liberal and progressive reformers. They were not only useless but dangerous since they created myths in the working class about the possibilities of solving their problems under capitalism. On one occasion, a member of the U.S. Commission on Industrial Relations suggested that the body might recommend the WW program to Congress in order to minimize industrial unrest. It seems to me, Haywood replied, a recommendation like that, coming from you gentlemen, would militate against the organization and have a tendency to dilute it and dilute its revolutionary strength. 68. Many Wobblies, however, admired the militant tactics and spirit of women suffragists in England who went to jail for their principles and refused an offer of pardon if it compromised their struggle. THC. Why we're just like the IWW boys. Solidarity, December 2, 9, 19N. In 1916, the industrial worker declared that American woman suffragists were using direct action tactics in their fight for the ballot, and wondered why, if the women are to use direct action, they do not use it to get for themselves something of value. July 15, 1916. 4. The class struggle would be solved only by the direct action of the workers, not by legislative reform or any other slow change. For a transformation had taken place in the United States in the course of which the industrial and financial monopolists had gained control of the nation. It was useless to hope to change this situation through trust busting. The political governments at Washington and the state legislatures were useful as committees, employed to police the interests of the employing class, but they were, in reality, only secondary factors. The real power of the nation was economic, and only by controlling this power, by gaining control of the industries through direct action, could the workers as citizens of industry achieve control over the affairs of their life and the conditions under which they labor. Their strength lay in industrial unions with which they could fight the capitalist enemy where they were strongest on the economic field, at the point of production, on the job. One Wobbly summed it all up in the following question: shall we follow the road that science clearly indicates to us, to deal strictly with causes and effects, exploitation and economic conditions, or shall we bend our knees to the obtuse teachings of metaphysics and deal with a reflex of economic conditions politics? 59. Most Wobblies adhered with great rigidity to their anti-political views. Yet several WW leaders, groups of individual members, and even whole locals did not, in actual practice, reject voting as useless and, in fact, participated in election campaigns. These Wobblies, along with many other American workers, Solidarity conceded, were not convinced yet of the futility of political action. There was room for such members in the industrial union movement, it noted, for actually the IWW was not anti-political action. The ballot, or the political party, is a debatable question with a large part of the IWW membership. For that reason, the IWW is an organization that takes a non-political party rather than an anti-political party attitude, thereby giving individual members the right to differ as widely as they find it necessary on debatable questions. That distinction should be borne in mind always, greater than 11 degrees. Several WW theorists went even further, evidently realizing that more had to be said to win over the workers who were not convinced yet of the futility of political action. Not only was the WW not anti-political, but it was the only real political factor in American society today. It simply had a new conception of political power, namely, that political power rests on economic power, that if the working class would be a real political power it must first acquire economic power, that is, it must gain control of the shops, ships, railways, mines, mills, in a word, the capital of the country through industrial organization. By joining the IWW, and organizing to control industry, the workers would be engaging in real politics, all else is fake politics, wherewith to mislead the workers. Street. John and Troutman announced that while they ordinarily opposed working-class political action, in its accepted interpretation, they were adherents of political action by an organized working class. Speaking of the LWW's position, Street. John declared, "Inasmuch as every organization that in any way deals with the conditions of a class of people is, in the strict technical sense political, the LWW is the political machine of the working class. 161. Even a Pacific Coast AF. Of L official, bitterly opposed to the 1. Conceded that there was truth in St. John's statement. While it denounces politics and political action most vehemently, the LWW is itself a quasi-political organization. It differs from other political bodies in the means more than the ends. It uses so-called direct action instead of the ballot box. Most of its big fights have been with the political authorities on the political field. 162. This definition of political activity certainly did not limit it to elections, and, in this sense, the Wobblies, through their unceasing struggle for civil rights, engaged in many political campaigns. Thus Haywood pointed out, the history of the LWW has shown the significance of political action. While there are some members who decry legislative and congressional action and who refuse to cast a ballot for any political party, yet the LWW has fought more political battles for the working class than any other labor organization or political party in America. They have had one battle after another for free speech. They have fought against vagrancy laws, against criminal syndicalism laws, and to establish the right of workers to organize. Why court when all this had been said? The main fact still remains that by rejecting political action as most workers understood it, the IWW isolated itself from the mainstream of America. It also isolated itself from the real struggle for socialism. Lenin, writing in 1908, viewed the development of the independent political movement of labor in the United States as of the utmost importance in the battle for socialism. In America and England, this aggravation of the struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie manifests itself in the strengthening of the movement against the trusts, in the extraordinary growth of socialism and the attention of the wealthy classes to it, in the movements of worker organizations, sometimes purely economic, into the systematic and independent proletarian political struggle. 16 feet. In politics and, indeed, in every other field, the LWW upheld the principle that the individual member could act as he wished. A working man may be an anarchist or a socialist, a Catholic or a Protestant, a Republican or a Democrat, but subscribing to the preamble of the IWW, he is eligible for membership. And we are not responsible for his individual views and activities. So long as the individual performs his duties as a loyal member of the Union, his personal affairs remain inviolate. 1611. One result of this approach was that the IWW, despite its disclaimer of responsibility for the views and acts of members, was associated with as many philosophies and tactics as were preached and practiced by individual members. It was enough for the average newspaper to quote a wobbly statement asserting that violence was inevitable in the class struggle and its use justified as a defense against the force and violence unleashed by the capitalists, to convince many people that the IWW and the anarchists were one and the same. Joseph Eder felt that it was necessary to put a halt to all discussions of violence and sabotage, since many wild-eyed statements on these subjects by irresponsible elements in the IWW have helped district attorneys all over the country to build up their cases and prove, before prejudiced jurors, alleged violent acts of dozens of our fellow workers, putting them away in jail to rot. 168. This suggestion did not get very far, but the problem Eder raised was to plague the IWW throughout its history. The ideology of the IWW, which has been presented and analyzed above, was subjected to scrutiny and criticism from within the organization itself and from more orthodox sections of the labor and socialist movements. We shall deal with the criticisms when analyzing both the contributions and weaknesses of the IWW. But before doing this, let us investigate what happened when the industrial workers of the world brought its ideology to the cities, woods, and farms of the West and the South, and the steel, textile, rubber, and auto towns of the East and Midwest, to the submerged millions of unskilled wage slaves, to whom the AF of L extends no relief, offers no hope, gives no comfort. To these, said Haywood, the oppressed and downtrodden, the industrial workers of the world makes its appeal, fully realizing that within this mass of despised humanity there is a latent force, which if exerted by themselves, will arouse their consciousness, their love of liberty, will strengthen their bended backs, and lift their faces toward the sunlight of a new life of industrial freedom, greater than E1. Chapter 7. The Free Speech Fights, 1909 to 1911. Fellow workers and friends, was the usual salutation that opened the speech of an IWW soapbox orator. In the years between 1909 and the First World War, these four words came to be associated with some of the most spectacular attempts to put the Bill of Rights into practice the country has ever seen. The free speech fights of the IWW. The IWW riveted national attention upon itself as wobbly after wobbly was yanked down from soapboxes by the police in scores of cities and marched off to jail, after uttering these four challenging words. The struggle for the use of the streets for free speech and the right to organize was the usual IWW description of a free speech fight. It was essential for the IWW that the right to speak on the streets be protected because this was the method the Wobblies relied upon to gather new recruits among the homeless, itinerant workers who poured into the western cities by the thousands every winter. The street corner was their only hall, wrote an IWW organizer, and if denied the right to agitate there then they must be silent. One here at the street less than. Orner meetings they could distribute quantity tilde of literature, newspapers, leaflets, and pamphlets, all carrying the message of industrial unionism to the unorganized. How important it was to the IWW that this educational process continue was revealed in the industrial workers' explanation for the free speech fights. We have little desire to enter into these scraps, neither will we stand idly by and see our only hope taken from us the right to educate the working class. When we lose that we have lost all our hopes and ambitions, so take care what you are playing with when you try to throttle freedom of speech. Second Street speaking was important for still another reason. In a strike the workers' side was either completely suppressed or distorted by the commercial press. The most effective way the Wobblies could get their story to the public was by means of their open-air meetings. Being colorful speakers, the Wobblies usually attracted large audiences, and they not only aroused sympathy for the striker tilde but, 172. Through the sale of literature and collections, helped build a much-needed strike fund. By passing ordinances suppressing the IWW's right of free speech on the streets, the city officials, acting for the lumber, agricultural, mining interests, and other employers, were convinced that they could crush the organizing drives and destroy the movement. The issue for the IWW was clear. The right to speak meant the right to organize, and the Wobblies rallied their strength across the continent to break down the attempt to stifle this right, convinced that in their battles to smash gag laws, they were upholding the constitutional rights of all people. The practice of speaking in spite of official bans was not, of course, associated only with the Wobblies. It had long been followed by progressive groups, trade unions, and radical political parties before the IWW. Even specific aspects of the strategy followed by the LWW had been used before their spectacular free speech fights. In the fall of I-J07, during the administration of Mayor W.H. Moore, socialists in Seattle, led by Dr. Herman F. Titus, challenged a city ban against their speaking in the streets. One after another, they mounted the soapbox, were dragged down by the police and carted off to jail, denied bail, fined, and imprisoned. Police Chief Wappenstein threatened to throw all socialists into jail, as regularly as they spoke. But when Dr. Titus threatened from jail a mass invasion of free speech fighters if Seattle did not stop arresting and imprisoning socialists, the police backed down, permitted street meetings, and released the men and women in jail. 8. In I-J08, the Socialist Party, the Socialist Labor Party, and the IWW jointly waged an effective free speech fight in Los Angeles, deliberately violating a city ordinance forbidding street meetings without police permits for all organizations except religious groups. When a speaker was arrested for speaking without a permit, his place was speedily filled upon the soapbox. Speaker after speaker, men and women, Negro and white, mounted the soapbox, were arrested, and dragged off to jail. The jail is our weapon, the free speech fighters of Los Angeles announced late in June. We are going to jail in numbers. That is the way the fight has been won wherever it has been really won. 4 free speech fighters so crowded the jail and clogged court calendars that the city council was forced to repeal the objectionable ordinance. Free speech is won, was the headline in Common Sense, organ of the Socialist Party of Los Angeles and leader of the free speech fight. 11 It had taken 6 months to achieve the victory. Pattern of LWW fights. Still, no labor organization, before the LWW, launched its major free speech fights so dramatically or organized and publicized the battle for freedom of speech so effectively. The IWW worked out a pattern of free speech fighting which enabled it to make the most spectacular use of its scattered members and created the impression that 10 men existed where there was only one. Vincent Street. John explained it as follows. Whenever any local union becomes involved in a free speech fight, they notify the general office and that information is sent to all the local unions, with the request that if they have any members that are footloose to send them along. 6 In response to these SOSs, Wobblies converged upon a town or city that prohibited street meetings. One after another, though denied the license, the Wobblies would mount the soapbox and begin, fellow workers and friends, ringing out their defiance of the police edicts. As soon as a Wobbly was hauled down by the police and marched off to jail, he would be replaced by another who would instantly mount the soapbox. He, too, would be hauled down to be replaced by another Wobbly. The forward speech would continue all evening as the Wobblies kept being yanked off the soapbox. Afraid of getting arrested? Hardly. We want to get arrested. We'll flood the jail, and the county farm and any other place they want to send us to. That's what a member of the Industrial Workers of the World involved in the free speech fight said yesterday to this reporter, for the Kansas City Star, at their headquarters. 7. Thus the free speech fighters invited arrest, cheerfully allowed themselves to be marched off by the police, and crowded eagerly into the jails, bullpens, old schoolhouses, abandoned hospitals or any other available building called into use after the jails were filled, supremely confident that, as one of their songs put it, "There is one thing I can tell you, and it makes the bosses sore. As fast as they can pinch us, we can always get some more. Point 8. The pattern was clear. Speak, be arrested, crowd the jails, demand a separate trial, a trial by jury for each and every wobbly in jail, clog the administrative machinery of the courts, indeed the machinery of the entire municipal administration, become a burden on the taxpayers. Inside the jail, the free speech fighters would sing rebel songs. In jail we had one lively time. Rebel red songs from the IWW songbooks were sung almost continuously. We spoke for the benefit of the police, loud enough for them to hear. We burned the stuff called food. Then we sang some more. 19. Working through an elected committee, the free speech fighters in jail decided all questions of defense tactics. An outside committee publicized the struggle and rallied support for the imprisoned men. Usually no money was spent, or as Wobblies put it, wasted, on lawyers' fees. All funds received were used to take care of the men pouring into the community, to supply tobacco and, if possible, food to those in jail, and to get the widest publicity. By this pattern, the Wobblies hoped to win the support of liberal sympathizers outraged by the violation of a basic constitutional guarantee, and, in alliance with the progressive-minded citizens, to force the authorities to grant them the right to speak. And in most communities the IWW did, by such tactics, win the right. There were humorous aspects to the free speech fights, and many comical situations have been recorded by old-time IWWs that have become part of wobbly lore. And there were many stories that belong in the tradition of the bragging, fighting, miracle men, tales of American folklore, joyous accounts, full of wobbly humor. But there was nothing humorous about the brutal methods used to smash the IWW's right of free speech. The police were often vicious right at the beginning of a free speech fight, and as the battle continued for days, weeks, and sometimes for months their brutality increased. In addition, private individuals, organized as vigilante committees, worked hand in hand with the police, and together they committed unspeakable cruelties upon the Wobblies and their sympathizers. Almost every month, during the period of the epic free speech fights, the IWW papers carried stories and pictures of the victims of police and vigilante brutalities, of men murdered, maimed, beaten, and starved. Missoula, 1909. It was in a skirmish with the authorities of Missoula, Montana, in the summer of 1909 that the Wobblies first established their pattern of free. One story tells about the harvest hand who dropped off at Sioux City, Iowa, during a free speech fight, and, finding no one in the corner, decided that the Wobblies were all in jail, and that he had better speak himself. Climbing onto the box, he began, "Fellow workers and friends," nothing happened. The harvester paused, puzzled, and then started again, "Fellow workers and friends," again nothing happened. Finally, in an aggrieved tone, the would-be free less than greater than speech fighter demanded, "Say, where's the cop?" One of the best examples is a running account of a 14-day boxcar trek from San Francisco to Denver by a band of Wobblies on their way to a free speech fight. They carried two signs, "On to Denver." Free speech fighters denied the right to organize one big union, and, "We arc in your town and must eat." At every town they touched, they had a run-in with the police, but they finally approached the goal, still full of enthusiasm. Their account, written and mailed en route, closed. "We left Oakland, Cal, with 20, arrived, 7 miles south OE. Denver with 90 men, 80 of whom are members. Our goal at last. 1,668 miles in 14 days, Ed Nowlin, from Frisco to Denver, industrial worker, April 17, 24, 1913. Speech fighting. Missoula was an industrial town of some importance, but more significant, it was a gateway to many lumber camps and mining towns, and migratory workers regularly moved in and out of the town. With the aim of organizing these transient workers, Vincent Street, John sent Elizabeth Gurley Flynn and her husband, Jack Jones, to Missoula. They opened an IWW hall in the basement of the leading theater, and began recruiting the migratory workers at street corner meetings. The migrants responded eagerly to Gurley Flynn's vigorous attacks on the employment agencies who were fleecing the workers by collecting fees in advance and then sending them to non-existent jobs to be fired after their first wages, out of which they had to pay a fee for the job. The employment agencies, in league with employers with whom they shared the fees, pressured the city council to pass an ordinance making street speaking illegal. The handful of IWW leaders in town, 5 or 6 altogether, including Frank Little, who was lynched by vigilantes in Butte, Mont. 8 years later decided to defy the ordinance as unconstitutional. Within 2 days, 4 of the 6 had been arrested for trying to hold street corner meetings and sentenced to 15 days in the county jail. The 2 remaining IWW leaders sent out a call from Missoula for assistance. On September 30, 1909, the industrial worker carried the first important IWW notice for a free speech fight, as well as an appeal to every free-born American and every man who hates the tyrannical oppression of the police to go to Missoula and help the workers there to win out. A steady stream of Wobblies flocked into Missoula, by freight cars on top, inside and below. As soon as one speaker was arrested, another took his place. The jail was soon filled and the cellar under the firehouse was transformed into an additional jail. When the excrement from the horses leaked through, the IWW prisoners protested by song and speech, night and day. Since they were directly across the street from the city's main hotel, the guests complained of the continuous noise. Finally, all IWWs were taken back to the county jail. Arrests continued and a number of Wobblies, including Jack Jones, were badly beaten in jail. Gurley Flynn and another woman were sent to jail. A new call went out. More Wobblies poured into town and went to jail. The cost of feeding the prisoners increased, and so did the complaints of the taxpayers. The IWW deliberately held their meetings in 1945 and JWW member referred to a struggle in Toronto in the summer of 1-6's. The first free speech fight of the JWW. It was a small affair and its outcome is not known to the writer. W.M. in Industrial Worker, June 30, 1945. The reference was to the fact that the Toronto locals went into court when the police interfered with their street corner meetings. Against this denial of our right, the Canadian Industrial Unionists announced, "We as revolutionary wage workers intend to fight." The Industrial Worker, August 1, 6. There is no report of what happened in this fight. An examination of the files of the Toronto Mail and Empire for July and August, 1906, reveals no account of the event. At a time when the men would be put into jail before supper, forcing the authorities to feed them. The police retaliated by releasing the prisoners before breakfast, but the men refused to leave the jail. They had been arrested. They demanded a trial, and individual trials and jury trials at that. 10. The speaking continued and crowds gathered to listen to the speakers. University professors supported the fight for free speech. Butte miners. Union No. 1, the biggest local in Montana, condemned the local officials for an un-American and unjust action. Senator Robert M. La Follette, who spoke at a public forum in the theater above the IWW hall, defended the free speech fighters. By now, the townspeople, already worried by mounting costs, began to call for an end to the arrests and trials. The authorities finally gave up. All cases were dropped. The IWW was allowed to resume its meetings. "We returned to our peaceful pursuit of agitating and organizing the IWW." Gurley Flynn wrote. 11C0. Young, a AFL organizer in Missoula, who had refused to permit the local AFL to support the free speech fight, wrote disgustedly to Frank Morrison, AFL Secretary-Treasurer. "The won't works have tried the game here of filling the jails so full that the officials of the city would have to capitulate, and they have succeeded in forcing the local authorities to quit. Encouraged by their success at Missoula, they are publishing broadcasts that they will do the same to any other city that denies them the privilege of using the streets for speaking." 12. The battle for free speech in Missoula was nearing its successful end when the first major IWW encounter with city authorities over this issue started in Spokane, Washington. Here the pattern begun in the preliminary skirmish was fully developed. Spokane, 1909-10. The IWW Storm Center for the West just now appears to be Spokane. Wash. The Industrial Union Bulletin of February 20, 1909 greater than reported. Here in the largest western center of the migratory workers, the IWW was conducting its most successful membership drive and building the biggest local union in the organization. One reason for the success was the campaign it was leading to remedy the most pressing grievance of the floaters, shipping out of Spokane the fraudulent employment agencies, or as the Wobblies bitterly labeled them, the employment sharks. The sharks, in alliance with unscrupulous employers, fleeced the floaters of thousands of dollars by sending applicants to jobs that did not exist. And from the place where they had been sent, and, of course, the time spent. In cases where a job was landed, it usually turned out to last only long enough for the foreman to collect the fee which he split with the employment sharks. The vicious system provoked the grim joke that the sharks had discovered perpetual motion, one man going to a job, one man on the job, and one man leaving the job. One Wobbly reported that a single firm employing only 100 men at a time hired and fired 5,000 men during the season. 13. Late in 1908, IWW speakers began to attack the system on streets in Spokane near the employment agencies, exposing their practices and citing evidence of hundreds of cases of workers who were fleeced by their trickery. The IWW called for a boycott of the agencies and demanded that the employers hire through the union. The "Don't Buy Jobs" campaign of the IWW so frightened the sharks that they formed the Associated Agencies of Spokane, and at its instigation, the City Council passed an ordinance in October 1908 prohibiting the holding of public meetings on any of the streets, sidewalks or alleys within the fire limits. After January 1, 1909.14, the ostensible reason for the ordinance was to prevent traffic congestion. The IWW was informed that the Wobblies could hold their meetings in the public parks and vacant lots, but these were blocks away from the scene of the struggle against the sharks. During the winter months, the IWW violated the ordinance, again holding meetings in front of the employment agencies. But the organization actually won commendation from the press for preventing indignant workers from violently venting their rage against the sharks. A report in the Spokane Spokesman Review of January 18, 1909, described how 2,000 to 3,000 workers were about to wreck the offices of the Red Cross Employment Agency, when James H. Walsh, organizer of the Industrial Workers of the World, mounting a chair in the street, stemmed the rising tide of riot and pacified the multitude. In the opinion of the police, had it not been for the intervention of Walsh, a riot would surely have followed. Walsh discouraged violence and summoned all workers to the IWW hall, where he warned the crowd against any outbreak. This report is significant in view of the fact that when the recently enacted ordinance was amended to exempt religious bodies, like the Salvation Army, from its application, the IWW was refused exemption on the ground that it encouraged violence and riots. 1G This rank discrimination touched off the free speech fight. On the evening of November 2, 1909, when James P. Thompson, local organizer for the IWW, took the platform at a street corner meeting, a policeman yanked him down, arrested him on a disorderly conduct charge, and hauled him off to jail. Other Wobblies swarmed up to take his place on the stand. 150, including 3 women, were arrested and jailed for defying the ordinance from the soapbox. Late in the evening, the police raided the IWW hall, arrested 4 IWW leaders, closed the offices of the industrial worker, and proclaimed that they had eradicated the source of violence and conspiracy in the city. 16. But the Wobbly tactics, worked out in the skirmish with the authorities of Missoula, were apparently unknown by the law enforcement agents in Spokane. Before the arrested men had been fully locked in their cells, the following message was leaving Spokane for all parts of the Pacific Coast and as far east as Chicago. Big free speech fight in Spokane. Come yourself if possible, and bring the boys with you. 17 IWW Unionists answered by throwing down their shovels and pitchforks and axes and catching the next freight for Spokane. The evening of November 3 saw the IWW tactics bearing fruit. The next morning's Portland Oregonian, which gave the battle complete coverage, told how a police officer had arrested the first red-ribboned orator. No sooner had the officer placed the first man under arrest than another took the stand. It was necessary to arrest 9 of the offenders before the crowd quieted down. The prisoners were led to the city jail without giving resistance. 1830 new arrivals talked their way into jail the second evening, and the press reported 1,000 men were on their way to Spokane in empty freight cars to join their IWW brothers. By November 5, the city jail was filled to overflowing. Still they come, and still they try to speak, the local press wailed. 19. In an effort to halt the mounting conflict, delegates from the AFL and the Socialist Party petitioned the city council to repeal the ordinance and permit unrestricted use of the streets. A hearing was held on the petition. An old soldier and the president of the Fidelity Bank testified in support of the ordinance, and their testimony apparently outweighed that of the labor and socialist witnesses because the council did not repeal the ordinance. Later, the discriminatory part of the ordinance which permitted the Salvation Army to use the streets was abrogated by the state Superior Court. However, the court upheld James Thompson's conviction in municipal court, thus giving the police the signal to proceed with the arrests and jailings. 20. And proceed they did. The city jails overflowed, even though the crowding of the prisoners in the cells was characterized by one reporter as monstrous. 28 men were forced into a cell 7 by 8 feet in size. On November 2, Mayor Pratt wired Governor M.E. Hay for state aid. The police have so far been able to handle the proposition, but we have no room for prisoners. Governor Hay denounced the IWW as composed of illiterate hobos, who were unfit for citizenship, and praised the authorities in Spokane as clean, honorable, upright men. But he did not offer material aid to the city. 21. The Spokane authorities put the overflow prisoners into the unused, unheated Franklin School building. Still, the Wobblies poured into town on every freight, mounted the soapboxes, got arrested, and were hauled off to the city jails or the temporary cells in the school building. The Wobblies carried on the struggle even though imprisoned. Night and day they sang songs from the Little Red Songbook. The singing and shouting service of the IWWs in jail continues at night.
Hello
A
and
veritable bedlam being air-aided, the Oregonian reported. 22. The police attempted to stop the flood of prisoners with brutality, bread and water rations, and atrocious jail conditions.
Monday.com.
William Z. Foster, who spent almost 2 months in jail with the free speech fighters, wrote that prisoners were clubbed and packed into cells so closely they could not sit down. When they protested, the hose was turned on them, drenching them with icy water. Packed into small cells, prisoners were sweated by turning up the steam heat. Many fainted during this treatment, and only the pressure of closely packed bodies kept them from falling to the floor. After the sweating, the guards returned the prisoners to their cold cells. 28. Food at the Franklin School was 1/3 of a small baker's loaf twice a day. The prisoners went on a hunger strike, but the authorities refused to change the bread and water diet. 3 times a week the police shuttled the prisoners from the school, 8 at a time, over to the city jails for baths. One free speech fighter, not a member of the LWW, recalled later what usually happened on the way. When we started back to the schoolhouse, they marched us in the center of the street, and on the sidewalks people had gathered with all kinds of tobacco, fruit, bread and everything in the line of eatables, but the police held them back and would not let them get near us, so that the people began to throw tobacco, fruit and everything they had brought. Those who were lucky to get some of those things found themselves unlucky, for no sooner had they caught them when the police knocked them out of their hands. In one case, one man had just caught an apple and had started to take a bite when the police struck at the apple and hit the poor fellow on the nose and broke it. This is only one instance, of which there are many more. 2 FHE Portland Oregonian sneered at the prisoners for protesting against the baths in the city jails, denouncing them as hobos and tramps, and quoting Chief of Police Sullivan as saying that he never saw such a filthy crowd of men. But it failed to report the reason for the prisoners' objections. Guards stripped the prisoners, pushed them under a scalding spray, then into an icy rinse, and then brought them back to their Foster came to Spokane to report the free speech fight for the working man's paper of Seattle, formerly the Socialist. He was picked out of the thick of the crowd while listening to the soapboxers and arrested. He was sentenced to 30 days in jail, $100 fine and costs, to be worked out on the rock pile. Foster described how he was loaded with ball and chain, 15-pound ball attached to ankle, and shackled by the leg to another man, and then marched to the rock pile, where I was told to work or freeze. The Working Man's Paper, Jan. L. 8, 15. 22, February 12, 1910. Heated, freezing quarters in the school. 3 Wobblies died in the completely unheated Franklin School. Many prisoners developed pneumonia and other ailments. 1 month saw 334 prisoners in the hospital lists. Another month, 681. William Z. Foster had his feet frozen while lying in jail. One of the prisoners, a veteran of the Civil War, declared that conditions in the school reminded him of Libby and Andersonville prisons. 211. Still the Wobblies came. Riding through blizzards on the rods, on top, and on the front end of every freight train, these traveling salesmen of an idea poured into town to fair pick handles and jails that awaited them at their journey's end. 2G on November 17, 1909, greater than the Spokane Spokesman Review carried the headline, WW. Man hurt, yearns for jail. Martyr, spurns proffered freedom and begs to suffer with the boys. The morale of the prisoners did not slacken. Weak and sick from hunger and cold though they were, they had enough strength to adopt a resolution denouncing the imprisonment of fellow workers Preston and Smith, who had been railroaded to the Nevada State Penitentiary on a trumped-up charge of murder, and pledged themselves, when liberated, to use every means in our power to secure their release. 27. The members of the IWW confined in the city jail have organized themselves in a temporary organization, and hold regular meetings twice a week. William Z. Foster wrote to the Working Man's Paper of Seattle. Monday night is devoted to propaganda work, and that this is not without effect is evidenced by the large number of non-IWW prisoners who have declared their intention of joining the organization on securing their release. Wednesday night is business night, and it certainly is surprising the amount of business we have to transact. We have established 10:30 p.m. as the time when lights out shall sound, have elected a secretary and a propaganda committee that has charge of the Sunday programs. There are dozens of other rules and regulations that we have established. 28. The free speech prisoners served 30 days, and when liberated, immediately attempted to speak again. 2 youth of 18 years, arrested a second time, were offered a suspended sentence by Judge Mann if they would promise not to speak again and leave town. Both refused and were sentenced to another 30 days in jail and $RNO fine, to be worked out on the rock pile. 29. On November 16, the press reported the arrival on the scene of Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, who addressed a meeting in the municipal courtroom and after roasting the newspapers, police judges and city authorities, took up a collection of $25.80 since she was pregnant. The Wobblies decided that the rebel girl should not speak on the forbidden streets, but the incident referred to occurred during the Goldfield strike led by the IWW. In Nevada, see above pp. 9-8. T. Foster himself joined the IWW after his release. Only in IWW halls, clubs, and organizations willing to give her a hearing to raise defense funds. But the condition of the beauteous, black-haired firebrand did not concern the police. On November 31st, the police arrested the second group of IWW leaders, among them Gurley Flynn, and threw them in jail. 31 The wobbly press flashed the news of the imprisonment of the Joan of Arc of the IWW, in flaming headlines, and circulars were issued announcing that Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, a girl organizer only 19 years old, soon to become a mother, was arrested, charged with criminal conspiracy, confined in jail with prostitutes and insulted by an officer of the law. The Wobblies west of the Mississippi, now more aroused than ever, poured into Spokane in increased numbers. Logging crews of pine camps deserted in a body to Spokane. In a special circular, the Spokane IWW Free Speech Committee set March 1, 19 RN, as the day to begin again new full-scale invasions to fill Spokane jails and bullpens. We will never surrender until we gain our constitutional right to speak on the streets of Spokane. The right to organize must be protected. 33. It was becoming too much for the citizens of Spokane. With between 506 Wobblies in jail, all of whom announced that, we will serve 30 days on bread and water, and when we get out we will immediately be rearrested, with 1,200 arrests on the books, and with fresh delegations arriving from points as far as McKees Rocks, Penna, Canada, Mexico, and Skowhegan, Maine, it was obvious that the town was licked. Moreover, the IWW had brought damage suits to the amount of $150,000 against the city and individual officials, and threatened to carry them to the Supreme Court if necessary. 83. On March 5, 1910, the city officials surrendered and made peace with the IWW on the following terms. 1. Street speaking would be permitted. 2. All IWW prisoners would be released. 3. The IWW hall would reopen and remain undisturbed. 4. The industrial worker would be free to publish. 5. All IWW damage suits against the city would be dropped. 6. The IWW would refrain from speaking on the streets until the prohibitive ordinance was officially repealed. The City Council unanimously repealed the law on March 9, 19 RN. This great victory was made. The reference was to Gurley Flynn's charge that an officer approached her in her cell and attempted to take improper liberties with her. See Solidarity, December 23, 1909. Miss Flynn was not the only woman subjected to such treatment. Agnes Theda, a Spokane socialist imprisoned for participating in the free speech fight, wrote a description of attempts to rape her while in prison which, when published in the Workingman's paper, almost shut it out of the mails. See issue of July 2, 1910. In all, 8 successive editors of the Industrial Worker were jailed after getting out 8 successive issues. Finally, the office of the paper was raided, and it was decided late in December 1909 to transfer the paper masthead plates and all to Seattle. It was returned to Spokane in May 1910. Complete shortly thereafter by the City Council's revocation of the licenses of 19 of the city's 31 employment agencies and the promise to repay some of the losses suffered by defrauded workers. Subsequently, the Washington State Legislature passed a law forbidding employment agencies from charging fees. An effort was made to install a matron in the city jail to reform conditions publicized by Gurley Flynn, but although the City Council passed a resolution authorizing the appointment, the Finance Committee tabled it. However, 2 prison guards, especially denounced by the Wobblies for brutality, were discharged. 84. On June 28, 1910, the Spokane Inland Herald carried this historic report. For the first time in 2 years, police-sanctioned street speaking occurred Saturday night. The free speech advocates could be heard for blocks, while nearly 1,500 gathered to listen to the contesting orators. The free speech fight, a wobbly road from Spokane, has brought the IWW so clearly before the working class of the Northwest that before another year has elapsed all of the workers in the lumberwoods, the sawmills, shingle, sash and door factories will be organized. CD. 35. The Spokane free speech fight was front-page news in every newspaper in the country. But one aspect of the epic battle was not reported in the commercial press or even in IWW publications. The facts remained buried for years in the archives of the AF/L. During the free speech fight, the IWW issued a circular entitled, "The Shame of Spokane," appealing for financial aid to help in carrying the struggle through to victory. The circular was sent to many AF/L affiliates as well as to socialist and progressive organizations. Moved by its detailed account of police brutalities, corroborated by reports in the press, and by admiration for the heroism of the free speech fighters, socialists held protest meetings in several cities, and a number of AF/L affiliates contributed to the defense fund. Some unions wrote to Gompers and Morrison urging them to take a stand officially in favor of free speech and against police brutality in Spokane. We feel that the rights of all organized labor is at stake in the battle now taking place in our city, the Spokane Central Council wrote. Already decent people not associated with the IWW are being deprived of their right of free speech if they attempt to criticize the authorities. Certainly the American Federation of Labor cannot remain silent in the face of these facts. When more, a mass meeting was called during the free speech fight at the Masonic Temple by leaders of the Women's Equal Suffrage Club, the Women's Club, several respected clergymen, and a number of socialists. It was announced as a gathering to protest the anti-speaking ordinance and police brutality against the IWW. At the last minute, the trustees of the Masonic Temple canceled use of their hall for the meeting. When a number of the planners of the meeting tried to gather in the streets to voice their protests, they were arrested and charged with disorderly conduct. Portland, Oregonian, November 4, 1909. Spokane Spock_Esman Review, November 6, 1909. Letters of this nature came to AF/L headquarters, Morrison designated. Circa 0. Young, general organizer stationed at Missoula, to go to Spokane, ascertain the facts and report them to the AF/L, so that we might be able to answer the numerous letters which reach us as to the purported treatment of said IWW by Spokane authorities. 30. It was a choice that guaranteed a whitewashing of the authorities, for Young had unsuccessfully tried in every possible way to prevent an IWW victory for free speech in Missoula. In addition, he had only contempt for the migratory workers whom he referred to as pauper cast-offs. Young's report completely exonerated the Spokane authorities, and declared that the free speech fight was due solely to the IWW's love for stirring up trouble. As you know, excitement is what our IWW friends live upon. He praised the Spokane employment agencies, police, courts, prison guards, and city officials, and criticized liberals and reformers who tried to support the free speech fighters. The IWW was encouraged by men and women who ought to have better sense, and do not realize that there should be no liberty or freedom of speech for those who destroy property. Yet those people, including some of our own fellows here, encourage the free SPCCCHCRS by word and pen. Spokane was a liberal city, with the best treatment for patriotic, truly American labor of any Western city. But the IWW deserved no such treatment, and Young urged Morrison to notify all AF/L affiliates not to respond to the IWW circular and refrain from sending funds to assist an un-American organization carry on their unholy work of breaking the laws and defying the constituted authority of the various communities, and to help them to carry on their contemptible work and defeat the objects and aims of a great movement like the American Federation of Labor who love order and respect the laws and who go about reforms in a sane and rational way. It is exceedingly strange that members of Federation and even officials of the trades union movement will listen to those appeals emanating from a source so foul, from an organization whose every act is that of falsehood, whose every utterance is that of infamy, destructive of all that is good, with the only purpose to destroy. I trust that you will be satisfied with my efforts in this matter, Young wrote to Morrison. The AF/L Secretary-Treasurer was more than satisfied. I am happy to receive your well-prepared report, he congratulated Young. The facts contained therein are precisely what we need to convince some of our own people, who are not fully acquainted with what really happened in Spokane, that they have been taken in. Morrison was especially happy that Young reported that the police were not brutal, but, on the contrary, were cautioned and did deal gently with everyone arrested, and that the guards were maltreated by the won't-works rather than the other way around. C. 0. Young to Frank Morrison, March 28, 1910. Frank Morrison to C0. Young, April 2, 1910, APL Company. By the dual unionists. You need have no fear that the Executive Council will act in the matter. We do not propose to be stampeded into rash action by men who are blinded by sentimentality to the real dangers represented by the so-called industrial unionists. 117 It can certainly be argued that no action of the authorities in Spokane was more reprehensible than the part played by the Secretary-Treasurer of the AF/L and the Federation's organizer in the Pacific Northwest. Fresno, 1910-11. The story of the free speech fight in Spokane had barely disappeared from the newspapers when the front pages blared out the news of another major IWW battle for free speech. This occurred at Fresno, Calif. Located in the heart of the San Joaquin Valley, the fruit belt of California, Fresno had long been the key concentration point for agricultural labor in the state. The city was also a center for construction workers who drifted into town in search of jobs. In November 1909, greater than a small group of Wobblies set up headquarters of Local 66 at Fresno, began to hold street meetings and to distribute literature to the migratory workers. When these activities were halted by the police, Frank Little and a few other veterans of the Spokane fight came down from the northwest to aid the local Mexican laborers, imported to help construct a dam outside of Fresno, were organized, and the workers in the Santa Fe Railroad's electric power plant went out on strike under Local 66's leadership. Anxious to stop IWW agitation, the employers began putting pressure on Chief of Police Shaw to ban the Wobblies from the streets of Fresno. 118. Police Chief Shaw revoked the IWW permit to speak in the streets. The Salvation Army, however, was permitted to continue. These repressive measures put a temporary halt to Local 66's growth. If we had the streets so we could get to the workers, we would build up a good fighting organization, Little informed the IWW press, warning that a free speech fight was brewing in Fresno. 39. The fight started on August 20th when Little was arrested while standing in the Star Set. He immediately, there were a number of minor battles for free speech during this same period. Indeed, the industrial worker commented on June 4, 1910. There seems to be an epidemic of free speech fights on the part of the workers, due to the activity of the police in denying the workers the privilege of airing their views. Little was arrested several times during the fight, once for reading the Declaration of Independence from the soapbox, jailed, and when RDEASCD, was again arrested for speaking from street corners. On November 26, he was arrested for having urged the police of Fresno to organize and strike for the 8-hour day. The police worked 10 hours per day. The idea of telling the police that they ought to go on strike, declared Police Chief Shaw in explaining Lee's arrest. Solidarity, December 17, 1910. Wired headquarters in Chicago appealing for help. F.E. Little sentenced before a perjured jury to 25 days in jail. A police conspiracy to get organizer Little out of town. These headlines in the Industrial Worker of September IO put the members on notice that a real fight was imminent. The October 8 issue carried the news that the national organization officially supported the Fresno group in their fight for free speech, and called upon Wobblies to go to Fresno and break the law. Break it, smash it into unrecognizable pulp. The IWW Journal did not hide the fact that those who went to Fresno would face brutal opposition. On October 26, it reprinted a threatening statement from the Fresno Herald, for men to come here with the express purpose of creating trouble. A whipping post and a cat o' nine tails well seasoned by being soaked in salt water is none too harsh a treatment for peacebreakers. 4 degrees. But by the time this appeared, open warfare had started in Fresno. On October 16, in defiance of local ordinances, the Wobblies announced an open-air meeting. 9 speakers were arrested, as they arose in turn to address the crowd. The following night, 5 more were arrested. Here the struggle paused. Not enough men had yet arrived in Fresno to keep the meetings going, and the Industrial Worker announced on November 16 that the fight for free speech would be reopened as soon as 15 men were available to go to jail. Not only did this announcement bring 15 Wobblies into Fresno, but in less than a month, there were 50 men in jail for violating the ordinance against speaking on the streets, and more volunteers were on the way. Industrial workers preach discontent. Men invite arrest to secure sympathy, the San Francisco Calli's headlines scream. 41. Early in the struggle, the IWW had been forced by the owner to vacate its headquarters, and, unable to rent any other hall, the Wobblies hired a tent which they set up on a vacant lot belonging to a sympathizer. On December 9, a mob of over 1,000 vigilantes attacked and severely beat a number of WW men who sought to speak on the streets, then advanced on the IWW tent headquarters, burned the camp and all the supplies, marched to the county jail and threatened to break into the jail and lynch the Wobbly prisoners. The mob had been encouraged by a statement by Police Chief Shaw that, if the citizens wished to act they might and he would not interfere. Shaw's statement followed the discovery that the city of Fresno had no ordinance prohibiting speaking on the streets, and that the actions of the police were accordingly entirely without authority. It was decided quickly that the city trustees would pass an ordinance requiring a permit to speak on the streets. Since meanwhile the police could not forbid the IWW from speaking, Police Chief Shaw informed all would-be vigilantes that they could act to prevent street speaking without police interference. 42. Vincent Street. John immediately wired Mayor Powell of Fresno warning him that the acts of the mob would not deter the IWW. Free speech will be established in Fresno if it takes 20 years. He also wired the Governor of California asking him what action he was preparing to take to halt the mob in the effort to destroy constitutional rights of the members of this organization. The governor was out of the state, but the acting governor refused to act. 43. On December 22, the police, infuriated by the protests of the Wobblies in their cells over the manhandling of a drunk, placed all of the prisoners on a bread and water diet and confined them in darkness. The Wobblies answered by going on a hunger strike. The next day they sang songs and held a street meeting, addressing the audience through the prison bars. The jailer turned the fire hose on the prisoners, but the Wobblies barricaded themselves behind a fortress of their mattresses and continued singing and shouting to the crowd. Firemen, armed with picks, battered down the fortress. The fire engine was called, and at close range, sprayed the men with the full force of the hose. The prisoners were left standing knee-deep in water. The following morning the so-called respectable elements were pleased to read, "The officers believe the punishment inflicted last night, at the hands of a fire engine, has broken the spirit of the industrialists." But the fight was far from over. About 150 Wobblies were in jail at this time, crowded to more than the capacity of the prison. Another 50 were added over the next 2 months. Then the IWW General Office issued a new call for volunteers to participate in the campaign. In Portland, 150 men were mobilized to bum their way to Fresno. A week later, a group of 100 Wobblies and sympathizers left St. Louis. The St. Louis Globe Democrat, on February 26, LGN, carried the news that the group left their quarters at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon to march on Fresno, California, and take part in the free speech fight there by the industrial workers. When the army reaches Kansas City, the number will be enlarged to about 200. By picking up the unemployed along the route, the marchers expect to number more than 1,000 when they reach Fresno. They say the city of Fresno will be unable to provide for them should they be arrested, and this would cause the taxpayers to protest at the expense of feeding them. About the same time, the Denver Post reported that 5,000 men were scheduled to start for Fresno. If they am not beat their way on the railroad, the members of the army have announced their willingness to walk. 44. Every day the newspapers carried reports of the progress of the invading armies of Wobblies en route to Fresno. Some put off the freight trains, started walking. They were caught in snowstorms in the mountains. "We walked," wrote one Wobbly who started out for Fresno from Seattle with 47 other volunteers, over the Siskin Mountains in 4 foot of snow and 0 weather, down across the state line into California. Then up again over the Shasta Mounts in 4 feet of snow again, then down through the Sacramento Valley when it was raining. We held meetings every night all the way down advertising the Fresno fight, interviewing newspaper reporters. 4 as the San Francisco Call shared the bewilderment of many newspapers when it commented on March 2, 19N, under the headline, "100 in Jail and More Seek Martyrdom." It is one of those strange situations which crop up suddenly and are hard to understand. Some thousands of men, whose business is to work with their hands, tramping and stealing rides, suffering hardships and facing dangers to get into jail. And to get into that particular jail in a town of which they never heard before, in which they have no direct interest. Few of these invading Wobblies reached Fresno in time to participate in the fight. But the threat of their arrival was largely responsible for bringing the fight to a close. This was particularly the effect created by the group of 150 IWW men from Spokane. They walked through Washington and Oregon to the California line, crossing a mountain range high above the surrounding country which was entirely covered by snow. After weeks of marching, the army reached Sacramento, California's capital and only a short distance from Fresno. In Sacramento they were received by a large force of IWW members under Carl Brown, who had been first lieutenant to General Coxey on his famous march to Washington in 18G4. Recruits poured in by the score and the augmented army prepared to leave for Fresno on February 20. The news of the intended departure of the army from Sacramento reached Fresno the same day. With the jails already filled, with the taxpayers lamenting the cost of the battle, the substantial citizens of Fresno met and decided that the fight must not be allowed to continue. 46. On February 22, 19N, a committee was elected to act as mediators between the city officials and the Wobblies in prison. This group met with a committee elected by the men in jail to ascertain the LWW's terms of settlement. There were 2 conditions presented by the spokesman for the prisoners. 1. The parole of all the prisoners under conviction and the release of all prisoners not yet convicted as a result of the free speech fight. 2. The granting of a permit to the IWW to use specific streets for meetings. If these conditions were met, the committee representing the men in jail would notify the general headquarters and all locals of the IWW to stop sending men to Fresno and make every effort to stop the men already on the way to the city. After the Wobblies had rejected a proposal that part of the settlement be an agreement in writing by the IWW to leave the city, the Citizens Committee left and reported the terms to a larger body, at which some of the IWW marchers went on to Lower California where they joined General Price's force of socialist insurrectionists and fought in the Mexican Revolution. For the role of the IWW in this movement, see Lowell L. Blaisdell, The Desert Revolution. Baja California, 1911, Madison, Wisconsin, 1962. Mayor and city council were present, recommending the granting £0 the prisoners' terms. On March 2, the Fresno city officials rescinded the ban against street meetings. 3 days later, the men in prison were released, and immediately issued a statement announcing that solidarity won in Fresno, and that, at this writing, Sunday, March 5, 1911, the Fresno free speech fight has passed into history. A month later, Local 66, which had moved into a new hall, informed the IWW press. We are holding street meetings twice a week, which are well attend CD. 7. It had taken the IWW 6 months to gain the victory at Fresno. The cost to the organization was less than $1,000.48. The publicity gained for the IWW was enormous, for the story was featured in newspapers all over the country. Every American who cherished freedom of speech was now fully aware that a labor organization existed which was dedicated to defend that constitutional right. Chapter 8. The Free Speech Fights, 1912 to 1914. For several months after the Fresno victory, the IWW in California had merely to threaten to use Fresno tactics to win the right of free speech. When Wobblies were arrested for speaking on the streets in San Jose and Marysville and arraigned before a police judge, they had only to threaten an LWW invasion similar to the one that had taken place at Fresno. The defendants were quickly released, and the Wobblies held their street meetings unmolested. 1. The same situation prevailed in Washington. In August 19, the Tacoma Commission announced that it planned to pass an ordinance for bidding speaking on the streets and that it was specifically aimed at the local members of the IWW. The Tacoma Times promptly warned the commission that if it went through with its plans, there will be one delightful fight in this town. It will cost the city a bunch of money to carry on such a fight and it will lose in the end. Spokane lost a lot of money trying to stop free speech. So did Fresno, Cal. The Tacoma Press notified the city authorities that the IWW will be backed by the 13 socialist unions in the city, and quoted A.C. Cole, secretary of the Tacoma IWW, as threatening to bring RN.U men into the city. The city commission abandoned the plan to adopt the proposed ordinance. 2. The influence of IWW free speech victories spilled over into Canada. In the summer of 19 the police in Victoria, BC, revoked the right of the Wobblies and socialists to hold meetings on street corners anywhere in the city and assigned them a part of one street in an isolated section of the community. Charging discrimination against their organization and the Socialist Party because the Salvation Army was not so restricted, the Wobblies announced their determination to speak on the forbidden street corners. On Sunday evening, July 21st, a group of Wobblies, accompanied by several socialists, mounted the box on one of the forbidden street corners. The speakers were promptly arrested and hauled into court on the charge of obstructing traffic. The following Tuesday, J.S. Biscay, IWW organizer, arrived in Victoria. In an interview with the Prosecute 190 ing attorney and the chief of police, Biscay charged that the ban against street speaking originated with the Employers Association, which had just broken a building strike in Vancouver and was seeking to wipe out unionism in Canada. But nothing Biscay said made any impression until the very end of the interview. In leaving, I called the chief of police's attention to Missoula, Spokane, and Fresno, where the authorities got wise as to what they were up against and gave in. The following morning, Biscay was informed that the ban on street speaking had been withdrawn. The men in prison were released and the previous right of the IWW and the socialists to speak anywhere in the city was restored. 3. These LWW successes so frightened the employers that they decided that new tactics were needed to prevent the Wobblies from moving on from victory to victory. The M&M, Merchants and Manufacturers Association, in various West Coast cities and towns organized a counter-free speech movement to smash the IWW's right to free speech as the PRST step in their determined drive to destroy the IWW itself. The M&M strategy was to organize small armies of vigilantes or deputies to invade the jails, drive the Wobblies out of town, and, by the most brutal terror, keep them out. Harrison Gray Otis, whose Los Angeles Times was an official spokesman for the M&M, summed up the brutal strategy. During the visit of the industrial workers of the world, they will be accorded a night and day guard of honor, composed of citizens armed with rifles. The coroner will be in attendance at his office every day. Aberdeen, 1911-12. The tactic of deputizing citizen police and deporting IWW members was first unfolded in Aberdeen, Wash, chief center of Gray's Harbor in Western Washington, heart of the lumber kingdom belonging to Frederick Weyerhaeuser. Anticipating an organizing drive by the IWW among the lumber workers who came into Aberdeen, the city council issued an ordinance in the summer of 19U forbidding speaking and assembling on all the principal streets. This was later amended to permit all organizations except the IWW to use the streets for corner meetings. The city council frankly announced that the authorities would not molest any organization, but the "I won't" works as these set the employees against their employers. Although the Socialist Party declared itself satisfied with the action of the city council, since it had not been barred from use of the streets, Wobblies and Liberals in Aberdeen demanded rescinding of the ban. They were supported by the National Office of the LWW. Chicago headquarters warned the mayor of Aberdeen in November 19 that the LWW would not accept the ordinance, and intended to force its repeal or make the grass grow in the street. When this warning was ignored, the Wobblies began a major violation. £0 the law. Police arrested 5 speakers on the evening of November 22, 1902, and marched them through the streets to jail. Late that same night, a mob of vigilantes, including many of the leading businessmen of the city, attempted to break into the jail and lynch the prisoners. They were held back by the police, but they let the Wobblies in jail know they would be back. The next day, the vigilantes organized themselves more efficiently. 500 of the city's most prominent business and professional men formed a battalion of special police. The mayor deputized them immediately, and, armed with clubs, the deputized vigilantes took command of the city. When Wobblies and Liberal sympathizers attempted to hold a mass protest meeting in the Empire Theater, the deputies roped off the street and assisted the police in arresting all persons approaching the theater. The Aberdeen Daily World proudly announced that W. J. Patterson, president of the Hayes and Hayes Bank, and Dudley G. Allen, secretary of the Chamber of Commerce, cooperated in making the first arrest in front of the theater, OCS. In spite of the armed terror, the Wobblies persisted in speaking on the streets. They were arrested and turned over to the citizen police to escort them to jail. The Portland Oregonian gleefully reported that few of the prisoners arrived in jail without broken heads and limbs. The citizen police have been armed with wagon spokes and axe handles for use as clubs, and these weapons have proved most effective. The industrial worker condemned the conspiracy of the gang of sluggers in Aberdeen to club our members to death, but it advised against meeting terror with terror. We must be prepared to meet these new tactics, and we must not meet them with axe handles, because we have the queer faculty of knowing that there is no such thing as equality before the law. The Wobblies met the new tactics with the usual pattern of free speech fighting. Wobbly after Wobbly spoke, was arrested, and went to jail. And the usual appeal went out to Wobblies all over the West, on to Aberdeen. Free speech fight on, help is needed at once. On to Aberdeen. 7. In December, the citizen deputies decided to end the practice of keeping the Wobblies in jail, allowing them to feed off the taxpayers. They collected the prisoners at the jail, beat them viciously, escorted them out of town, and warned them not to return. God bless you if you go. God help you if you return, were the usual parting words to the workers, some of whom had lived in Aberdeen for many years and left families behind who depended on their support. The armies of vigilantes patrolled the streets, ready to attack and deport any Wobblies on sight, and even broke into outlying jungles where Wobblies, preparing to invade Aberdeen, congregated, and drove them out of the region. 8. The tactics of the citizen police aroused a storm of protest from the workers of the Grays Harbor area, in which the AF of L. Central Labor Council joined. On December 8, L9N, the council unanimously passed a resolution which, while clearly indicating sharp disagreement with the methods of organization and tactics of the IWW, condemned the officials and citizens of Aberdeen for having seen fit to wage war upon a working-class organization, breaking up their meetings, deporting them, confiscating their literature, and in other violent and unlawful ways depriving them of their constitutional rights. 9. But the protest was ignored. In the face of the open threats of the citizen police to deport, with the aid of wagon spokes and axe handles, any stranger to Aberdeen who looked like a Wobbly, the free speech fighters kept pouring into the city. Boxcars all the way from here to St. Paul, wrote the Aberdeen correspondent of the Seattle Post-Intelligencer on December 26, have been placarded with notices, calling the workers to proceed against this city. He reported that news had reached Aberdeen that 250 Wobblies have left St. Louis to aid the local members of the organization in their fight for free speech, and that 500 men had been deputized by the police ready to move, on the borders of the city, on the streets, and in the railroad yards to meet them. 10. With the aid of new arrivals, IWW headquarters, previously closed down in raids by the citizen police, were reopened, and the speaking at street corners resumed. Not one sentence was finished by any of the speakers, the Portland Oregonian reported from Aberdeen on January 12. 15 men were arrested that night, driven blindfolded in automobiles beyond the city limits by the citizen police, beaten and warned never to return. But there were enough Wobblies on hand by now to put 10 men on the street every night for 2 weeks. Speakers continued to be arrested, but the mayor, at the suggestion of the Pick Handle Brigade, began to negotiate with a committee of the IWW elected by the men in jail. it was conceded that a boycott of Aberdeen merchants by workers in the Grays Harbor area helped bring about the move to negotiate a settlement. The negotiations resulted in a clean-cut unqualified victory for the industrial workers of the world. 11. On January 7, 1912, the City Council passed a new ordinance setting aside 5 of the most populated cross streets in the city for street meetings. No permit would be required by any organization wishing to hold meetings on these corners. In addition, the City Council agreed to indemnify the IWW local for damages to its headquarters during the fight. The local received $40 as indemnity. 12. Robert L. Tyler calls the Aberdeen free speech fight a failure for the IWW, but his treatment of the battle ends with December 19, the period of the temporary victory for the authorities and the citizen police. Rebels of the Woods. A study of the IWW in the Pacific Northwest, unpublished Ph.D. thesis. University of Oregon, 1953, page 51. Aberdeen, recently made famous as the city ruled by wagon spoke and axe handle, has again restored the right of free speech to its citizens, a New York paper reported. A huge Victory Street meeting was held on the evening of January 18, at which it was announced that a new campaign to organize the lumber workers would be launched. A month later, the IWW local reported the formation of the Marine Workers' Industrial Union in Aberdeen, with 31 charter members, and noted gleefully, "This is a pretty pill for the pick-handle experts to swallow." 13. San Diego, 1912. Brutal as was the struggle in Aberdeen, it seemed almost a tea party compared to what happened in the free speech fight in San Diego, California, which began early in 1912 and continued for more than half a year. For 20 years the block on San Diego's E Street, between 4th and 5th, had been set aside for street meetings. Soapbox Row, as the block came to be known, was frequently the scene of simultaneous meetings by single taxers, Salvation Army preachers, Holy Roller evangelists, socialists, and wobblies. At times the block held several thousand listeners, but no incident of violence or riot had occurred in the 2 decades of street meetings. Some police interference with IWW speakers did occur in the summer and fall of 1910 when local union number 13, IWW, of San Diego organized the Mexican workers employed at the San Diego Consolidated Gas and Electric Company, and led them in a successful strike for higher wages and shorter hours. Pressing forward after its victory, local Union number 13 held street meetings every night in both English and Spanish, with Laura Payne Emerson the chief English speaker. Then in November 1910, the police closed up the Germania Hall to prevent an IWW meeting in commemoration of the hanging of the Haymarket victims in 1887. When the Wobblies took the meeting to Soapbox Row, and continued their commemoration of the labor martyrs, the speakers were arrested, fingerprinted, photographed in jail, and then released. But this blatant interference with freedom of speech was sharply criticized by the San Diego Sun, a Scripps paper, which reminded Chief of Police Wilson that the members of the IWW have as much right to live and speak, so long as they behave themselves, as any other public speaker or public man. As a result of this and other protests, the harassments temporarily ceased. Street meetings are held 2 or 3 times a week. Local Union number 13 reported in May 1911.14. Then on December 8, 1911, without warning, the grand jury recommended that Soapbox Row be cleared and street speaking be prohibited in the heart of the city. The council passed an ordinance on January 8, creating a restricted district, 49 blocks in the center of town, in which street corner meetings might not be held. The reason given was that the meetings blocked traffic. But the WW charged that the true reason was the determination of the M&M throughout California to suppress the Wobblies' efforts to educate the floating and out-of-work population to a true understanding of the interests of labor as a whole, as well as their determination to organize the workers in San Diego who were neglected by the AF.L. Among these neglected workers were the mill and lumber and laundry workers and streetcar conductors and motormen. This determination had infuriated John D. Spreckles, the millionaire sugar capitalist and owner of the streetcar franchise, and he and the M&M had applied pressure on the council to pass the ordinance. Certainly San Diego had plenty of room for her traffic, and no one believed that this little town in Southern California would suffer a transportation crisis if street meetings continued. 15. On the day the ordinance was supposed to go into effect, a great meeting of the IWW and the Socialists was held in the center of the restricted district. But the police made no effort to break up the meeting, and, as a result of a technicality, the ordinance was held up for a month. During this month, the California Free Speech League, composed of members of the IWW, the AF.L. trade unions, the Socialist Party, and some church organizations, was organized. On February 8, 1912, the day on which the ordinance went into effect, 38 men and 3 women, Laura Payne Emerson, a leading figure in local number 13 among them, were arrested for violating the ban against speaking on the streets. During the next few days more street speakers were arrested, and on February 12, local number 13 informed IWW headquarters of what was happening, and affirmed, "We'll fight to a finish." The word spread in the hobo jungles that out there in San Diego, where the Western breakers heat tilde, they're jailing men and women for speaking on the street. 16. Wobblies began pouring into San Diego. On February 3, Superintendent of Police John C. Cian issued orders for a general roundup of all vagrants. That same evening the police arrested 7 men as they rose to speak to an audience of 1,000 people. Still more wobblies poured into town, coming by foot and rail. The San Francisco call, unlike ordinances in other cities banning street speaking, that in San Diego made no exception for religious utterances. All street speaking was banned in the so-called congested district. As a consequence, a number of religious leaders of the community, including evangelists, took part in the San Diego fight. Lulu Whitman, an old-time evangelist, became a member of the executive committee of the Free Speech League. Frank Ellison, a Negro preacher, was also active in the fight. San Diego Sunday, March 2, 1912. San Francisco Bully, Tin, March 16, 1912. Reported that the men drew lots to determine which 10 of their number would go to jail, and on February 10, it announced that 5 to 10,000 wobblies were heading for San Diego. Within the next few days, the police filled the 4 jails with 28 men and women. Still they came, and the IWW assured the authorities of San Diego that the fight would be fought to a finish, if it takes 20,000 members and 20 years to do so. 17. The response of the authorities was to step up the drive against free speech. The original ordinance had simply banned street speaking in the congested district. Legally, therefore, the police could not interfere with assemblies outside of the district. Consequently, another ordinance, a move on ordinance such as had been used to halt picketing in many communities, was enacted, which gave the police arbitrary authority to order any group or individual to move on anywhere in San Diego. This ordinance took effect on March 28 and was used for extending and intensifying police terrorism. On March 29, the San Diego Sun reported, "Police dubs were freely used last night when Cian's men began the enforcement of the new Move On ordinance, and blood flowed as a result." With the exception of the San Diego Sun, the Scripps Daily, which, however, supported the arrests, and the San Diego Herald, a liberal weekly, newspapers in the city were maniacal in their fury against the free speech fighters. The San Diego Tribune shrieked on March 4, 1912. "Hanging is none too good for them, and they would be much better dead, for they are absolutely useless in the human economy. They are waste material of creation and should be drained off in the sewer of oblivion, there to rot in cold obstruction like any other excrement." It called for the shooting of the men in jail. This method of dealing with the evil that has fastened itself on San Diego would end the trouble in half an hour. Other newspapers, echoing the Tribune, spoke of an unwritten law, to which the citizens might appeal to put down anarchy and disloyalty, and asserted that they had the right to choose their own weapons in applying this law. Beatings, deportations, and other tactics of terror should be invoked if necessary, declared the San Diego Union, and this is what these agitators, all of them, may expect from now on, that the outside world may know that they have been to San Diego. If this action be lawlessness, make the most of it, the Union challenged. 18. Early in the fight the police and the vigilantes started to apply the tactics advocated by the leading newspapers of San Diego. The police did not merely arrest the free speech advocates, they beat them en route. A citizen of San Diego described the Union as an old line, stand pat newspaper, rotten to the core and owned and run in the interests of John D. Spreckles, who owns the street less than AR franchise. W.M. Templeton to Amos Pinchot, April 27, 1912, Amos Pinchot Papers, Library of Congress. To prison. Shoved them into a jail built to accommodate not more than new inmates but which already had over 150 prisoners in it. Fingerprinted and photographed them for the Rogues Gallery. Provided the prisoners with meager food twice a day and frequently kept their prisoners in a state of diarrhea. One San Dick Gann who investigated conditions in the jail was quoted by the Sun as stating that, "The dogs in the city pound are treated much better than these men." Free Speech, the publication of the Free Speech League, carried a description of conditions from one of the prisoners which closed, as an additional piece of small cruelty, men who are nearsighted and have glasses in the office, are refused their glasses, thereby withholding even the consolation of reading. 19. Michael Hoey, a member of the L.W.W., aged about 6s, a veteran of 3 free speech fights, was arrested and jailed by the police. In the jail, 3 officers set upon him and kicked him repeatedly in the groin. Seriously injured and insensible, he was thrown into the overcrowded cell and lay on the cement floor for several days. He was then visited by a prison physician who let him remain in jail. After 40 days in jail, he was removed to the hospital where he died 7 days later. The coroner's jury rendered a verdict that death was caused by tuberculosis of the lung and valvular disease of the heart. Not a word was said about the rupture caused by the police beating, nor that an old man had been unable to obtain proper medical treatment while in jail. 20. Protests against police brutality mounted. On February 26, the Free Speech League, in conjunction with the AFL Central Labor Council, staged a protest parade that extended for 2 miles, with the men marching 5 abreast. On March 10, the LWW held a protest meeting in front of the city jail for the purpose of demanding better treatment for the free speech prisoners. An audience of 5,000 people gathered to voice their protest, and were given a first-hand demonstration of police brutality. The police called in the fire department to disperse the crowd by spraying it with a 3-inch stream of water. An eyewitness reported to the Oakland World. For a full hour hundreds packed themselves in a solid mass around Mrs. Laura Payne Emerson as she stood upon the speaker's stand. Bending themselves to the terrific torrent that poured upon them, they held their ground until swept from their feet by the irresistible flood. An old gray-haired woman was knocked down by the direct force of the stream from the hose. A mother was deluged with a babe in her arms. An awestruck American patriot wrapped himself in the flag to test its efficiency against police outrage, but he was knocked down and jailed and fined $30 for insulting the national sea emblem. 21. The vigilantes began to work hand in hand with the police soon after the first arrests. Prisoners were turned over to squads of vigilantes at midnight, night after night, rushed in autos to the county line, or 20 miles into the desert. They were then set upon and beaten with clubs, threatened with death if they ever returned, and left in the desert. Some of the men walked back again to San Diego, and swore to affidavits which were printed in the weekly San Diego Herald, a courageous pro-free speech paper. 22 On the evening of April 5, 1912, Abram R. Sauer, editor of the paper which dared to print the affidavits, was kidnapped in front of his home by 6 vigilantes, bound, and run out of town. A rope was placed around his neck, and he was told never to return. Sauer did return to edit his paper, and in a telling article, exposed the makeup of the vigilantes. The personnel of the vigilantes represents not only the bankers and merchants but has as its workers leading church members and bartenders. Chamber of Commerce and the Real Estate Board are well represented. The press and the public utility corporations, as well as members of the grand jury, are known to belong. Shortly after this article appeared, 30 vigilantes went to the office where the Herald was printed and destroyed the forms of the forthcoming edition. They told the printer that if any other issue of the paper was printed on his press, they would destroy his plant. The Herald continued to appear, however, but it was printed outside of San Diego, and smuggled into the city. 23. On April 3, Fred H. Moore and Marcus W. Robbins, attorneys for the LWW, wired Governor Hiram W. Johnson from San Diego advising him that vigilantes, sworn in as deputy sheriffs and armed with Winchester rifles, had been sent north to intercept peaceful and unarmed members of the industrial workers of the world who have committed no offense and are guilty of no crime. Since the sheriff's office had refused to act, they demanded that the governor exercise his executive power to prevent breach of public peace and possible loss of life. But the governor did nothing, and, unhindered by the authorities, the vigilantes met the freight cars at the San Onofre County line, where there was a large camp of their colleagues armed to the teeth, ordered the Wobblies off the cars, beat them unmercifully, and finally forced them to run a gauntlet of 106 men armed with clubs, whips, and guns, and put them on trains going north. At the San Onofre camp occurred the notorious flag-kissing incident. Charles Hanson and cribbed this shameful event in his unpublished My Experience During the San Diego Free Speech Fight. The first thing on the program was to kiss the flag. You son of a B. Come on, kiss it, G damn you. As he said it, I was hit with a wagon spoke all over. When you had kissed the flag, you were told to run the gauntlet. 50 men being on each side and each man being armed with a gun and a club, and some had long whips. When I started to run the gauntlet, the men were ready for action. They were in high spirits from booze. I got about 30 feet when I was suddenly struck across the knee. I felt the wagon spoke sink in, splitting my knee. I reeled over. A3. I was lying there. I saw other fellow workers running the gauntlet. Some were bleeding freely from cracked heads. Others were knocked down to be made to get up to run again. Some tried to break the line only to be beaten back. It was the most cowardly and inhuman cracking of heads I ever witnessed. 211. As the brutality of police and vigilantes increased, the Free Speech League circulated an appeal to organized labor and all lovers of liberty throughout the nation, calling for a torrent of protests to descend upon the authorities of San Diego and for financial aid to defend the free speech fighters. 26. This appeal, coming on top of the events in barbarous San Diego, brought results. The central body of the AFL in Los Angeles held a huge protest meeting. Various trade union bodies in San Francisco protested the police brutalities. Petitions and telegrams from organizations throughout the state and nation poured in on Governor Hiram Johnson requesting him to investigate the frightful reports. On April 15, the governor sent Colonel Harris Weinstock to San Diego to investigate charges of cruelty in all matters pertaining to the recent disturbances in the city of San Diego, California. Commissioner Weinstock held open hearings from April 18 to 20 in the grand jury room of the San Diego courthouse, at which he heard testimony from many free speech witnesses and some city and county officials. Most of the officials received the commissioner coldly and were reluctant to testify in open hearing. In addition, he conducted his own extensive investigation of the free speech battle. Then he submitted a long and closely documented report to the governor, which was officially published by the state of California in 1912. Although he was critical of many of the LWW's general principles and specific practices, and particularly attacked its free speech tactics, Weinstock vigorously condemned San Diego's police and other officials, its press, and its leading citizens who comprised the bulk of the vigilante. Your commissioner has visited Russia, and while there has heard many horrible tales of high-handed proceedings and outrageous treatment of innocent people at the hands of despotic and tyrannic Russian authorities, your commissioner is frank to confess that when he became satisfied, the call was also circulated abroad. The Syndicalist of London announced that it would remit a small amount, and urged its readers to follow suit and show their solidarity with the free speech fighters in San Diego. May 1912. One of the speakers at the meeting was Joe Hill, the IWW songwriter. A victim of the vigilantes, he had been severely beaten in the San Diego free speech fight. He explained, one reporter wrote, that he had just come from the hospitality of the M&M in San Diego, that owing to that hospitality he was physically unable to make any lengthy speech. He looked as though he had just risen from a sick bed. Industrial Worker, April 1912. Of the truth of the stories, as related by these unfortunate men, victims of police and vigilante brutality in San Diego, it was hard for him to believe that he still was not sojourning in Russia, conducting his investigation there, instead of in this alleged land of the free and home of the brave. Surely, these American men, who, as the overwhelming evidence shows, in large numbers assaulted with weapons in a most cowardly and brutal manner their helpless and defenseless fellows, were certainly far from brave, and their victims far from free. Commissioner Weinstock showed that the Merchants Association, the Chamber of Commerce, and other local commercial bodies, and the leading daily newspapers encouraged and approved the brutalities of the police and vigilantes, and pledged to them their support and assistance. He expressed horror at the idea that those who represented much of the intelligence, the wealth, the conservatism, the enterprise, and also the good citizenship of the community, should have organized the vigilante groups, participated in their criminal activities, and encouraged others to do the same. These, he concluded, were the real criminals, the real fomenters of violence, and not the IWW. Indeed, after carefully examining a wide collection of IWW literature, Weinstock concluded that the charge of anarchism against the IWW, which was advanced to justify depriving the organization of the right of street speaking, false. At the same time that Commissioner Weinstock was conducting his official investigation, the AF of L. San Francisco Labor Council sent a committee to San Diego to investigate. The committee talked to Chief of Police Wilson, who wailed to them, "These people do not belong to any country, no flag, no laws, no supreme being. I do not know what to do. I cannot punish them. Listen to them singing. They are singing all the time, and yelling and hollering, and telling the jailers to quit work and join the union. They are worse than animals." J.M. Porter, realty operator and leader of the vigilantes, said bluntly, "We don't care about Weinstock or Governor Johnson. Only troops can stop us." 27. In its report, the Labor Council Committee corroborated most of what Commissioner Weinstock reported, although unlike the latter, it pointed out that the AFL unions were involved in the free speech fight as well as the IWW. The committee took pains to point out that though the California Free Speech League criticized Weinstock's report for leaving the impression that only the IWW was involved in the San Diego free speech fight, Weinstock then conceded that this was an omission that should be rectified, and informed the press that the Socialists and AFL in San Diego had supported the IWW and acted with them as a unit, and, in my opinion, rightly so, on the theory that if the WW could be robbed of free speech today by the chief of police of a city, tomorrow the same chief of police could rob the socialists and the trade unionists or any other body of citizens of their right of free speech. San Francisco Call, May 21, 1.8, 19U. It deplored and disapproved some of the methods and tactics of the IWW and considered the free speech fights open to question as a method of struggle. The IWW and their sympathizers were part of the American working class, and their acts are part of the workers' struggle for better conditions and brighter lives. The committee concluded that the reports of police and vigilante brutality were completely accurate, and that the justification for its use completely unfounded. For what were the anarchists really doing? Beyond singing a few songs in the crowded jail and asking to have the vermin suppressed and the vile food improved, they made no trouble. Outside the jail, not a single act of violence or even of wantonness has been committed. Not a blow has been struck, not a weapon used, not a threat of any kind made by an IWW or other sympathizer with the free speech movement. Such patience under the most infamous and galling inhumanity and injustice speaks well for the discipline maintained by the leaders of such men. LLL 8. Despite repeated appeals to Governor Johnson to follow up Wickenstock's report with an indictment of the vigilantes, no such action was taken. To be sure, following the investigations and the publication of the reports, the brutality of police and vigilantes declined somewhat. But it was only a temporary respite. On May 4, Joseph Mikolasek, the name is variously spelled, Hungarian member of a Los Angeles LWW local and one of the first volunteers to go to San Diego, was approached by two policemen while he was standing in front of the IWW headquarters, and shot in the leg by one of them. In self-defense he reached for an axe and defended himself. Mikolasek received 4 more bullets in his body and died 19 hours later. A general roundup of men suspected of being wobblies followed directly after the brutal murder. 29. On May XS, Ben Reitman, manager and consort of Emma Goldman, the anarchist propagandist and free speech fighter, arrived in Los Angeles from San Diego in a pitiable condition. Emma Goldman had come to San Diego with Reitman the previous evening. They were met by a howling mob of vigilantes at the railroad station, many of them upper-class women who hooted and yelled, "Give us that anarchist. We will strip her naked. We will tear out her guts." Emma was scheduled to lecture in the city on Ibsen's An Enemy of the People, and George Edwards, a courageous believer in free speech, offered her the recital hall of the Conservatory of Music of which he was the head. But the mayor, in a private conference at her hotel, appealed to her not to go out and face the mob milling around the building. When she returned to her, the IWW attempted to hold a funeral demonstration in San Diego and have Mikolasek buried in the city. But the authorities refused permission, and the body was shipped to Los Angeles, where a huge public demonstration was held in honor of the martyred free speech fighter, industrial worker, May 23, 1912. The agitator, June 15, 1912. Room at the hotel, she found Ben Reitman gone. In the middle of the night she was rushed off to board a train to Los Angeles, with the vigilantes again at the station waiting to attack her. The train sped away before the mob could board it. 30. Meanwhile, Reitman had been taken from the hotel by vigilantes, operating under police protection, thrown into a waiting automobile and tortured. One of the men urinated on him while the others held him down. He was taken some 20 miles out of San Diego. There the armed vigilantes tarred, and, in the absence of feathers, sagebrushed him. Then, Reitman reported, with tar taken from a can, they traced IWW on my back, and a doctor burned the letters in with a lighted cigar. Then I was made to run the gauntlet of 14 of these ruffians, who told me that they were not working men, but doctors, lawyers, real estate men. They tortured me and humiliated me in the most unspeakable manner. One of them was to put my cane in my rectum. At the end of the painful ceremony, he was forced to kiss the flag and sing the Star-Spangled Banner. When he finished, he was allowed to drag himself away in his underclothes and vest. He was permitted these garments, because the Christian gentleman thought that I might meet some ladies and shock them. 31. Protest meetings followed the publication of Reitman's story, and Mrs. Fremont Older, speaking to a packed audience at San Francisco's Dreamland Park, said, "When the vigilantes of San Diego burned IWW into the back of a man, they burned IWW into the hearts and soul and blood of every worker in the United States." 32. Weinstock's report to Governor Johnson had concluded with a recommendation that the governor direct the state attorney general to intervene in the free speech fight. On May 25, Attorney General U.S. Webb arrived in San Diego. After a conference with both sides, the socialists and AFL leaders on the one hand, and the official authorities on the other, with IWW spokesmen being ignored, Webb declared that if the local authorities could not handle the situation within the law, the state would step in with all the resources required. Aside from this implied threat to call out the militia if overt vigilante outrages were not stopped, the Attorney General's office repeatedly threatened to institute criminal prosecution of vigilante leaders. The consequence was that vigilante outrages did stop, but free speech was not restored on San Diego's streets. 83. The California Free Speech League appealed to all Americans to support the fight in San Diego, this outlying province of Russia, to the finish. The fight continued during the summer and early fall of 191. In the midst of a smallpox epidemic that hit the city, with new replacements arriving each week. At various times there were between 500 and 1,000 wobblies in San Diego. The original strength of the IWW when the campaign started was not more than 50 men. 34. Alarmed and infuriated by the failure of the local authorities and vigilantes to end the battle and realizing that the state government, after Commissioner W. Einstock's report, would do nothing to crush the free speech fight, a citizens' committee of 500, sponsored by millionaire John D. Spreckels, sent a representative early in September to Washington to confer personally with President Taft and urge that the government should use all its power to crush out the methods of this IWW organization. The president was warned that some RN.U wobblies were mobilizing in a conspiracy to overthrow the United States government and create a new government in the Southern California region. The U.S. Attorney at Los Angeles supported the San Diego Citizens Committee request and urged a federal indictment against the LWW for conspiring to overthrow the government of the United States. 311. The drive to get the federal government to smash the free speech fight failed. President Taft was convinced that the threat of some 10,000 men to introduce a new form of government, or non-government, was genuine, and concluded that it was decidedly our business to go and show the strong hand of the United States in a marked way so they shall understand that we are on the job. But a careful examination by the Department of Justice failed to reveal sufficient evidence to indict the IWW leaders for conspiracy to overthrow the government of the United States, or to prevent the execution of any of its laws by force. Nor could federal troops be dispatched to preserve the state of California against domestic violence under Section 4, Article 5 of the Constitution except on the request of the governor or the legislature. There was, the Department of Justice informed the president, simply no way to show the strong hand of the United States, as Taft had demanded. 36. During the long span of the San Diego free speech fight, at least a dozen men capitulated while in jail and accepted release on probation. 37. All this proved was that not all the participants in the free speech fight were heroes. It also highlighted the heroism of the others who stood valiantly by their principles in the face of some of the worst brutality against prisoners in American history. Gradually, the free speech fighters in San Diego were released from jail. Some, however, were tried, fined, and sentenced to prison terms. E. Kirk and Harry McKee, socialist lawyers, were sentenced to 6 and 3 months in jail and $300 fine for each. Their sentence was upheld by the higher courts, and Governor Johnson refused to pardon them. In reply to an appeal for their pardon, the governor, elected on August 8, 1912, the industrial worker estimated that 5,000 wobblies had arrived in San Diego since the beginning of the free speech fight, but a study of the local press makes it clear that this figure was highly inflated. The progressive movement wrote that the anarchy of the IWW and their brutality are worse than the anarchy of the vigilantes. 38. Weinstock's report evidently had little effect on the governor. McKee summed up the results of the San Diego free speech fight when he told the court just before he was sentenced, "We are not defeated. We are triumphant no matter what sentence your honor may inflict," as Carey McWilliams points out in his account of the Great Battle. The wobbly campi ~n was finally successful and the right of free speech was vindicated. 9. But the finally was a long time in coming. A dispatch from San Diego, Russia, in the Industrial Worker of November 28, 1912, reported that it was impossible to hold propaganda meetings here or do very effective work. Not only are the streets denied us but halls as well. In May 1913, Emma Goldman and Ben Reitman returned to San Diego to deliver a scheduled lecture. As the pair stepped off the train, they were immediately arrested and jailed. A gang of vigilantes threatened to break into the jail and lynch the pair who had dared to return in face of past atrocities, and they were barely able to get out of the city under police escort. 40. Still, the battle continued. In January 1914, the LWW pledged that the fight in San Diego shall be carried to a finish for absolute and unrestricted free speech with no compromise. The Open Forum, formed in 1912 by a small group of decent elements in San Diego, grew in membership and gave support to the IWW campaign. By the summer of 1914, the right of the IWW to hold street meetings was established. Although the ordinance still remained on the statute books, the police no longer interfered when wobblies spoke at street corners in the Forbidden District. In 1915, Emma Goldman returned to San Diego and finally delivered her lecture on an enemy of the people. San Diego had been restored to civilization, and as George Edwards, one of the leading members of the Open Forum, noted, out of the fire of the free speech fight has come the intellectual salvation not only of the martyrs, but of all the inhabitants of the city. 41. With the exception of the Lawrence strike, which occurred at the same time, the San Diego free speech fight received more publicity in the newspapers of the nation than any struggle yet associated with the IWW. Organized 1. A Boer, official journal of the Building Trades Council of San Francisco, noting that the fight in San Diego has made the IWW famous, conceded that it had also aroused widespread respect among all workers for the heroism of the wobblies. 42. Like all the other free speech fights, San Diego revealed clearly that it was the law enforcement officers and the businessmen-dominated vigilantes, and not the IWW, which preached and practiced force and violence in the class struggle. And the violence visited upon the members of the IWW and their allies solidified the working class on the Pacific Coast. The many resolutions of sympathy sent from all types of labor organizations, including affiliates of the AFL, to the free speech fighters was proof of this solidarity. But among the top leaders of the AFL, these evidences of working-class solidarity aroused no cheers. On the contrary, they were infuriated by reports that the San Francisco Labor Council had rallied to the defense of the free speech fighters and had called for support of their struggle. T.V. O'Connor, president of the International Longshoremen's Union and a member of the AFL Executive Council, furiously rejected a suggestion from the Western Division of the ILU that the International respond immediately to the Labor Council's appeal. We cannot afford to associate with or to harbor men who act in a disrespectful manner toward or insult our country's flag. The IWWs have shown that they have no respect for the flag, for the home or for Christianity, and these are just what we intend to protect and uphold. N. When Frank Morrison received the San Francisco Labor Council's pamphlet, containing the report of its committee which investigated conditions in San Diego, he replied coldly to Paul Scharnberg, one of the two men who had investigated the situation for the council. I am not impressed by the charges directed against the authorities of San Diego relative to the so-called brutality against the insane men who defy all law and logic. We heard similar charges against the authorities of Spokane 2 years ago, and they were proved false by the general organizer, C0 Young, who investigated the charges thoroughly at my request. May I call your attention to the enclosed editorial which appeared in the Call in Your City which we recently received, 44. The enclosed editorial from the San Francisco Call appeared in that paper on May 31, 1912. It read in part, "The WW are disloyal to this government, foes alike of labor, of capital, of organized society. They should not be permitted to preach or teach or practice their hateful doctrines anywhere in the United States." The Call happened to be owned by John D. Spreckles, who also owned the San Diego Union, official organ of the vigilantes. Spreckles, of course, was the major force behind not only the suppression of free speech in San Diego, but also the open shop drive in that city. Thus the national officialdom of the AFL placed itself side by side with the worst enemies of organized labor in the United States. Other free speech fights, 1912-13. At the same time that the free speech fight was being waged in San Diego, similar, if not equally sensational, battles were being conducted by the WW in Vancouver, BC, San Francisco and Oakland, Calif. Two of these battles resulted in victories for the principles of free speech. For several years it had been the custom in Vancouver to allow all labor, political, and religious organizations the free use of the streets and open places of the city for the purpose of holding meetings. During this period not a single incident arose which created the slightest disturbance. But in January 1912, Vancouver changed its policy. Thousands of workers in the city were unemployed, many of them construction workers lured to the city with the promise of jobs on the Canadian Pacific Railroad, only to find their places already filled. With the IWW and the Socialist Party charging that the employers wanted a large pool of unemployed workers to drive down wages and, along with the AFL, Vancouver Trades and Labor Council, demanding government aid for the unemployed, the city decided to stave off agitation by preventing street meetings. On January 21, 1912, a meeting of unemployed workers, presided over by IWW, Socialist, and AFL leaders, was broken up by the police who let it be known that no more outdoor meetings would be allowed in the city. The Salvation Army was exempted from this ban. The IWW and the Socialist Party immediately announced a meeting to be held on the Powell Street football grounds of Public Park the following Sunday, January 28, and the Vancouver Trades and Labor Council announced its support so as to prove that freedom of speech in the British Empire is guaranteed by higher authority than any city administration. 411. A large crowd of workers, employed and unemployed, with their families, gathered on the Powell Street grounds for the free speech meeting. During the speech of R.F. Pettipies, head of the Trades and Labor Council's delegation to Victoria, capital of the provincial government, to secure some aid for the unemployed, Deputy Chief of Police Mulhern ordered the meeting dispersed. When Pettipies replied that the gathering was orderly, Mulhern gave a signal, and a long line of policemen advanced upon the peaceable crowd swinging clubs. Defenseless men, women, and children were knocked senseless and bleeding to the ground. Those who escaped from the police on foot were hotly pursued by mounted men, armed with heavy whips. Pettipies and 20 others, IWW, Socialist, and AFL members, were jailed. Except for some of the IWW members who insisted on remaining in jail as a protest, the men were released on bail. 8. Bloody Sunday. In vile, vicious Vancouver, as the city was now called, brought a wave of protest from all parts of Canada and sections of the United States. The British Columbia Federationist, organ of the Vancouver Trades and Labor Council, denounced Cossack rule, charged the police with violence, brutality, riot and ruffianism, and asked if the employers and city officials believed that the solution for the conditions of unemployment is to beat up unemployed and empty-stomached men on the streets. From Chicago, Vincent Street announced that a free speech fight was in full swing, and urged all Wobblies to keep traveling to Vancouver until the city gets enough and is willing to say so. 47. All organizations, the IWW, the Socialist Party, and the AFL, have joined forces and are prepared to fight to a finish, a dispatch from Vancouver reported. TS Sunday, February 4th, and Sunday, February 2, saw huge demonstrations for freedom of speech in Stanley Park, with all the workers and their allies present wearing cards bearing the words, "Shall British freedom of speech and assemblage be denied? I say, no." When the first meeting was quickly broken up by the police, with more workers injured and arrested, the free speech fighters introduced a new feature in the struggle. On Sunday, February 2, they hired several boats and LWW, Socialist, and AFL speakers addressed the crowd on shore while standing on the vessels. The speeches continued until a police patrol boat attacked the free speechers' vessels and armed policemen swarmed aboard and arrested the speakers. The following day, the free speech fighters announced that on Sunday, February 18th, they would charter a balloon and address the crowd in Stanley Park from the air. By now the authorities had had enough, and the press reported that future meetings would not be molested. A huge meeting was held in Stanley Park on February 18th, but no police showed up. The free speech fight had been WONL all street meetings after February 18th were conducted without interference by the police. 411. In San Francisco, during February and March 1912, LWW speakers were unceremoniously pulled from the platforms by the police, beaten and arrested. The threat of another earthquake in the form of an LWW invasion unless they allow our membership the right to speak upon the street brought an end to police interference with street meetings. 50. When in January 1912, the police of Oakland refused the LWW the right to speak on the streets and broke up their meetings, a free speech battle started which continued for several months. LWW and Socialist Party speakers were arrested indiscriminately and brutally manhandled in jail. In June 1912, the Socialist Party, which officially tendered the IWW any support in this conflict, demanded of us as members of the working class, initiated an election to recall Mayor Frank E. Mott. The recall petition accused the mayor of violating the right of free speech and maintaining the third degree at the city jail and a chain gang of prisoners. Sufficient signatures were obtained to schedule the election. No thanks were due to the IWW for this achievement. The Wobblies, the IWW in Vancouver, proposed the idea of hiring the boats, and the Wobblies may have got the inspiration for the plan from an item which appeared in the Industrial Work Hour of July 20, 19N. Women have set the pace in New York State. A number of suffragettes have leased a boat and will go up the Erie Canal and stop at each town, advocating their principles on suffrage. Good idea for us IWWs. Boycotted the recall drive on the ground that it was a useless expenditure of energy which could be better used in direct action tactics. As the day of election approached, 75 of the most prominent businessmen of Oakland issued a statement justifying the restriction on the right of the IWW to speak on the streets, and, in an hysterical outburst, called upon the people of Oakland to decide at this election whether they stand for the stars and stripes or the red flag of anarchy. Whether they stand for those who wish to proclaim openly on the streets that the women of Oakland are no better than inmates of the dive and the brothel, or whether they stand for those who resent these statements and deny the accusations. Every God-fearing, home-loving, patriotic man and woman was urged by the press to go to the polls today and vote for Oakland, for their homes, for their flag. Factory whistles were blown in the city every hour to remind the people to go to the polls to uphold civic decency and to defend their homes. Sufficient voters were swept off their feet by the hysteria to continue Mott in office. 51. The year 1913 found the IWW engaged in free speech fights in points as far separated as Cleveland, Denver, Detroit, Peoria, Philadelphia, Hilo, Hawaii, Juneau, Alaska, Minot, ND, Omaha, Neb. All but the one in Peoria, Illinois were victorious. The Minot free speech fight was the bloodiest of these battles, with city officials and vigilantes violating every constitutional right of the men involved in the struggle. 52, and the one in Denver was the longest. The Denver free speech fight actually began on December 26, 1912, when 3 IWW speakers were arrested and thrown into jail. The customary call was sent out for volunteers, and within the next few weeks, over 40 Wobblies were arrested for speaking to crowds in the streets. Although the IWW in Denver expressed disappointment at the apathy of the rebels throughout the country in not responding more readily to the call, the Wobblies kept up the fight by returning to jail as soon as they were released. 53. Then in March, the battle began in earnest. Early in the month, Frank Little and a group of California Wobblies, most of them veteran free speech fighters, left from Taft, Calif, to take part in the Denver battle. They traveled the freight cars through Bakersfield, Fresno, Stockton, San Francisco, and Sacramento, gaining recruits on the way. By the time they reached Denver, several hundred free speech fighters were ready to do battle with the police. 54. Scores of Wobblies were arrested early in April, and on April 12, 75 men entering the city were arrested and thrown into the bullpen when they told the judge that they had come to Denver to speak on the streets. Fed only on bread and water, the prisoners decided to go on a hunger strike. They informed the authorities that if they were kept in jail for the duration of the 61 days of their sentence, the city would have the additional expense of burying them, since 61 days is ample time for all of us to starve. The authorities held a hurried council and decided to release the prisoners. The men promptly took up positions at various street corners, were rearrested, and again released when they announced their determination to renew their hunger strike. 1111. On April 28, the fight ended. The Denver authorities agreed to permit the WW Freedom to speak in the streets unmolested. Since the settlement of the free speech fight, Local 26 of Denver wrote to headquarters in June 1913. Extensive agitation has been carried on with splendid results. Nils. Kansas City 1914. Free speech fights occurred in 1914 in Kansas City, Des Moines, Iowa, Aberdeen, SD, and Victoria, BC. All of these battles were. 117 won. Frank Little was a leading figure in the outstanding free speech fight of the year, that in Kansas City, Missouri. Actually, Little had also been a leader of the earlier free speech fight in Kansas City, which began on October 6, L9N, when he was arrested for speaking on the streets, and ended on November 2, after the Wobblies threatened a mass invasion, with the granting to the IWW of the right to speak on any corner in the city. 511. For 3 years, the Wobblies continued to speak unmolested, but in the fall of 1913, the businessmen began putting pressure on the city officials to stop street agitation, and when 1914 opened, the police were ready to act. Early in January, 5 men were arrested and jailed for holding street meetings. Inside of a week, the number in jail had grown to 50, including Little, who had headed for Kansas City with a contingent of free speech fighters as soon as he heard of the initial arrests. Vincent Street. John immediately appealed from Chicago. If you are footloose, make for Kansas City at once. Wire the local that you are coming, greater than 119. This appeal brought some additional free speech fighters, which, of course, produced additional arrests. But the Kansas City local indicated late in February that new jail recruits were needed in order further to test the attitude of the police. But even this appeal failed to produce an invasion of the city. 83 men were in jail by the 1st of March. They represented mainly the original group of Wobblies who had begun the fight and the small number of reinforcements. They tried to make up for their lack of numbers by moving in and out of jail, addressing street meetings as soon as they were released from prison in order to be arrested again. 60. To frustrate these tactics, the police and a reserve corps of citizen police began deporting the IWWs as soon as they were released from jail. Heated cells, sleep on concrete floors, and received for food a 2.5-inch slice of bread, 3 times a day, with water. The Wobblies in jail answered the police cruelty by going on a hunger strike. The Kansas City Journal headlined the action as IWW pulls off new stunt, and predicted that the authorities would permit the hobo leaders to starve to death before seeing them victorious. But the new stunt did produce results. Deportations ceased. The authorities, for the first time, consented to meet a committee of the men in jail. 61. Negotiations continued until the first week of March. On March 4, the Kansas City authorities agreed to permit the WW to hold street meetings without police interference. The men in jail, however, refused to call off the battle officially until the promise had been thoroughly tested. For several nights LVV.W speakers addressed crowds at various street corners and no one was arrested. On March 8, the jail committee announced that the fight was over and wired all IWW journals. After 3 months of battle with KC authorities, the right of free speech is established. Men in jail are released in groups for fear we may resort to a grand display. Direct action again gets the goods. 62. Decline and achievements of free speech fights. The struggle in Kansas City was the last of the great free speech fights until the early months of 1915 when, as we shall see below, a battle for free speech erupted in Sioux City, Iowa. Already in the Kansas City fight, it was clear that recruiting an invading army of free speech fighters was becoming more and more difficult. The rebels were being kept too busy with organizing activities, strike struggles and unemployed demonstrations, and simply could not respond to appeals as they had in the past. 63. Some WW leaders had long protested against the free speech fights, declaring that they led to fighting the bull instead of the boss. In December 19, John Pankner, one of the best IWW organizers, urged that the free speech demonstrations be dropped because they were destructive to the organization. Defense money for those jailed took funds better spent on constructive organization on the job, and the jailings, beatings, and bread and water diets were ruining the cream of the move. It is impossible to determine the exact number of battles for the right to speak in public PBCES in which the IWW was engaged. The national headquarters did not even know for when the U.S. Commission on Industry, IL-REL, Issues requested information about free speech fights. Solidarity called upon the locals to furnish it with the requested data. September 19, 1914. The response was a series of letters describing the writer's experiences. These were forwarded to the Commission on Industrial Relations and are in the National Archives. Brissenden lists 26 free speech fights, 20 of which occurred between 1909 and 1913 alone, and all but one of which took place between 1909 and 1916. Op.cit. Page 367. His list ends with the Bloody Bee. Idle at Everett, Washington, November 1916, which will be discussed below. Meant. Free speech should be employed on the job. Organize the wage slave, not the bourgeois, the street moocher and the saloon soak. 64 others felt that the entire strategy of passive resistance used in the free speech fights, with special care being taken by the Wobblies that no act of violence be committed by the free speech fighters, put the membership at a terrible disadvantage. The free speech fighters are restricted by these tactics to the T1 area weakest weapon in the arsenal of industrial unionism, passive resistance. Solidarity complained as early as 1910.6. Still another objection to the free speech fights was that while they attracted widespread attention and even aroused sympathy among many who otherwise were hostile to the doctrines and activities of the IWW, they interfered with the effective conduct of strikes. Wobbly organizers objected that strikes were lost because they were allowed to degenerate into a free speech fight, and charged that this was precisely what the employers wanted. Free speech fights, it was further charged, did not result in any organizational growth in the community affected. For one thing, agitation or soapboxing were viewed by these critics as a limited means of reaching the mass of the workers, the majority of whom did not congregate at street corners. 6G. Then again, invading free speech fighters scattered as soon as they were released from jail, and some of the most competent organizers, like Frank Lill, went on to participate in other free speech battles. Having won the free speech fight, the Wobblies were reminded, the work of the Fresno IWW has just begun. It is now up to them to do what they started out to do when they first came here to organize the unskilled workers. 67. But by the time this advice was published, many of the Fresno free speech fighters were off to another battle. The following account in the Spokane Spock_Esman Ret 1 IEW early in 1912, describing the aftermath of a free speech victory in a Washington community, was all too frequently repeated. Having been granted the privilege of speaking in the streets, and having no more worlds to conquer, in this section, 100 members of the industrial workers of the world are preparing to shift the scene of their activities to San Francisco, where public speaking rights have been denied members of their order. The leaders of the contingent, many of whom came here from St. Louis, declare that they do not care to speak where the privilege has been extended, but prefer to promote their campaign in those localities where the right is denied or curtailed. Greater than GAW. No effective substitute for passive resistance was, however, developed. In the midst of the San Diego battle, the Wobbly press declared that new methods were need C.D. to resist police and vigilante thugs, and that the free speech fighters should begin to actively protect themselves from these thugs. But when Walker C. Smith recommended that ammunition be shipped to the free speech fighters in San Diego, the industrial worker denounced the suggestion. It recommended an ounce of sabotage. April 25, 191, R. The criticism of the free speech fights we have mentioned do not in the slightest detract from the heroism of the fighters nor of the contributions they made. These battles publicized the WW and made the people of the United States aware of the existence of a national organization dedicated to preserve a basic principle of American democracy, freedom of speech, at a time when no other national organization existed to uphold this principle. Asterisk, there were, to be sure, Wobblies who put this principle this way: free speech, say anything you want to, but keep your mouth shut. Fortunately for the American workers, this was mere irony. The free speech fighters usually brought about the repeal of the undemocratic ordinances and opened the gates to the entrance of unionism in many communities heretofore completely closed to such so-called un-American principles. The free speech fights, of course, demonstrated how little regard the business interests had for the Constitution, and how ready they were to resort to force and violence to keep unorganized workers from hearing the message of unionism. The vigilantes, historians Perlman and Taft correctly point out, are properly to be classed with the fascist formations in Italy and Germany. 69. Moreover, the respectable elements were often the most vicious. A shocked citizen of Minot, ND, recorded the following conversation with Judge Davis, a leading light in the community and a magistrate in the city courts. "Judge, can't you do something to prevent the beating down of innocent men?" I asked. "Prevent hell. We'll drive the GD sons of BS into the river and drown them. We'll starve them. We'll kill every damned man of them or drive them together with the socialists from the city," he thundered back. A similar appeal to an official of the Second National Bank of Minot brought this reply: "There ain't no use in treating those fellows with kindness. The only thing to do is to club them down. Beat them up. Drive them out of the city." 70. The free speech fights exposed the inequality of justice meted out to those who upheld constitutional liberties and to those guilty of destroying them. As the industrial worker aptly put it, a demonstration of working men in the interests of the constitutional right of freedom of speech is judged a riot by the courts, but violence and terrorism on the part of the capitalists and their tools is law and order. 71. In 1910 Theodore Schroeder founded the Free Speech League, but this organization was little more than an outlet for Schroeder's lectures and writings and did little work in the free speech fights. The first national organization, apart from the IWW, that did important work for free speech was the National Civil Liberties Bureau, forerunner of the American Civil Liberties Union, founded around 1917. Donald Johnson, The Challenge to American Freedoms, World War I and the Rise of the American Civil Liberties Union, Lexington, Kentucky, 1963, pp. 194-95. The free speech fights may have contributed little to building an organization, but they did build within the movement a spirit of unity and action. They were also significant in cementing a bond of solidarity among IWW, Socialist Party, and AF members. In several communities, as we have seen, these three groups worked together in conducting the free speech fight, and in most others, where the Wobblies carried the brunt of the battle, they received support from local SP and AF officials. But, of course, as we have also seen, the free speech fights exposed the cowardly role of the national leadership of the AF. During the entire period of the free speech fights, there was not a single reference in the American Federationists to these battles. The WW free speech fights are part of the great American tradition. Writing in Pearson's magazine on the subject of free speech in the United States, Curtin A. Lemon paid a glowing tribute to the LWW, praising it for taking the lead in the fight for free speech. Whether they agree or disagree with its methods and aims, all lovers of liberty everywhere owe a debt to this organization for its defense of free speech. Absolutely irreconcilable, absolutely fearless, and unsuppressibly persistent, it has kept alight the fires of freedom, like some outcast vestal of human liberty. That the defense of traditional rights to which this government is supposed to be dedicated should devolve upon an organization so often denounced as unpatriotic and un-American is but the usual, the unfailing irony of history. 72.